Chapter 1912. After finding a place to settle down, Long Chen stood by the window and said, "This Bai Tai, if he continues to pester us, given his familiarity with the supreme spiritual city, it won't be difficult for him to find us. After all, there are very few members of the blood spirit tribe in the supreme spiritual city." "Then what should we do?" asked Lingxi. "Just kill him if he comes again. We can't always run. If something happens, we still have the goddess heart." Long Chen smiled. "Sometimes, when one's patience reaches its limit, there's no need to endure anymore." He had the protection of the goddess heart. As long as he was in the spirit god territory, there was no need for him to be chased by a small fry. Although Bai Tai had some power in the supreme spiritual city, this was what Long Chen was least afraid of. He was ready to fight. "Daddy, I want to see my mother." Whoosh! The little black skeleton landed on the ground from the god-slaying sword and tugged at Long Chen's thigh. A black line flashed across Long Chen's forehead. When he used the god-slaying sword just now, this fellow had already woken up. The mother he mentioned should be Lingxi, Daddy. Lingxi was stunned. She came out of the great virtual realm and looked at Long Chen in disbelief. When did you have a son? He's still like this." Long Chen could only smile bitterly. He told her about the god-slaying sword, but he forgot to tell her in a hurry. "So that's how it is." Lingxi stuck out her tongue. She had thought that Long Chen had an illegitimate child. "Mother." The little black skeleton hugged Lingxi's leg and babbled like a spoiled child. "Ah." Lingxi was a little flustered. She was still a little girl by nature. She couldn't react to someone suddenly calling her like that. Long Chen picked up the little skeleton and threatened, "Let me tell you, I'm not your father, and she's not your mother. Don't call me that, okay?" The little skeleton stared at him with his green eyes and said foolishly, "No, you are." "Wah, Daddy and Mommy don't want me anymore." As he spoke, he began to shout and scream in Long Chen's hands. It was extremely comical. It would be fine if he was a chubby kid, but he was just a little black skeleton. For the young couple, Long Chen and Lingxi, it was a little hard to accept. Lingxi burst into laughter when she saw his comical expression. She was as beautiful as a flower and said, "This little skeleton is actually quite cute." Long Chen said, "Let's hope that I won't become a bad guy in the future. It's the god-slaying sword, after all. Although I'm using it, I'm just afraid that some changes might happen one day." Lingxi also thought of the huge gray skeleton from before. "I'm so hungry." The little skeleton sat on the ground and waved his arms and legs, looking at Long Chen pitifully. Long Chen gave him another Dao tool and said sternly, "Be quiet. Go back after you're done eating." Oh. The little skeleton was busy eating and couldn't be bothered with Long Chen. This guy made the serious atmosphere lighten up. Long Chen said, "Little Shi, come in. I have a premonition that there will be a fierce battle tonight. The battle instinct in my bones seems to be getting out of control." He belonged to the category of slaughter and battle. Forbearance was not his style. Ever since he entered the Supreme Spirit City, he had been feeling all sorts of discomfort, especially when he met Bai Tai and applied for the pass. He had to queue for more than 10 days and had to wait for another 10 days. He was even mocked by the lady from the Dark Elf tribe for a long time. Today, after using the Sword of Massacre, he felt much better. "Aren't you going to consider the consequences?" Lingxi asked with concern. She leaned on Long Chen's chest and looked at Long Chen with her big bright eyes. Her eyes were completely white and pure. "The other party is closing in on us. Regardless of whether I accept the challenge or not, things will get out of hand and we will suffer. So, we might as well get rid of this guy and leave the rest to the Sisters of the Goddess Heart." Long Chen contacted the sacred spirits and told them about the situation here. The sacred spirit said, "All right, I understand. Let us know when you need us. We have nothing to do anyway. Long Chen said, this fellow has a spirit general behind him. He might even drag the Snow Spirit King into this. You guys can deal with him. The Sacred Spirit said, a spirit general is nothing. As for the Snow Spirit King, you guys are the victims. It's obvious that the kid is talented and has a clear sense of reward and punishment. He might not cause trouble for you guys. After the conversation, Long Chen basically had an idea. If he couldn't deal with it, he wouldn't bother them. If he couldn't deal with it, they could get here in 15 minutes. No matter what, he could still hold on for 15 minutes. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I won't let the heart of the goddess go against Ling Huang's people. Let's see how it goes, Long Chen said calmly. Ling Shi was mesmerized by his calmness. She hid obediently and enjoyed Long Chen's protection. In reality, the fact that Ling Shi possessed the pure goddess blood was a formless temptation to all the men of the spirit race. They would unknowingly become intoxicated by Ling Shi, and Bai Tai was just the first person who dared to make a move on her. Not long after, it was already late at night. Previously, Ling Shi had already laid down a spirit-sensing formation within a radius of 1,000 meters. Not even the slightest movement could escape her eyes. They're here. She reminded Long Chen softly and said, there are a total of 5 people. 4 of them are from the dark spirit race. The last one is Bai Tai. It was the disgusting fat man behind the screen. This man was from the holy spirit race. He had white hair and white eyes. He was stronger than the assassins from the dark spirit race. Long Chen held the god-slaying sword in his hand. Little Skeleton sensed his murderous intent and his body became similar to Long Chen. He returned to the god-slaying sword. Suddenly, the pair of green eyes on the hilt of the god-slaying sword lit up. This was the true form of the primordial Tao weapon. The 5 of them didn't get close to him immediately. The 4 from the dark spirit race are laying down a spirit formation of the dark spirit race. The effect of this spirit formation. Let me think. It seems to be laying down thousands of lesser worlds around you. These thousands of lesser worlds are exactly the same as the ones around you. You won't be able to tell which one is real and which one is fake. You won't be able to escape from these thousands of lesser worlds. They are trying to imprison you. This spirit formation was very mysterious. Therefore, Lingxi was a little nervous. The god-slaying sword let out a soft hum. Long Chen said, is that so? It doesn't matter. He could roughly feel that the surrounding space had entered a state of chaos. It became endless. Thousands of identical lesser worlds overlapped. Long Chen could at most barge from one lesser world to another. He couldn't escape. Spirit formation was also a type of spirit art. Qianya Spirit Binding Formation. Lingxi read out the name of the Qianya Spirit Binding Formation from their conversation. After the spirit formation was set up, a fat, white-haired man appeared from the water and walked to Long Chen. He was wearing a long, white, golden robe and had a smug, cold smile on his face. There were 4 other people from the dark spirit race hidden in the shadows. Long Chen casually waved his sword and opened up the lesser world around him. A place that was exactly the same as the one he was in appeared. It was created by the Qianya Spirit Binding Formation. You can't escape unless you have absolute power. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape the Qianya Spirit Binding Formation. This also meant that Long Chen couldn't escape even if he used the time-roaming dragon. All he could do was waste time with the other party. However, he had never thought of escaping. Bai Tai stood in front of Long Chen, looking around. After sizing him up for a while, he said, "What a young blood spirit. It seems like you're a genius of the blood spirit race. Are you interested in joining me? As long as you follow me, you'll be able to live a good life. You won't have any problems getting promoted." Long Chen smiled faintly. Is that all? Nothing else? Bai Tai chuckled and said, you seem to be a smart person, so I'll be straightforward. Naturally, the condition is to let the girl beside you follow me. I am the son of Spirit General Bai Zong. My father is a peerless genius, a peerless expert with the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. His combat strength is sky-shattering, and his influence is monstrous. She will have a boundless future if she follows me. Seeing that Long Chen didn't react, he continued, but if you don't take the easy way out, you can imagine your fate. No matter what your background is, can you fight against me and the 4 dark spirit race experts in the Yin and Yang Samsara realm? Can you fight against my father? Can you fight against the Holy Snow Spirit Army and the Snow Spirit King? So you will face a dead end. You will be imprisoned and killed, but I will still be able to enjoy the beautiful girl beside you. In the end, you are just a lowly blood spirit race member. It is your fortune that I will pamper your woman. Let me ask you, are you convinced? Bai Tai laughed. Ever since he was young, he had lived like this. He had power. Even though he had great potential and was ugly, he still lived a better life than anyone else. That was because his father was powerful, so he could do whatever he wanted. Come over, kneel in front of me, and call me Lord Bai 3 times. Then I will treat you as my woman. Bai Tai looked Long Chen up and down. This youth had a very imposing aura, bloodthirsty and fierce. After looking at him for a while, Bai Tai's mouth went dry. It seemed that this youth's attraction to him was no less than that of the Holy Spirit race girl. If I can send this man and woman to bed, that feeling, Bai Tai was so excited that even his breathing became heavy. In the noble world of the spirit race, it was normal for men to be attracted to men. It was even rumored that Ling Huang had many male pets. This was the first time Bai Tai felt that a man could be so attractive. He stretched out his fat hand and waved at Long Chen. His voice softened as he said, "Come, child. Listen to me." Long Chen suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He hadn't thought of Bai Tai's intentions. Otherwise, he would have been disgusted to death. Since the other party didn't show him any mercy, there was no way out. He raised the sharp god-slaying sword and pointed the tip of the sword at Bai Tai's forehead. Long Chen tilted his head slightly and said quietly, "It seems that you don't believe me. I might kill you." Chapter 1913. Hearing this, Bai Tai was stunned for a long time. After a while, he heaved a heavy sigh and said, "Young people like you always have to be beaten up badly to see the reality." Under the Qianya spirit binding formation, he did not have to worry about where Long Chen would run to. Everything here was under his control. For Long Chen, the god-slaying sword was provoking the killing intent in his heart. He was already angry that he was targeted by some senseless person after coming to the Supreme Spirit City. His anger was released through the god-slaying sword. "Take care of him," Bai Tai said with a relaxed smile with his hands behind his back. This sentence was directed at the 4 warriors of the Dark Astral Clan. He had hired these 5 Dark Astral Clan warriors at a high price to work for him. They had been loyal to him for many years. Each of them had reached the Yin and Yang Samsara realm. Over the years, many of them had died in the hands of Bai Tai's 5 shadows. Long Chen had already killed one of them. Swoosh! Under Bai Tai's orders, a dark elemental race martialist charged out from each of the 4 directions of this dark world. Back in the battlefield of gods, he had faced many warriors of the same level as him. At that time, he had overdrawn his strength and slaughtered them with millions of weeping blood dragon souls. But even so, he was different. Long Chen did not care about the 4 Dark Astral Clan warriors. He was more afraid of Bai Tai, because even though he was also in the Yin-Yang Samsara realm, he had already reached the late stage. The early stage was different from the late stage. Back then, Di Feng had not even reached the late stage. At the late stage, the yin-yang demon and his own power had completely fused together, forming a solidified yin-yang samsara power that could burst out with power several times greater than before. This was the first warrior in the late stage of the yin and yang samsara realm that Long Chen had encountered. Therefore, his fighting spirit was soaring and his blood was boiling. Fight! This was the fate of the ancient blood spiritual dragon. As for the 4 dark elves, Long Chen did not take them seriously. As the dark elves attacked, Bai Tai laughed proudly. At this critical moment, Long Chen used the Weeping Blood Dragon soul art in the middle of the night. In an instant, 200,000 little slaughter dragons rushed out from his body and completely surrounded the 4 dark elves. Those fierce little dragons could devour anything. Their sharp claws and unafraid of death were enough to make anyone feel fear. For a moment, Bai Tai was also surrounded by the slaughter dragons. The smile on his face completely froze. Although the blood-sobbing dragon did not attack him, he felt the horror of slaughter. At the same time, his mind was sluggish because he had never heard of such a spirit art. The only possibility was that this was not a spirit art at all. It was related to the dragon warriors of the human race. However, this was clearly a blood spiritual clan. How could it have anything to do with the dragon warriors? While Bai Tai was still in a daze, the 200,000 blood-weeping dragon souls and the 4 dark astral race martial artists were engaged in an incomparably fierce battle. In this narrow space, the dark astral race martial artists could not display their full strength and were completely submerged. At first, they were still able to kill all the slaughter baby dragons around them, but when the first slaughter baby dragon broke through their defense and tore off a piece of flesh from their body, the terrible pain caused them to retreat on all fronts. They bombarded the dragons with the power of the yin-yang demon and released endless killing power. But so what? The flesh of every blood-red dragon was inherited from Long Chen and was extremely tough. As long as they couldn't kill all of them in an instant, they would be overrun by these crazed little dragons sooner or later. Ah! Bai Tai's face began to twitch, because what he heard was a series of screams. This kind of tearing screams only lasted for a very short time before it stopped. Among the 200,000 slaughter dragons, every 50,000 killed 1 dark elves warrior. During this period, Long Chen used the god-slaying sword to help. The Weeping Blood Dragon Soul's attack power was the most terrifying. It could be said that Long Chen easily killed them. Of course, in the process, he lost at least 20,000 slaughter dragons. This was a kind of consumption. In fact, the consumption of the Weeping Blood Dragon Soul was still very high, especially when it encountered a difficult opponent. However, the effect was simply too shocking. Whoosh! In an instant, the slaughter dragons dispersed and the devouring power returned to Long Chen's body. Only then did Long Chen recover to his full state. But when dealing with Bai Tai, he would not use the Weeping Blood Dragon Soul, but the Massacre Sword technique. The consumption of the Massacre Sword technique was relatively small. Long Chen had just practiced and needed time to familiarize himself with it. The Weeping Blood Dragon Soul was similar to a Dao technique. As long as his strength increased, the power of the Weeping Blood Dragon Soul would also increase. Since Bai Tai had sent himself to him and was a very qualified opponent, then he would use him to practice. Long Chen had the time-roaming dragon. This made him basically invincible in front of Bai Tai. The god-slaying sword swept across. Long Chen did not change at all. He stood in front of Bai Tai, and Bai Tai's 4 assassins had already disappeared. Lord Bai, do you understand now? Long Chen looked at this fat and dirty man with a teasing gaze. Warriors had levels. Bai Tai had been around for thousands of years and had only reached this level of strength. His potential was almost exhausted. Long Chen had never treated such an opponent as an opponent. He was just a tool for practice. Bai Tai shuddered and his face turned green. He said in a low voice, "Impossible. You haven't reached the rebirth tribulation realm. How could you kill a warrior in the rebirth tribulation realm? What you just used was not a spiritual technique of the spirit race. Tell me honestly, what secrets do you have?" At the end of his sentence, his eyes bulged, and he almost roared out these words. A powerful white light erupted from his body. It was a blazing and dazzling light. It was too shocking. For a moment, the entire Qinya spirit binding array turned from night to day. The dazzling light could definitely blind the eyes of those martial artists with weaker bodies, and it could also temporarily make them lose their vision. At this moment, Bai Tai was like a white sun, floating in front of Long Chen. Long Chen was not affected. He swung the god-slaying sword, his eyes cold. With a move of his feet, he broke through the layers of light. A grey god-slaying sword chi shot into the sky and slashed down, instantly splitting Bai Tai's dazzling white light into two. Boom! The sword chi sent Bai Tai flying, and at the same time, broke the world in front of him. Long Chen and Bai Tai were swept into another small world. This small world's layout was exactly the same as the previous one. There were 1,000 such worlds around them. Do you believe me now? Long Chen held the god-slaying sword and faced his opponent from afar. Bai Tai's expression was uncertain. He knew that he had probably met a strange person today. Perhaps he was a genius, or perhaps he had a way to hide his age and strength. Not bad. You are worthy of me, Bai Tai, making a move. Bai Tai revealed a cruel smile. Long Chen said no more. He used the massacring sword art and attacked. He turned into a blood-colored line, moving rapidly around Bai Tai. The grey god-slaying sword in his hand used all sorts of mysterious sword techniques, becoming stronger and stronger. The spirit race was generally not good at close combat, and the massacring sword art was like a manual for close combat. Bai Tai was enraged. He roared, "Get out of my way! Holy light art!" At that moment, he formed a seal with both hands, and a white ball of light appeared in his hands. Bai Tai quickly spun the white ball of light. The ball of light expanded in a short moment, bursting with light that was dozens of times stronger than Bai Tai's. Suddenly, the entire world seemed to be in a sea of fire. The terrifying power of Yin-Yang Samsara was released, and it was indeed extraordinary. Long Chen was forced to retreat by the holy light art. Bai Tai's strength was several times that of Long Chen's. Fortunately, the other party did not have a primordial Tao treasure. In the blink of an eye, the diameter of the light ball exceeded 20 meters. If it wasn't for the Qinya spiritual binding array, it would have already pierced through the night sky of the Supreme Spirit City. A terrifying energy was released and a large number of small worlds started to be destroyed. This fatty's strength is really strong. As expected of a late-stage Yin-Yang Samsara realm cultivator. Long Chen felt like he was a lion, but his opponent was an elephant, a rhinoceros, a heavyweight opponent. Even if his killing techniques were at the peak, he was not a match for the other party in terms of strength. Go to hell! Bai Tai roared, and the huge ball of light formed by the holy light art blasted towards Long Chen. The holy spirit race had another name. It was the opposite of the dark spirit race, the light spirit race. The holy light art shone with boundless radiance. The huge ball of light obliterated Long Chen's vision and covered everything. It brought a fatal danger to Long Chen. It really makes one's blood boil. Long Chen sneered. Chen, you're going to. Lingxi seemed to understand what Long Chen was going to do, and she couldn't help but feel worried. Just as her voice fell, Long Chen rushed towards the holy light art with the god-slaying sword in his hand. He was like a tiny ant, facing the ball of light that was about to explode. Massacre sword art. At this moment, Long Chen seemed to have gone mad, and he used the massacre sword art to resist the holy light art. The god-slaying sword sliced off pieces of the ball of light, but the power of the ball of light was too terrifying, and Long Chen was obliterated in an instant. Explode! Long Chen let out a roar, and the speed of the massacre sword art in his hand increased by several folds. In a short instant, he slashed out more than 90 swords, and each sword was stronger than the one before. When he stacked up to 99 swords, the god-slaying sword was about to explode, and Long Chen had almost reached his limit. His body was burning with the spiritual cultivation fire, and it was increasing his strength. Boom! For the last sword, Long Chen had almost broken through his limit, and he slashed out the 100th sword. The massacre sword chi exploded horribly, and the god-slaying sword descended from the sky, slashing the holy light art into two. It exploded, and hundreds of the surrounding small worlds were destroyed, and there was a terrifying collapse. He had succeeded. He used the massacre sword art to shatter Bai Tai's attack. Chapter 1914. But in reality, the monster had underestimated Long Chen. If I am frightened by this little guy and report it to my father, I will definitely be scolded again. He will look down on me. No, I have to defeat him directly. Bai Tai gritted his teeth. He knew that in terms of strength, he definitely surpassed his opponent by a lot. He had a huge advantage. He could not let his opponent's desperation scare him. At this moment, Long Chen destroyed the holy light technique. His entire body burned with the spirit cultivation fire. The 101st sword attacked violently. Under that sword, everything around Bai Tai was destroyed. On Long Chen's body, Bai Tai seemed to see billions of skeletons roaring. Primordial Dao treasure. He can actually use primordial Dao treasures. No wonder he is so strong. No matter where it was, primordial Dao treasures were extremely powerful. Bai Zong had once promised him that when he reached the Trifecta realm, he would give him a primordial Dao treasure. At that time, Bai Tai would be able to control it. He finally understood the reason for Long Chen's strength. It was because he had a primordial Dao treasure. You want to kill me with just a primordial Dao treasure? Dream on. Holy Light Shield. Bai Tai raised one hand high like a god. His hand, which was filled with light, rapidly drew a huge holy light shield in front of him. It exploded with light that was comparable to the holy light technique. The 101st sword of the massacre sword art slashed violently on it. The terrifying killing aura swept over and the sword aura shot into the sky. The holy light shield suddenly shattered. The small world that the two of them were in was also directly shattered by Long Chen. Long Chen had only used the massacre sword art to resist the holy light technique. It was so that when he faced Bai Tai, he could use an even stronger sword move. The 101st sword shattered the holy light shield. Long Chen was surrounded by the blood-colored flames of the divine dragon. His eyes were cold as he rushed over like a phantom. The god-slaying sword in his hand danced wildly, exceeding his limits, and once again released a fatal force. 102 swords. This strand of sword chi was much thicker than the previous one. It was like the arrival of the apocalypse. Bai Tai had originally thought that this was Long Chen's limit, so he was even more shocked now. He waved his hands, summoning 2 layers of holy light shields to protect himself. However, this time, the 102 swords shattered the 2 holy light shields and sent Bai Tai flying, directly shattering a world. Impossible, he can't be this strong. How could this sword be so much stronger than the previous one? Bai Tai crawled to his feet in shock. He was in a sorry state, and fear filled his heart. But at the same time, he felt that Long Chen had already reached his limit. But at this time, Long Chen was like a demon as he rushed into the clouds with his sword in hand, destroying a large number of minor worlds in his hands. Qianya's spirit-binding formation was almost completely destroyed during their battle. The commotion might even be felt by the people outside. The 103rd sword drew a graceful arc across the sky and slashed down violently. That beam of murderous sword energy descended from the sky, suffused with an astonishing aura of death. This sword was even more astonishing than the previous one, and the god refinement flame on Long Chen's body was even more intense, almost drowning his entire being. Bai Tai almost wet his pants when facing this sword. He finally came to after a momentary daze and used a move he couldn't fully control, but it could save his life. He had decided to summon his father to save him after using this move to ensure his safety. Spiritual Sovereign Spear. In that split second, 99 layers of light formations appeared on his body and engulfed him completely. The light formation swept out and became especially vast. Great power converged and formed a 10-meter-long spear at the center of the formation. The spear was filled with millions of densely packed characters, each of which was an imprint of power. The Spiritual Sovereign Spear was a divine ability of the entire sacred spirit race, a gift bestowed by the spiritual sovereign to his descendants. It was especially powerful because it contained the spiritual sovereign's power and will. No one could block it once activated. Under Bai Tai's flustered control, the spiritual sovereign spear shot up with a violent radiance and collided with the sharp part of Long Chen's 103rd sword. In this collision, the surrounding small worlds were annihilated one after another. Long Chen could almost see the starlight in the sky. The spiritual sovereign spear possessed terrifying might and will. It was as though Long Chen was fighting against an ancient divine being, and the latter's will had already charged into Long Chen's sea of consciousness. It made Long Chen see a supreme great emperor who controlled the myriad spirit race. It was incomparably shocking, but how could this level scare Long Chen's void dragon origin spirit? The spiritual sovereign spear's power was peerless. If it wasn't for Long Chen's persistence, the 103rd sword would have been destroyed long ago. This damned fatty is so hard to deal with. Long Chen clenched his teeth. Seeing that the sword aura had been destroyed, Bai Tai laughed complacently. Long Chen clenched his teeth and twisted the god-slaying sword. It was a divine ability that even he didn't dare to use. Eye of Hell. It was a rune from Little Skeleton's body. The Eye of Hell required Little Skeleton to activate. Within the god-slaying sword, the pair of green eyes burst forth with terrifying radiance. In an instant, the power of the god-slaying sword increased by several folds. The entire sword transformed into a glossy green color, as though it had come alive. Even Long Chen was frightened. This was the first time he had used the Eye of Hell. What Bai Tai saw was that the wind and clouds behind Long Chen were changing. Suddenly, there was a huge disturbance in the depths of the clouds. In the boundless starry sky, there were two eyes. The green eyes were above Bai Tai. It was a pair of eyes from the heavens. The moment Bai Tai saw those eyes, he was overwhelmed by fear. Long Chen couldn't see what was behind him. All he saw was that after the Eye of Hell was deployed, Bai Tai looked as though he was crippled. He looked behind him in extreme fear. All the energy in his body was receding and he was in a daze. Even the lance of spiritualism couldn't do anything to him and was instantly destroyed. Under the violent attack of Long Chen's sword, the dazzling sword aura flashed and crashed into the completely stunned Bai Tai. That attack had taken Bai Tai's life. However, Long Chen looked as though he had been struck by lightning. Indeed, the Eye of Hell was too much of a burden. He might as well use the soul of the blood-sobbing dragon to kill this guy. He turned around in horror, but saw nothing in the sky behind him. What on earth scared him so much that he forgot to retaliate? He's just waiting for death. Just how terrifying was the god-slaying sword? What secrets did it have? As for the Tao spirit of the god-slaying sword, the little skeleton was like a blank piece of paper. It didn't know anything. After deploying the Eye of Hell, it had already fallen into a deep slumber. It seemed like the Eye of Hell couldn't be used at a high frequency. However, from his first attempt, Long Chen concluded that the power of the Eye of Hell combined with the massacre sword technique was probably above that of the soul of the blood-sobbing dragon. Of course, this was only a temporary situation. The soul of the blood-sobbing dragon was endless. At the greater mastery realm, Long Chen could release billions of soul of the blood-sobbing dragon and control the endless world. The primordial blood spiritual dragon back then had such power. However, the primordial blood spiritual dragon ranked rather low among the 10 great ancestor dragons. From this, one could imagine how terrifying the other divine dragons were. As for the power of the void astral dragon, Long Chen had yet to fully explore it. After killing this guy, Long Chen would be rid of one of his troubles. He didn't dare to stay here any longer. He quickly deployed the time-roaming dragon and left. After all, the commotion here had already been detected. A large number of Holy Snow Spirit Army soldiers are rushing over, as well as many others. Lingxi reminded him through the spirit-touching array. Long Chen used the time-roaming dragon to leave. At present, no warriors above the 5-element Samsara realm had arrived. No one could see through the time-roaming dragon. After leaving, Long Chen immediately fled. Although he had left the scene, Long Chen was still worried. He said, "With Bai Tai's death, although we are temporarily safe, as long as someone investigates, they should be able to find out that we were the ones who did it. I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to get the pass." How troublesome. Lingxi was also very vexed. Looking back, the place where the battle had just taken place was now filled with a large number of warriors. The figures of the Holy Snow Spirit Army were among them. Long Chen didn't let Bai Tai leave his corpse, so it would take some time for them to discover that Bai Tai had been killed. Bai Tai had to be killed. Otherwise, such a despicable person would only bring him trouble again and again. Let's ask Sister Sacred Spirit and the others. There must be more than one passage between the spirit race and the demon race. I just didn't expect so much trouble at first, or I would have long been prepared. Long Chen couldn't help but be speechless. The society of the spirit race was still somewhat different from that of the human race. "Chen, it's all my fault." Lingxi pouted, feeling wronged. "It's not your fault. It's not your fault that you're pretty. Besides, I don't want to always stay in places like the Divine Nation and the Great Void Realm. It's so boring, right?" Long Chen smiled and was about to contact the Sacred Spirit. At this moment, it seemed that someone had come. He hurriedly used the time-roaming dragon to hide, but it seemed to be ineffective. The other party still discovered him. This meant that the person who had his eyes on him was a peerless expert. And there were quite a few. Long Chen held the star talisman and handed it to Lingxi. It was probably time to summon the goddess heart. He turned his head. In the dark night, there were more than 10 martial artists wearing exquisite snow-colored armor. Each of them had terrifying strength, and they were basically all old men. Each of them had bright eyes and their battle prowess was monstrous. None of them were weaklings. Long Chen was shocked. These people were probably the upper echelons of the Supreme Spirit City. Their strength should not be inferior to the Goddess Heart and the others. At this moment, a skinny old man walked out from the crowd. His eye sockets were deep, but his gaze was incomparably sharp. He stared at Long Chen and said, "I saw with my own eyes that you killed my son." Long Chen broke out in a cold sweat. But he didn't panic, because this old man didn't have a strong killing intent. Moreover, he wasn't the only expert here. There were other experts. They should be the spirit generals of the Snow Spirit King. Bai Tai should be the son he doesn't care much about, so he doesn't have much killing intent towards me. Or, is there someone here to suppress him? Chapter 1915. The man was extremely handsome. His facial features were as distinct as if they were carved. His angular face was exceptionally handsome. Although he looked unrestrained, the glint in his eyes was not to be underestimated. The most eye-catching feature was his head of snow-white hair that hung down like a snowstorm. Under his sword-like eyebrows was a pair of slender snow-white eyes that flickered with an unknown light. His sexy thin lips were tightly pursed, and his well-built body had an enviable perfect ratio. His snow-white skin was even more tender than a woman's, making others feel ashamed of their inferiority. This young man's entire person was filled with a crazy charm. He wore a snow-white armor that was clearly a primordial Tao treasure at a glance. The armor was exquisite beyond compare and was definitely the most beautiful work of art in the world. Contrasted by the snow-white armor, his kingly aura was especially outstanding. At such a young age, he was already filled with the aura of dominating the world. Long Chen roughly knew that this kid was definitely of the same type as Du. However, he was already in control of a powerful army and was incomparably mature. In terms of mentality and ability, he was clearly not on the same level as Du. The dignified Snow Spirit King had actually appeared before Long Chen just like that. Long Chen was a little puzzled. He had only killed Bai Tai. There shouldn't be a need for all of them to appear, right? He had already made preparations. If the other party showed even the slightest intention of killing him, the goddess's heart would rush over. But for now, even the spirit general called by Zong was under the Snow Spirit King's control. Because the Snow Spirit King was too young, his strength had not reached an unimaginable level. However, his power was monstrous and he was a terrifying figure. Among the people present, there were several spirit generals at the 6 paths of reincarnation tribulation realm. The others were also at the 5 elements reincarnation tribulation realm. The core figures of the Supreme Spirit City were all here. In fact, Long Chen vaguely noticed that someone was protecting the Snow Spirit King. It must be the 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm figure. As Long Chen sized up the Snow Spirit King, the other party was also looking at him. That pair of almost pure white eyes stared at Long Chen from head to toe. There was not the slightest bit of malice in those eyes. Instead, there seemed to be admiration. The unfathomable Snow Spirit King suddenly turned his head to Spirit General Bai Zong and said, "We have seen what happened today clearly. Bai Tai was blinded by lust and was killed by him. According to the law of our supreme spiritual city, this person is not guilty. Bai Zong, what do you think?" His voice was neither fast nor slow, and he had the demeanor of a superior. In terms of strength, he was far from being a match for an old spirit general like Bai Zong, but in terms of momentum, Bai Zong could not compare to him. The old man's eyes flickered with an unknown light. After a moment of silence, he slightly nodded and said, "For many years, Bai Tai has led a befuddled life and only knows how to enjoy himself. If it wasn't for his dead mother, I would have long since kicked this useless son out of the clan. Today's death is his own fault. Don't worry, Spirit King. I will not cause trouble for this youth from the Blood Spirit clan. I swear on my reputation." Long Chen stared blankly at this scene. Under normal circumstances, wouldn't Bai Zong go crazy and try to kill him? He could have killed his son. In other words, when Bai Tai attacked me, they were already outside. According to the Snow Spirit King, I am the victim. There is nothing wrong with that. Although that was what he said, this was someone else's territory after all. He had killed someone else, and it was over. At this moment, the Snow Spirit King said to the others, "Everyone, go back first. I want to have a good chat with this youth from the Blood Spirit clan." The others were a little worried. "Spirit King, let us protect you." The Snow Spirit King waved his hand and said, "Someone will protect me." Hearing this, everyone nodded. With that person protecting the Snow Spirit King, there was indeed no need for them to be present. When they left, they all took a deep look at Long Chen. Long Chen was still confused. What was the Snow Spirit King trying to do? After everyone left, the Snow Spirit King looked at Long Chen with his snow-white eyes and said, "Follow me." As he walked, countless snowflakes gathered in front of him, forming a path of ice and snow, all the way to the walls of the supreme spiritual city. Surrounded by countless snowflakes, Long Chen thought that if this guy was a woman, he would definitely be very beautiful. But he was a man, which made him look a little flashy. The crisis was temporarily averted. Following the Snow Spirit King, Long Chen walked on the icy path for a long time. Finally, he stepped onto the tall walls of the supreme spiritual city. From here, he could see half of the supreme spiritual city. Looking back, he could see the vast territory of the Spirit Clan. The Snow Spirit King was shrouded in the snow, his body glowing. He had his hands behind his back, looking at the supreme spiritual city. His eyes were shining like ice crystals. His snow-white skin and exquisite facial features were better than most of the beauties in the Spirit Clan. It was enough to make women jealous. It could be said that this was indeed a man with perfect looks. If he was a woman, he wouldn't be any worse than Lingxi. Long Chen stood behind the Snow Spirit King, his blood-red hair fluttering in the wind. He was curious about what this guy was thinking. At this time, the Snow Spirit King said in an ethereal voice, "My mother came from the Snow Spirit Clan. She was the most beautiful woman in the Snow Spirit Clan. I lived with the Snow Spirit Clan when I was young, and I still miss her to this day." Long Chen didn't reply. He was only thinking, "Your mother was born in the Snow Spirit Clan. What does that have to do with us?" The Snow Spirit King didn't expect an answer. Facing the cold wind, he continued, "The territories of the Snow Spirit Clan and the Blood Spirit Clan are connected. I still remember when I was young, a war broke out between the two clans. In the end, we were suppressed by Ling Huang, and the Blood Spirit Clan was punished by Ling Huang. Since then, the Blood Spirit Clan has been in decline. Although this matter happened a long time ago, I was indeed almost killed by a member of the Blood Spirit Clan." He was probably talking about the relationship between the Snow Spirit King and the Blood Spirit Clan. However, what did this have to do with him killing Bai Tai tonight? But the Snow Spirit King didn't think he was guilty and brought him here. Only then did the Snow Spirit King turn around. His snow-white eyes stared into Long Chen's blood-red eyes, and he said in a clear voice, "Today, I happen to want to punish Bai Tai. He has gone too far over the years, tarnishing the image of the Holy Snow Spirit Army. I didn't expect to find you. So that was why. No wonder he appeared when Bai Tai wanted to deal with him. He had wanted to punish this guy for a long time. As for Bai Zong, he had probably lost all hope in his son after hearing the news. That was why he didn't want to deal with him." Long Chen said, "I see. Thank you, Snow Spirit King. I wonder if you have any instructions for me to follow you here?" It wasn't that the Snow Spirit King didn't answer him, but said, "The girl beside you is your lover." Hearing this, Long Chen's heart turned cold. He suddenly asked Lingxi if he had designs on Lingxi. One should know that the Snow Spirit King was a young genius and held great power. His standards must be very high. Perhaps a beautiful and perfect woman like Lingxi would just happen to touch his heart. Long Chen took a few steps back and didn't answer. Seeing him like this, the Snow Spirit King roughly understood. He explained, "I'm not interested in her. I'm just asking casually. Someone told me that she seems to be very close to the reincarnation realm." Someone. This person should be the 7-star reincarnation realm expert who was protecting the Snow Spirit King. The Snow Spirit King's words were too jumpy. Until now, Long Chen still didn't know what his goal was. "Excuse me, do you have any other instructions?" Long Chen emphasized. The Snow Spirit King was surrounded by wind and snow, like an ice prince who had walked out of a dream. After a moment of silence, he said, "I'm very surprised that you could kill Bai Tai, who was in the late stage of the yin and yang reincarnation realm, even though you haven't reached the reincarnation realm. Your battle prowess is almost on par with mine. This isn't just because of the primordial Tao treasure. My master said that you must be a peerless genius with at least the Heaven Spirit Meridian, or even the Sovereign Spirit Meridian, which has never appeared in the Blood Spirit clan. This should be the real reason why he had called him here. Long Chen said straightforwardly, Spirit King, you must be joking. How could I have the Sovereign Spirit Meridian? By saying this, he admitted that he had the Heaven Spirit Meridian. This way, he could explain why he was so strong without attracting too much attention. Hearing this, the Snow Spirit King wasn't surprised. He nodded his head and suddenly said solemnly, since that's the case, I won't waste any more time. You must have heard of my deeds, so I won't hide it from you. In fact, the higher-ups of the spirit race know that I have a sovereign spiritual vein. I control the supreme spiritual city, so I might have a chance to become the next spirit emperor. Since we hit it off, from today onwards, you will follow me to conquer the world. I will grant you all sorts of resources, fame, and glory. How about it? You have unlimited potential, but you lack a background. These words were completely out of Long Chen's expectations. He hadn't expected that the Snow Spirit King would want to subdue him and make him his follower. If it was anyone else, this would be something they yearned for even in their dreams. Following a sovereign spiritual pulse Spirit King was simply too significant. But to Long Chen, it was impossible. To be honest, Long Chen felt that the Snow Spirit King had good foresight. He could see that Long Chen had unlimited potential and could be groomed to be his right-hand man. However, Long Chen couldn't stay in the Sovereign Spirit City. What do you think? The Snow Spirit King asked. His gaze was sincere. Under the violent snowstorm, this young man had the demeanor of a king. Long Chen shook his head. I'm sorry, I have important things to do. I can't follow you. I hope the Snow Spirit King doesn't regard me as an outsider. The Snow Spirit King was very disappointed. He looked at the Sovereign Spirit City and said, You're going to the Demon God region, right? I hope you can consider it. I'll wait for your news. You can leave first. The Snow Spirit King didn't force him. He was a good guy. Long Chen said, if that's the case, Long Chen will take his leave. Wait. The Snow Spirit King's eyes lit up. Chapter 1916. Fight. Long Chen paused for a moment, secretly observing his opponent. The Snow Spirit King was known as the #1 genius of the spirit tribe in 1,000 years. He possessed a sovereign spirit meridian and was stationed in the sovereign spirit city. He had only achieved what he had today with the help of the spirit tribe's resources. From the primordial Tao artifact that he was wearing, it was clear that he could control more than one primordial Tao artifact. After all, with his family background, he could basically have as many primordial Tao artifacts as he wanted. As for his cultivation level, he was the same as Bai Tai, late-stage Yin and Yang Samsara realm. However, in terms of battle prowess, even 10 Bai Tais might not be his match. It was extremely dangerous to fight such a person. Even though Long Chen was close to the Tai Chi deity realm, he was not confident. Moreover, he could not transform into a dragon and unleash his full battle prowess in the spirit tribe. You are the only person younger than me in the past 1,000 years who is as talented as me. Even if you don't have a sovereign spirit meridian now, you might have one in the future. It's hard to meet a worthy opponent in life. I believe you feel the same way. Since that's the case, why not have a vigorous battle? At this point, the Snow Spirit King gathered a blizzard on his body. The space within a dozen meters was filled with snowflakes and a thick layer of ice formed on the ground. There was a saying that one had to lower one's head when under someone else's roof. The Sovereign Spirit City was the Snow Spirit King's territory. Long Chen had killed Bai Tai. If he wanted to pass through the sovereign spirit city, he would have to listen to the Snow Spirit King. He had already rejected the Snow Spirit King once, and it would be too disrespectful if he were to reject the Snow Spirit King again. Moreover, Long Chen knew that the Snow Spirit King would not let the matter go so easily even though he seemed to be easygoing. In this world, only battle was something that Long Chen was not afraid of. Come on. He suddenly laughed heartily. His feet moved, and he dashed out of the sovereign spirit city like a goose towards the vast plains outside the city. The Snow Spirit King's eyes lit up. A knowing smile appeared on his lips, but it was soon drowned by a strong battle intent. How can someone I want escape from me? Follow me to conquer the world. The Snow Spirit King shouted in his heart. He was surrounded by the blizzard as he chased after Long Chen. Who is it? The Holy Snow Spirit Army guarding the city instantly noticed the commotion. There were actually people who had escaped from the city walls. Just as they were about to give chase, a familiar figure suddenly appeared, descending from the sky. The Holy Snow Spirit Army was dumbfounded. There weren't many among them who were qualified to see the Snow Spirit King's true appearance. At this moment, the Snow Spirit King's figure appeared in the sky. Holy Snow Spirit Army, heed my orders. I'll be sparring with a friend. You all continue to defend the city and stay far away. It was indeed the familiar voice of the Snow Spirit King. Upon hearing this, the Holy Snow Spirit Army returned to their positions, but their hearts were boiling with excitement. It was rumored that the Holy Snow Spirit King was a peerless genius, and might even possess a sovereign spiritual pulse. However, not many people had seen him in action. Today, he was actually sparring with someone outside the city. This was simply unprecedented news in the great spiritual city. At this moment, the eyes of the Holy Snow Spirit Army were burning with passion as they looked at the figure that was surrounded by snow. That shining armor was the symbol of the Snow Spirit King. It was the primordial Tao treasure that Ling Huang had bestowed upon him. The Holy Snow Divine Armor was the primordial Tao treasure that Ling Huang had used for many years when he was young. Till now, no one had managed to break it. The news spread to the great spiritual city very quickly. The entire great spiritual city was in an uproar as night turned into day. A large number of people rushed towards the city gates. Of course, only a portion of the people could climb up the walls of the great spiritual city. Therefore, even though there were many people gathered here, there weren't many who could actually see it. What's going on? Why is the Snow Spirit King sparring with someone? Who's his opponent? Who has such a great reputation? Oh my God, the Snow Spirit King is making a move. Such a perfect man, he'll definitely not lose. That's for sure. In the entire Spirit Clan, no one within 1,000 years can be a match for the Snow Spirit King. It's rumored that the Snow Spirit King is about to enter the 3 reincarnation tribulations realm. Today, he's probably trying to stimulate himself to advance. Just who's the lucky one to be the Snow Spirit King's opponent? This matter was getting bigger and bigger. Long Chen, who was previously unknown, suddenly entered the public's attention. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Firstly, no one knew Long Chen. Secondly, no matter how they looked at it, Long Chen didn't seem to be in the reincarnation tribulations realm. Why would the Snow Spirit King choose such a person to be his opponent? He's actually from the Blood Spirit Clan. The Blood Spirit Clan had a very low status in the Spirit Clan. For a moment, many people were suspicious of Long Chen's identity. In fact, even the members of the Blood Spirit Clan didn't know who he was. But in fact, if one investigated deeper, it wasn't difficult to guess Long Chen's identity. This was because he didn't use an alias. And everyone in the Dragon God domain knew that the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor was named Long Chen. Of course, there were countless people named Long Chen in this world. It was just that the characteristics of the blood-weeping dragon soul were too obvious. When the supreme spiritual city was filled with people, Long Chen had already started fighting with the Snow Spirit King. One had to admit that this guy was definitely a terrifying opponent. Although Long Chen had finished off Bai Tai, it was still very difficult for him to fight against this guy. The Snow Spirit King entered an absolute battle state. Blizzard Hell. He floated in the air and spread his arms. Instantly, the domain of ice and snow around him expanded endlessly. In a short moment, everything within sight was covered by a world of ice and snow. The world was almost only left with the color of ice. Long Chen looked around and saw nothing but ice mountains. Endless snow danced in the air, and the temperature dropped to the extreme. Even with a physique like Long Chen's, he still felt the bone-chilling cold. The snowflakes were like the sharpest blades. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the entire world, a blizzard danced. The Snow Spirit King hid in this world of storms and achieved an effect similar to invisibility. Long Chen couldn't find his position for a moment. However, there were fanatical cheers coming from the periphery. Clearly, they were shocked by the Snow Spirit King's capabilities. There were also the voices of countless women cheering for the Snow Spirit King. It was as if the Snow Spirit King was the only ruler in their world. He was the most beautiful dream in their hearts. Defeat him, our king. Long Chen heard such cheers. Are you ready? The gentle voice of the Snow Spirit King rang in Long Chen's ears. Long Chen didn't say much, but he was ready. At this moment, the storm struck. The Snow Spirit King has made his move. The women screamed at the top of their lungs. Rumble. Those hundreds of thousands of snowflakes suddenly stopped in the air. Under the sweep of a snow-colored power, they turned into extremely sharp snowflake blades. These snowflakes shimmered with a frightening cold light. The power contained in each snowflake was similar to that of an ancient Tao weapon. At this moment, the Snow Spirit King appeared 1,000 meters in front of Long Chen. His body shone brightly like a god that had descended to the mortal world. His perfect appearance made the women scream again. At this moment, the Snow Spirit King was actually dancing. Thousands of snowflakes danced with the Snow Spirit King. Long Chen blushed with shame. He really couldn't imagine that a man could actually dance so beautifully. Even another man would be easily bewitched. Those women, thousands of them, were screaming their lives out. They had already gone crazy. They couldn't wait to rush out of Supreme Spiritual City and die in the Snow Spirit King's snowflakes. Snow, dance. The Snow Spirit King's clear voice rang out across the entire sky. This was a spirit art from the Snow Spirit tribe. The beauty of the Snow Spirit tribe was ranked in the top 3 among the major spirit tribes. Both men and women in the tribe were exquisite and extraordinary. The Snow Spirit King was the cream of the crop, but he had the supreme demeanor of the sacred spirit tribe. He was a graceful king. Those hundreds of thousands of snowflakes danced with him. Under his control, Long Chen had a feeling that the Snow Spirit King was using those snowflakes to create an effect similar to the blood-weeping dragon soul. This was going to be a clash of strength. At this moment, the Snow Spirit King's eyes flashed with a cold light. Suddenly, the countless snowflakes let out a shrill cry and moved in unison. Hundreds of thousands of snowflakes rushed towards Long Chen. In an instant, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The mountains shook. Extraordinary ability. Long Chen's eyes were calm. He was sent flying by the countless killing weapons. At this moment, he opened his arms and surrounded himself with a sky full of blood. In an instant, he turned into a blood cocoon with a diameter of dozens of meters. Under his deliberate concealment, not many people could see his true self. Blood-weeping dragon soul, 300,000 blood-weeping dragon souls burst out. Those endless snowflakes were already shocking enough, but when 300,000 little dragons rushed out of Long Chen's body, everyone in the Supreme Spirit City was stunned. Those little dragons were brimming with killing intent. Although they were small, they were like primordial beasts. The roars of their small bodies could shake the heavens and earth, not to mention the 300,000 blood-weeping dragon souls combined together. In an instant, the densely packed blood-weeping dragon souls made everyone's scalp go numb. Long Chen's blood boiled. The Snow Spirit King was right. It was rare to meet a worthy opponent. Why not fight? In the Dragon God domain, Long Chen was almost invincible. And in the Spirit God domain, he swam among the countless blood-weeping dragon souls like a king. Outside the supreme spiritual city, the endless snowflakes and the blood mist formed by the massacre dragons collided with each other at this moment, emitting a horrifying sound of battle. The snowflakes were as sharp as ancient Tao treasures. The slaughter dragons were full of vigor and weren't weak at all. Snow Spirit King will win. Inside the supreme spirit city, countless girls cheered enthusiastically. Long Chen was getting excited. He used the blood-weeping dragon souls to devour the snowflake blades. The battle between the two was incomparably tragic. You've lost. The Snow Spirit King smiled. Chapter 1917. However, Long Chen didn't think so. The other party's strength far surpassed his, but the blood-sobbing dragon was the ancestral dragon's mystique. How could the slaughter dragon and the blood-sobbing dragon be defeated so easily? Boom! Boom! The intense battle almost made people forget that it was just a battle between two young people. They also forgot that Long Chen hadn't reached the Samsara realm yet. Break! The Snow Spirit King's clear voice sounded again. He accumulated a large amount of power and attacked. The blood-sobbing dragon was forced to retreat. The Snow Spirit King is about to win. Tens of thousands of women exclaimed in excitement. Their eyes were filled with fanaticism, and they had completely lost themselves. They probably wouldn't hesitate to die for the Snow Spirit King. Long Chen was very calm. He calmly advanced while surrounded by countless blood-sobbing dragon. However, when the blood-sobbing dragon was no match for the snowflake army, Long Chen waved his left hand. Eternal instant. The Void Infinity Dragon's time power swept out for the first time. For a moment, the entire battlefield was under Long Chen's control. Long Chen didn't use time power to control the Snow Spirit King. He just controlled all the sharp snowflakes in that short instant. At this critical moment, the blood-sobbing dragon swarmed over and tore the snowflakes into pieces, swallowing them. In that short instant, the Snow Spirit King could only frown as he watched more than half of his snowflakes disappear under the blood-sobbing dragon's frenzied devouring. Break! The Snow Spirit King broke the eternal instant's restraint. Unfortunately, the snow dance had already been broken by Long Chen. He could only gather the remaining snowflakes into his body again. Long Chen had used the blood-sobbing dragon to repel the other party, which had also consumed a lot of power. The slaughter dragon returned to his body, which could replenish the power he had consumed. For a moment, the battlefield became quiet. The onlookers were also dumbfounded. The Snow Spirit King seemed to be at a disadvantage in that instant. To them, this was unbelievable. In the hearts of the spirit race, the Snow Spirit King would forever be the new king of the spirit race. At this moment, the Snow Spirit King was looking at Long Chen quietly with a pair of pure white eyes. No one could tell what he was thinking. You're really not bad. You're even stronger than I thought. I can't believe the blood spirit race actually produced someone like you. Long Chen said, do we still need to continue? Although the Snow Spirit King seemed peaceful, he was actually extremely arrogant. In his world, he probably didn't think that anyone in the same generation as him could defeat him. After all, he had a paragon spiritual pulse. He was a peerless emperor who stood above the heavenly spiritual pulse. Of course. He was wearing a primordial Taoist artifact and only using the spirit spells of the Snow Spirit clan. However, the most powerful thing about him was not the Snow Spirit clan's bloodline, but Ling Huang's spirit venerable bloodline. Su Nu was gone, and Venerable Spirit was the only immemorial god of the Spirit clan. Seeing the two of them fighting again, the crowd went wild again. The Snow Spirit King had been at a disadvantage just now. This time, he could definitely counterattack. Those familiar with the Snow Spirit King knew that it was just a small demonstration. Let's compare primordial Tao treasures. The Snow Spirit King's clear voice swept across. Sure. Long Chen's god-slaying sword was already boiling. However, Little Skeleton had not woken up yet. He probably couldn't use the Eye of Hell today. But he wasn't afraid. As expected, the Snow Spirit King also had an attack-type primordial Tao treasure. To be able to subdue two Tao spirits at such a young age was really not easy. At this moment, he was floating in the air. Amidst the endless snowflakes and light, he was like the sun in the dark night. He suddenly raised his right hand above his head and chanted loudly, "Listen to my command, Snow Demon, come quickly." Hearing this, there was a series of screams from the supreme spiritual city. Rumble. The ground shook and the frozen ground cracked open, forming a huge crack. There was actually an endless abyss under the ground. The abyss was filled with endless ice. At this moment, a terrifying beast roar rushed out from the endless abyss. The ground shook even more violently. At the last moment, the ground exploded and a huge, snow-colored beast rushed out from the abyss. It was a humanoid beast, but completely made of ice. It had a huge head and bloodshot eyes. It was extremely violent. It was just an illusion. Hearing the Snow Spirit King's command, it exploded, turning into countless ice particles that formed a 2-meter-long frost battle spear in the Snow Spirit King's left hand. There were hundreds of Tao markings on the frost battle spear. Clearly, this was a primordial Tao treasure. With this primordial Tao treasure in hand, the Snow Spirit King descended and said, "This is the primordial Tao treasure, Snow Seal. Its Tao spirit is the Snow Demon. The Snow Demon grew up with me. You can test its strength." With the Snow Seal, all the Tao treasures in the world lost their color. With this primordial Tao treasure in hand, the Snow Spirit King's battle strength had indeed risen to another level. Long Chen did not linger any longer. His god-slaying sword appeared in his hand. It did not have the brilliance of the Snow Seal, nor did it have the grandeur of the Snow Demon. However, the god-slaying sword was cold and bloodthirsty. One look and you could tell that it was an ultimate killing weapon. Ding! The two Tao treasures clashed. Feeling the malice of the other, they both shook. The battle of the primordial Tao treasures was even more exciting. Speaking of which, who is this blood spirit? He even has an primordial Tao treasure. His identity is probably not simple. Could he be the son of the blood spirit race's leader? I don't think so. None of his sons are that strong. Or perhaps he is the son of the blood spirit tower's tower master. Everyone was guessing at Long Chen's identity. At this time, Long Chen's fighting spirit was high. He fought with his opponent again. This time, it was a battle of primordial Tao treasures. The god-slaying sword against the Snow Demon, Snow Seal. Its name was Snow Seal. As the name suggested, this frost battle spear had a terrifying sealing ability. Any random attack would bring about a great sealing effect. In fact, if one was stabbed by it, their entire body would be frozen, rendering them unable to move. The Snow Spirit King waved his slender snow seal. He was from the spirit race and was not good at close combat. But now he was fighting hand-to-hand with Long Chen. It was just that his movements were too beautiful compared to Long Chen's. Every time the snow seal was waved, a sealing spirit design would be formed. These restrictive arrays restricted Long Chen's movements and were extremely difficult to deal with. The other party's primordial Tao artifact was not any weaker than the god-slaying sword. The battle spear made of ice clashed with the god-slaying sword again and again, and for the time being, it did not show any signs of being defeated. Long Chen's close combat skills were already unrivaled. Once he used the massacre sword art, he was like a crazy demon. Each move of the massacre sword art was stronger than the last. At the start, the Snow Spirit King could still use the Snow Seal to suppress Long Chen. But as the battle continued, another shocking reversal occurred: 80 swords. The god-slaying sword soared into the sky and the horrifying massacre sword Qi slashed out. The Snow Spirit King was forced to retreat. He was one of the best in close combat among the spirit race, but compared to Long Chen, he was still a long way off. His only advantage was his immense strength, which was enough to crush Long Chen. Long Chen struck out another 20 swords, making people feel his terror. Many of their mouths were agape as they watched him beat back the Snow Spirit King. As for the young girls, they started cursing. On Long Chen's body, the spirit refinement fire was already burning. Every battle was very useful to him, especially when he was fighting against an evenly matched expert 108 swords. Back then, he had only used 103 swords to kill Bai Tai. But now, Long Chen had used all 108 swords. This sword descended from the sky like a meteor. In an instant, the sword Qi shot up into the sky. No one could stand against it. The Snow Spirit King's eyes were cold. He used the Snow Seal to cast a large-scale spiritual skill, but it was broken by Long Chen's sword 109 swords. With another sweep of the sword, the ferocious attack broke through the limits of the Snow Spirit King. The Snow Spirit King was shocked and hurriedly used the primordial Tao treasure in his hand to block. The power of Long Chen's sword could no longer be described as horrifying. Rumble. Most of the people saw a scene that they did not want to see. Long Chen's god-slaying sword slashed the Snow Seal on the Snow Spirit King. Instantly, the Holy Snow Divine Armor emitted a strong light, blocking the attack. But the strong force still sent the Snow Spirit King flying. He landed on the ground with a loud thud, kicking up a large amount of dust. The originally handsome and perfect man had such a wretched side to him. For a moment, his admirers could not believe it. To them, the Snow Spirit King was invincible. How is this possible? The Snow Spirit King has the upper hand. It can't be like this. It can't be. The crowd began to shout. I know. This guy from the Blood Spirit race is very good at close combat, but the Snow Spirit King is not. The Snow Spirit King has not used his strongest spiritual technique of the Holy Spirit race. He is invincible. He was just testing the combat power of the Blood Spirit race. The real show is about to begin. Instantly, this point of view was acknowledged by everyone. Long Chen could not help but smile bitterly. They had guessed correctly. To a large extent, the Snow Spirit King was indeed testing his strength. Although the massacring sword art had slashed at him, it had been completely blocked by his Holy Snow Divine Armor. He had not suffered any damage at all. Rumble. The Snow Spirit King's figure rushed into the sky again. His body shone with divine light. There was no sign of defeat, but his eyes were much colder. It seemed like his desire to win had been aroused. Everyone had a desire to win. Long Chen was no exception. The Snow Spirit King wanted to win now. He was basically a very indifferent person. You are qualified to be my opponent. If you can take this move, I will admire you, the Snow Spirit King shouted. Hearing this, the crowd's hearts tightened again. Long Chen could only smile bitterly. In fact, he had exhausted all his tricks. He could not use the Eye of Hell. If the Snow Spirit King used his strongest attack, he could only hide. The Snow Spirit King landed on the ground twice. He did not hold back. The power of the Holy Spirit race. The ultimate spiritual technique. He formed a seal with his hands, and a huge golden throne appeared behind him. The Snow Spirit King looked down on the world and was extremely terrifying. He stared at Long Chen and shouted softly, "From the sky, the city of dawn, descend." Chapter 1918. Indeed, he had yet to unleash his full power. This move was called City of Dawn, and it was a famous spiritual technique of the Holy Spirit tribe. Whenever someone used it, it would shake the entire universe. The Snow Spirit King was able to use City of Dawn at this time because of the Holy Snow Divine Armor he was wearing. By using the power of the Holy Snow Divine Armor, he had successfully executed this terrifying move. His body emitted a blinding light. In an instant, the night sky turned into day. At least within a radius of 10 miles, it was much brighter than day. This handsome man, who was like the sun, was surrounded by countless runes and turned into a snow-white cocoon. Sanskrit chants could be heard coming from his direction. The chants grew louder and louder. At first, it sounded like a fly flapping its wings, but towards the end, it became deafening. Even the martialists in the sovereign spiritual city were shocked by the chants. Generally speaking, among the spirit tribe, the spirit techniques that required Sanskrit chanting were the best. Long Chen was the one who had to face the full brunt of the chants. Impressive. His blood-red eyes stared at the Snow Spirit King against the countless rays of light. His gaze pierced through the blinding light and landed on the handsome man. "I have to admit that I can't withstand this move." Long Chen could sense that this spiritual technique, which was executed with the help of the Holy Snow Divine Armor, had completely surpassed the strength that the Snow Spirit King had displayed previously. At this moment, the Snow Spirit King finished accumulating his power. He extended his finger and pointed to the sky above Long Chen's head. A light arrow shot out from his finger and shot into the clouds, piercing into the thick clouds. All of his power was gathered at that spot. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion occurred in the sky. Rumble. Countless dark clouds spread out in all directions. Even as everyone cried out in alarm, the image of a huge city formed entirely of light appeared in the sky. It pressed down on Long Chen. It was a perfect sovereign spiritual city. It was exactly the same as the sovereign spiritual city. Such a huge city shone with snow-white light, and the area covered by the white light expanded again. Long Chen raised his head. In front of this city, he seemed so insignificant. Even though the true size of the City of Dawn was less than 1/100th of the real sovereign spiritual city, it was still very terrifying. Especially the sealing energy rippling on the surface of the City of Dawn, it was even more terrifying. If I'm hit head-on, I'll be suppressed by the City of Dawn. If no one comes to my rescue, I won't be able to escape. Long Chen saw it very clearly. This was an upper-class spiritual technique from the spirit tribe. It could only be described as terrifying. At least for now, he did not have the confidence to destroy the City of Dawn. At this moment, the Snow Spirit King was standing beside the City of Dawn. His eyes were cold as he used the City of Dawn, which was surrounded by light to suppress Long Chen. At the critical moment, Long Chen entered the River of Time and used the Time Dragon. His entire body disappeared from the public sight. Only a few people could see him. He swam in the River of Time and escaped from the City of Dawn as quickly as possible. Snow Spirit King, defeat him. Countless shouts came from all directions like mockery. Long Chen could sense their evil intentions. The only person they recognized was the Snow Spirit King. Therefore, they could not accept the Snow Spirit King's defeat. The City of Dawn was created by the Snow Spirit King to stabilize his image. He had put in a lot of effort. If I continue to fight with him like this, both of us will suffer. Previously, I had the upper hand and he has lost all of his face. This will greatly affect his reputation in the Supreme Spirit City and the Spirit Clan. I don't want to become enemies with this fellow. There's no need to force myself to defeat him and ruin his reputation, making him angry out of humiliation. At this thought, Long Chen immediately reacted. This was a critical moment. The City of Dawn had arrived, and the sky and earth lost their color. The Spirit Tribe cheered wildly. They looked forward to the Snow Spirit King's chance to turn the tables. The legend in their hearts could not be defeated, and their faith could not be destroyed. At this moment, Long Chen stopped using the Time Dragon. If he wanted to escape, it was not impossible, but it was meaningless. He had also passed the stage of being competitive. When the City of Dawn descended, Long Chen raised his hands and said, "I admit defeat." If he did not admit defeat, it would be a battle to the death. There was no need at all. The spirit race was in an uproar upon hearing this, but at least they were comforted. This kid from the blood spirit race had finally been scared off by the Snow Spirit King. Now that they had won the battle, they let out sighs of relief. The Snow Spirit King is mighty and domineering. He is indeed invincible. Yes, how many people in the world are as talented as him? This monster from the Blood Spirit Tribe can only beg for mercy in front of the Snow Spirit King. Didn't you see how arrogant he was just now? He made the Snow Spirit King retreat again and again. I think he will die if he doesn't admit defeat. This guy is smart. He knows that his life is important. After hearing Long Chen admit defeat, the Snow Spirit King hesitated for a moment. In the end, he did not let the City of Dawn descend. Under the Snow Spirit King's control, the huge sealed city gradually turned into dust and dissipated into the air. In the sky, his long white hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were as white as snow, and he looked like a god descending. Seeing such a moving scene, the women of the Spirit Tribe were once again infatuated with him. They screamed crazily. The Snow Spirit King ruled the world. He had fought with Long Chen to test Long Chen's strength and to convince Long Chen to submit to him. Now that Long Chen had admitted defeat, he had achieved his goal. The Snow Spirit King ignored the crowd and floated in the air. He said in a clear voice, "Your strength is not bad. It's almost the same as mine. It's really admirable." Long Chen laughed at such compliments. He casually said, "How is it almost the same? I'm not a match for the Snow Spirit King's City of Dawn." At this time, many people were curious about Long Chen's identity. The Snow Spirit King frowned slightly. He felt that Long Chen was not convinced by him. Long Chen was also a rebellious person. It seemed that he could not be too hasty. He would not give up so easily. At this time, he looked at the Spirit Tribe members in the Supreme Spiritual City. Basically, everyone in the Supreme Spirit City had witnessed this battle. The Snow Spirit King was silent for a moment before he said, "I have to thank you for today. After fighting with you, I have vaguely touched the edge of the 3 talents tribulation. In half a year, I will definitely break through to the 3 talents tribulation realm. I believe that even the people of the 5 great dragon cities and the 4 great demonic ancestral cities have not reached this realm at the same age." The Snow Spirit King's words caused an even greater uproar in the Supreme Spiritual City. In an instant, they were shouting the Snow Spirit King's name even more crazily. Among them, the women were even more frenzied. They could not wait to devote themselves to the Snow Spirit King. However, the Snow Spirit King had always been pure. Until today, no one had seen him dote on any woman. It was indeed impressive for him to reach the 3 talents tribulation realm at his age. When he reached that realm, Long Chen would be even less of a match for him. However, Long Chen also had to thank him. After fighting with him, he could roughly feel that he would be able to break through to the next realm in 10 days at most and face the Tai Chi deity. At that time, his strength would also increase exponentially. He might even become stronger than the Snow Spirit King. Of course, there was no need to say this out loud. Almost everyone in the Supreme Spiritual City had forgotten about this battle. Instead, they were excited about the Snow Spirit King's breakthrough. Half a year might be a long time for Long Chen, but to them, it was just the blink of an eye. They were shouting the Snow Spirit King's name as if they were facing their own faith. The Snow Spirit King landed beside Long Chen. There was no longer any hostility in his eyes, only modesty towards a friend. His tone was sincere as he said, "I invite you once again to fight with me. I have many things that you desire. If you follow me, you will be able to excavate your potential to the greatest extent. You can become the peerless war god of the spirit race in the future. A beautiful future awaits you. I will give you everything that I have. Can you stay in the Supreme Spiritual City and accompany me?" His voice was very soft and thin. Outsiders could not hear him at all. His eyes were eager and sincere. He had proposed conditions that would make anyone go crazy, but why did Long Chen feel disgusted? He could not tell what was disgusting. He just felt that it was a little strange. "Chen, in the great virtual realm," Lingxi said strangely, "why does this man seem to like you?" She was a woman, so her senses were more acute. Long Chen almost vomited blood. He had no interest in playing this kind of joke with Lingxi. The Snow Spirit King was just eager, but he could not agree to it. Therefore, he said, "Sorry, I have something important to do in the demon race. It concerns the life of an important friend of mine." The Snow Spirit King's disappointment was obvious when he rejected him so decisively. He said, "All right, I'll go back and rest. I'll send you the pass in about 3 days." With that, his long robes fluttered as he left Long Chen's line of sight. In the sky, the blizzard Kunpeng descended. The Snow Spirit King returned to the blizzard Kunpeng amidst the cheers of countless people. Only then did the storm of the night gradually dissipate. "That's great." Long Chen thought that he could not get the pass and could only rely on the goddess's heart to force his way through. He did not expect the Snow Spirit King to say that he would send it to him in 3 days. This meant that he could leave immediately. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. After more than 10 days in the Supreme Spiritual City, he could finally leave. Once the Snow Spirit King left, many people followed the blizzard Kunpeng back to the Supreme Spiritual City. Long Chen caught the attention of many people. However, the Snow Spirit King seemed to be on good terms with him, so no one would find trouble with him. Many people were curious about him. Chapter 1919. By the time they checked into the Sovereign Inn, it was almost daybreak. After recuperating for a while, Long Chen prepared to break through to the Taiji God realm. Ling Shi, on the other hand, set up a spiritual contact formation. Of course, the Supreme Inn was the place where the Holy Snow Spirit Army received their guests. Both inside and outside the inn, the Holy Snow Spirit Army was stationed there. Basically, no one would disturb them. As for danger, there was no such thing. Ling Shi tilted her head and said, "Big Brother Chen, if this Snow Spirit King wanted to give us the pass, why didn't he send someone to deliver it to us? Instead, he wanted him to personally deliver it 3 days later. No matter how I look at it, this guy seems a little petty." Long Chen adjusted his breathing and said, "I'm afraid he wants to give it to me in person to make it seem like I owe him a favor. I guess he'll try to keep me then. Is he that desperate for talent?" Lingxi was speechless. Although Long Chen was outstanding, the Snow Spirit King seemed to have made a big fuss in order to keep him. It was noisy outside. Long Chen opened the window and saw tens of thousands of spirit race women making a ruckus below. Some even had conflicts with the Holy Snow Spirit Army. Lingxi also came to the window and said helplessly, "Are these women crazy? Tens of thousands of them are following one man. Chen, he's much more charming than you. Lingxi teased. These women should have known that the Snow Spirit King would visit Long Chen again. After all, Long Chen was his honored guest. In order to see the Snow Spirit King again, they had started fighting for territory last night. They surrounded the sovereign inn and blocked it. Facing these crazy women, even the Snow Spirit King couldn't do anything. These were all beautiful girls who were the Snow Spirit King's pursuers. They were just surrounding the outside, so the Holy Snow Spirit Army couldn't do anything to them. When will His Highness Snow Spirit King come? I'm looking forward to seeing him again. He was so handsome last night. How can there be such a perfect person in the world? If I can get his favor, I'm willing to die right now. For a moment, all the fanatical women were talking nonsense, immersed in a wonderful fantasy. To them, this man was an omnipotent god. The spirit race had always been a race that pursued beauty. Even a random building was magnificent. A beautiful man could also make them go crazy. Long Chen was strong and talented, but in their hearts, compared to the perfect Snow Spirit King, Long Chen was worse than shit. Amidst the clamor of these women, 3 days passed. Long Chen was concentrating on his cultivation when suddenly, there was a commotion outside. A strong gust of wind blew. There should be a giant beast in the sky. The Snow Spirit King rode the blizzard Kunpeng to the sky above the sovereign inn. The women below finally saw the Snow Spirit King, and they went crazy again, shouting with all their might. If it weren't for the Holy Snow Spirit Army maintaining order, they would have long since charged at the blizzard Kunpeng. Long Chen opened the door and appeared on a balcony. Lingxi came out as well. Bai Tai was dead, and the Snow Spirit King wasn't interested in her, so there was no need for her to hide. Raising her head, she saw a young monarch under the blizzard Kunpeng, surrounded by a few spirit generals, heading towards Long Chen. This young monarch was the Snow Spirit King. The appearance of the Snow Spirit King caused a huge commotion, and more people gathered here. Of course, no matter who it was, they couldn't get past those fanatical pursuers. The Snow Spirit King was dressed up especially well, and his beautiful face had the women below completely mesmerized. He was surrounded by snowflakes, looking cold and noble. Surrounded by experts, the Snow Spirit King arrived in front of Long Chen. The women below almost suffocated when they saw this scene. This was the closest the Snow Spirit King had come to them. Everyone, please be quiet. The Snow Spirit King's clear voice rang out. The women who were still shouting shut their mouths. However, their eyes shone even brighter. Only then did the Snow Spirit King look at Long Chen. He ordered the spirit generals behind him to retreat, and the spirit generals surrounded him from afar to protect him. At this time, the Snow Spirit King said, 3 days have passed, and you've recovered completely. It seems like you've made great progress. Long Chen had to be careful when dealing with this guy. He smiled and said, not really. No matter how great the progress is, it can't compare to the Snow Spirit King, who is about to step into the 3 talents reincarnation realm, right? The Snow Spirit King's smile was like a spring breeze, and it was very comfortable. His gaze only stopped on Lingxi for a moment, and finally landed on Long Chen. He took out 2 pure white tokens, with the word Spirit on the left and Demon on the right. It was proof that they were passes to the Spirit God realm and Demon God realm. I'll give you what we agreed on. Take these 2 passes to the North Gate, and someone will naturally let you through. You can leave the Supreme Spirit City then. The Snow Spirit King's movements were elegant, and he was a natural nobleman. Long Chen took the pass from him. There was no problem with the pass, but he hadn't expected the Snow Spirit King to be so polite. He seemed to have underestimated the Snow Spirit King. He said, in that case, thank you, Snow Spirit King. If you need any help in the future, I will not refuse. He didn't want to become enemies with the Snow Spirit King. As they spoke, the people below couldn't see. They only saw the Snow Spirit King give the pass to Long Chen. The fact that Long Chen could stand so close to the Snow Spirit King made the women jealous. After giving the pass, the Snow Spirit King didn't leave, but said, "I have already found out your identity. I didn't expect you to not be from the spirit race, but have such a shocking background. No wonder you have such strength. This humble one is very impressed." Long Chen's identity wasn't difficult to find out. In truth, he was about to leave the spirit god realm and didn't care about this. He said, "Coming to the spirit race, I can only disguise myself like this. I hope the Snow Spirit King won't leak my identity." The Snow Spirit King chuckled. "Of course not. Since you don't want to follow me, we can still be friends. I'm not capable enough to make you submit, but that might not be the case in the future." He was confident in himself. He then said, "You're leaving soon. It's rare for us to meet, so I have a gift for you." He took out another item. It was a mysterious pearl about the size of a thumb. It was transparent and filled with liquid, but it was impossible to tell what it was in the short term. "This is just a small gift for your wife. For her, this thing will be very useful." As he spoke, he was about to hand the transparent pearl over to Lingxi. Lingxi didn't dare to take it, so Long Chen stopped in front of Lingxi and refused. "Snow Spirit King, the pass is already the best gift you can give us. We can't accept anything else. Besides, we don't have anything on us to give you in return. As the saying goes, don't accept undeserved rewards. We can't accept this gift." The Snow Spirit King turned solemn. "Looks like Brother Long Chen isn't going to give me face. I've already taken out the gift, and the people of the Supreme Spirit City are watching. You want me to take it back?" After saying that, he waved his hand, and the transparent bead slowly moved in the air. Layers of ice covered it, and when it reached Long Chen's hand, it had already turned into a ball of ice, and the transparent bead was sealed inside. "Long Chen, why don't you trust me?" The Snow Spirit King looked helpless when he saw that Long Chen was about to take the gift back. Long Chen pondered for a moment. He was not giving face to the Snow Spirit King and the City Lord of the Supreme Spirit City. It would be troublesome if the Snow Spirit King changed his mind and didn't allow him to leave. He asked, "May I know what this is?" The Snow Spirit King smiled. "It suits your wife very well. This is the reincarnation heart. I hope we can meet again." After saying that, he took the spiritual general and rose into the sky, returning to the Blizzard Imperial Palace of the Blizzard Kunpeng. As he left, the passionate screams of the tens of thousands of women accompanied him. In an instant, the Supreme Spirit City became lively again. Long Chen didn't leave immediately. He placed the reincarnation heart on the table and studied it with Lingxi. "What exactly is the reincarnation heart?" "It seemed to be something very good." Lingxi said, "If he's a good person and said it's very useful to me, and it's called the reincarnation heart, I think it might be related to the reincarnation tribulation realm." Long Chen was speechless. Could it be that this thing can help you enter the reincarnation tribulation realm directly? If that was the case, it would be very precious. If he accepted such a precious gift, Long Chen didn't have anything else to return to the Snow Spirit King for the time being. It wasn't a good thing to accept someone's kindness and owe them a favor for no reason. "I'll ask them first." Long Chen stood to the side and asked the sacred spirits with the star talismans. They must know what the reincarnation heart was. Lingxi stared curiously at the heart of Samsara, pondering over what exactly was going on with it. Without understanding what it was, it would not be good for them to rashly bring it out of the spirit god region. Otherwise, there would definitely be trouble. On the other side, Long Chen was already talking to the sacred spirits. He told them about the battle last night. The reincarnation heart. Goddess Heart and the others were shocked. The sacred spirit said, "This thing is so precious. Why would he suddenly give it to you?" Long Chen asked, "Sister Sacred Spirit, what is the effect of the reincarnation heart?" The sacred spirit said, "The one origin reincarnation tribulation realm needs to go through 100 reincarnations to form the reincarnation heart. If you have the reincarnation heart first, then reaching the one origin reincarnation tribulation realm won't be a problem. It's the only way to quickly enter the reincarnation tribulation realm. Your human races do also use the reincarnation heart to reach the reincarnation tribulation realm. The reincarnation heart can save a lot of energy. If little she uses it now, it won't be a problem for her to reach the reincarnation tribulation realm." Long Chen knew in his heart that he couldn't accept this kind of thing. The sacred spirit suddenly said, "If you want to return it to him, you must do it quickly. The reincarnation heart has its own consciousness. It will automatically find people who are about to reach the reincarnation tribulation realm and enter their bodies." At this point, Lingxi suddenly said anxiously, "Chen, the ice has melted." Chapter 1920. The sacred spirit's words and Ling Xi's reminder caused Long Chen to be stunned for a moment. He immediately severed the connection with the star talisman and looked at the samsara heart. At this moment, the ice on the surface of the reincarnation heart had completely disappeared. The seemingly ordinary pearl actually began to shine brightly, and an eye suddenly appeared on the surface of the transparent pearl. The eye was filled with hallucination, and it was currently staring fixedly at Ling Xi. It has its own consciousness, and can automatically enter the body of someone who is about to face the first origin tribulation and help them pass the tribulation. The sacred spirit's information flashed in Long Chen's mind. He naturally knew that the samsara heart had its eyes on Lingxi. Although it was great news that Lingxi could safely pass the first origin tribulation and enter the samsara realm, it didn't seem appropriate for her to go to the demon immortal region soon. Long Chen hastily made a move to collect the reincarnation heart. He had originally thought that his speed was already fast enough, but the reincarnation heart was even faster, so much so that it surpassed Long Chen's imagination. This was a divine object of the heavens and earth, and it was extremely miraculous. After that eyeball locked onto Ling Xi, it could no longer move away. In the blink of an eye, the samsara heart disappeared from the table. Lingxi took a few steps back and used the 8 celestial swords to resist, but the samsara heart still appeared between her eyebrows and quickly fused with it. "Chen," Lingxi only had time to call out one last time. Her whole body was enveloped by a pure light, and the samsara aura began to sweep her body. Long Chen arrived in front of her and hugged her, who was on the verge of collapse. He said anxiously, "Little Xi, how do you feel now?" Lingxi said, "A little dizzy, and my strength is increasing very quickly. I'm afraid I'm about to face the first origin tribulation." The samsara heart had already taken effect. No matter how chaotic Long Chen's heart was, he knew that the most important thing now was to let Lingxi transcend the tribulation in peace. After all, there was no turning back. "Chen, you don't have to worry. With my current strength, it's actually very easy for me to pass through the 100 reincarnations. With the help of the reincarnation heart, there's basically no chance of me failing. I can feel the goodwill of the reincarnation heart towards me. It's kind enough to help me. It's just a pity that this unforeseen event might affect your journey again," Lingxi said in a wronged manner. Long Chen comforted him, "It's fine. The only thing you need to do is to transcend the tribulation in peace. I will naturally take care of the other matters. You must succeed. I will wait for you to become a reincarnation tribulation expert. Remember what I said. You must succeed. I will take care of everything else." Since it had already happened, it would only distract Lingxi. She was the most important woman in Long Chen's heart, so Long Chen would never want anything to happen to her. "Alright, I'm definitely fine with it," Lingxi said firmly. This also made Long Chen feel a little more at ease. In fact, Long Chen was very relieved. Even if Lingxi couldn't make it in the future, he still had the God-favored spiritual liquid. If she took it, there would be even more no problem. The effects of the samsara heart were actually similar to the first drop of the God-favored spiritual liquid. At the moment, there was no need for it. The situation was urgent, and there was no time to go anywhere else. Lingxi sat cross-legged on the bed and formed a seal with both hands. She began to experience the 100 reincarnations to obtain the power that came from the samsara heart. A layer of white light surrounded Lingxi. In the white holy light, she looked like a fairy walking out of a painting. Hazy and beautiful. Seeing her gradually enter the state, Long Chen clenched his fists tightly. The Snow Spirit King gave me the samsara heart, but he didn't tell me that it had such an effect. Clearly, he wants Lingxi to pass the first origin tribulation immediately. This might seem like a great thing, but I can't move Lingxi or disturb her during this time. I can't go to the demon immortal region during this time. A first origin tribulation requires 100 reincarnations. Geniuses can pass it in half a month, but ordinary people need a few months to half a year. Doesn't this mean that I have to stay in the Supreme Spirit City during this time? Then what's the use of my pass? Although the Snow Spirit King had given Lingxi benefits, Long Chen was very angry because he had been tricked. In order to force him to stay, the Snow Spirit King had actually thought of such a method, even taking out something as precious as the samsara heart. The Snow Spirit King had paid so much to subdue him, but Long Chen had never liked being forced to make a choice. At first, he thought that the Snow Spirit King wasn't bad, but now, he felt a little disgusted. Fortunately, nothing would happen to Lingxi. With her current state, it shouldn't be difficult for her to reach the reincarnation realm. It was just a matter of time. With Lingxi's talent and the samsara heart, she would probably complete it in a month at most. But a month was long enough for Long Chen. He had to help Mo Xiaolang. Seeing that Lingxi was in the right state, Long Chen contacted Mo Xiaolang. The latter said, "Big brother, don't worry too much. We're already in a safe place, hiding our identities and living a carefree life. Not many people can find this place, and no one can disturb us. Just wait for big sister Lingxi to succeed." Long Chen felt more at ease. "Remember, maintain your rationality." "I understand." Mo Xiaolang smiled. During this period of time, he had become much more clear-headed. The shadow of the demon seemed to have gradually disappeared from his side. Long Chen knew that the Snow Spirit King would still come looking for him. He needed to give himself an explanation. When night fell, snowflakes suddenly flickered outside the window. Long Chen walked out and saw the Snow Spirit King standing on the spacious balcony, clad in the holy snow divine armor. The snowflakes fluttered under the moonlight, looking exceptionally beautiful. Under the control of the Holy Snow Spirit Army, the Supreme Spiritual City was completely silent at night. The Snow Spirit King's lips curled into a charming smile. "Are you satisfied with my gift?" As expected, he was scheming. Long Chen's heart turned cold. Although the gift is precious, the intention of the person who gave it is despicable. "Snow Spirit King, we could have been good friends, but you used such a method to restrict me. I look down on you. From now on, I might not be able to leave the Supreme Spiritual City, but I will never become your subordinate. Even if you lent me the reincarnation heart, I will return it to you in the future." He was an arrogant person, and he yearned for freedom. There was no temptation that could make Long Chen work for anyone. The Snow Spirit King's eyes gradually turned cold when he heard Long Chen's words. His attitude towards Long Chen also underwent a huge change. "Long Chen, you are refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I thought highly of you, and that's why I tried so many ways to invite you. The reincarnation heart is so precious, and I risked being scolded by the Holy Spirit tribe to give it to you. Yet, you are so ungrateful. You are too much. He was a little agitated, and his hands were trembling. Even his pure white eyes were flickering. Long Chen wasn't afraid of him. He said, "It seems like you don't understand me at all. I don't like it when others restrict me, and I hate it even more when others use tricks to restrict me. Even if you give me something precious, I will still look down on you if you don't have good intentions. I won't risk my life for you. Just give up on this thought." The Snow Spirit King wasn't bad. He was a supreme genius with a sovereign spiritual pulse, but the problem was that no one had ever been able to subdue Long Chen. His words caused the Snow Spirit King to lose control of his emotions. He glared at Long Chen and said, "I've never seen a fellow like you who doesn't know what's good for him. I'm here today to tell you that you won't be able to escape from me. I think it's better if you obediently join me. I'll give you everything you want." He stared at Long Chen and sneered, "I know you're proud. You're the son of the strongest expert in 1,000,000 years, the Eternal Dragon Emperor. Your father once defeated my father so easily, so you're proud of your noble status and feel good about yourself. But you've forgotten that this world is no longer the Eternal Dragon Emperor's era. The Dragon Emperor has fallen, and you've killed Du of the human race. So in 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years, this world will belong to me, Xueshi. This is my territory. I'm the new Ling Huang. Only by following me will you be able to realize my value to you, and only then will you have a future. Your identity as the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor is just a joke. Do you understand? Everything I'm doing is for your own good." The more he spoke, the more agitated he became. The Eternal Dragon Emperor. His era had already passed. Long Chen was indeed emotional, and the Snow Spirit King was also qualified to say such words. However, he had to interrupt this proud youth. Long Chen said word by word, "You haven't convinced me. Let me tell you, you can only become another Ling Huang. Brutal, dictatorial, and self-righteous. You will never become the new Eternal Dragon Emperor, because you don't have the qualifications." At this point, Long Chen resolutely returned to his room and closed the door. The Snow Spirit King's eyes were gloomy, and his snow-white hair was messy in the air. After a while, Long Chen realized that he had left. This guy. Although he said that I'm talented, why did he spend so much effort to subdue me? Long Chen was still puzzled. In order to make him stay, the Snow Spirit King had even given him the reincarnation heart. Originally, he thought that he would be able to leave immediately after passing by the Supreme Spiritual City. However, the situation was getting out of Long Chen's control. He had no choice but to contact the sacred spirits and tell them everything that had happened. The sacred spirit said, "The Snow Spirit King won't let this matter rest. Little she is our most beloved sister, and she has the pure maiden ancestor god's divine bloodline. Nothing can happen to her. It seems that us sisters have to make a trip to the Supreme Spiritual City to protect little she when she reaches the reincarnation realm. Yeah, it seems that we still have to thank the Snow Spirit King for helping little she increase her strength. Sisters, let's go. We can go to the human race and kill their geniuses. Going against the Snow Spirit King is nothing." Chapter 1921. They were Long Chen's greatest trump card. His trip to the Supreme Spiritual City should have been safe and sound, but he didn't expect so much trouble to arise. Now, he could only let the goddess heart make a move. Otherwise, Long Chen really didn't know what other tricks the Snow Spirit King would use. He had great authority, and Lingxi couldn't move. If she was affected in the slightest, she would lose her life. Long Chen couldn't joke around with Lingxi's life. Therefore, he could only let these cute sisters help. The other party had already set up the heaven and earth shifting formation. This was their specialty, unrivaled in the world. They didn't increase their speed too much. About half a day later, when the sky had just brightened, they arrived in the dark. However, before they arrived, something else happened. At that time, Long Chen was accompanying Lingxi, waiting for the goddess Heart's arrival. But at this moment, he noticed something in the shadow of the corner of the room. He quickly became alert and stood up. Spirit arts were magical, and because Lingxi was undergoing her tribulation, the spiritual contact formation had lost its effect. If the other party's expert barged in, it would be troublesome. But no matter how he looked, he couldn't find any movement. Could it be an illusion? Long Chen sat down again. But at this moment, that feeling appeared again. At this time, Long Chen quickly turned around and was shocked to find a person standing in the corner. It was a tall man wearing a colorful gown. His clothes were exactly the same as those of an opera singer. His face was painted in black and white, and the ink was so thick that it was impossible to see his original appearance. The man was mumbling, and his mouth kept moving, but Long Chen could not hear any sound from him. Why would those folk opera singers from the dragon sacrificial continent come here? When Long Chen focused his gaze, the man with the black and white face had disappeared without a trace, as if he had never appeared. After a while, there was a sudden movement outside the window. Long Chen quickly looked over and saw the man with the black and white face staring at him with lifeless eyes. It was a very strange scene. "Who are you?" Long Chen waved his god-slaying sword and a finger of sword chi attacked. The sword chi pierced through the black and white face warrior, but the man was like a ball of water, rippling slightly and recovering. He suddenly laughed, but there was still no sound, as if he did not belong to this world. Long Chen felt his blood run cold. Fortunately, after disappearing this time, the man with the black and white face never appeared again. At daybreak, Long Chen waited patiently for the arrival of the goddess Heart. Each and every one of them was powerful, and they managed to escape the attention of all the cultivators in the Supreme Spiritual City and quietly arrived at the Supreme Inn. "Io, my dear little brother, I missed you so much." Huo Ling and the others hurriedly rushed over and pressed Long Chen to the ground, taking advantage of him. Their round and smooth breasts squeezed Long Chen until he was out of breath. "Stop messing around," the Holy Spirit said with a smile. All right, no matter what, little she is also here, we can't eat this little cutie in front of her, right?" The few of them stood up with a smile, and their laughter made Long Chen dizzy. The few of them gathered together and entered the main topic, beginning to discuss these matters. The Holy Spirit said, "This time, our main purpose is to protect little she and help her safely pass through the reincarnation tribulation. Little she is the descendant of ancestor God Su, we can't let anything happen to her." Long Chen sincerely said, "Thank you for your help, if it wasn't for you, I really don't know what to do." Dark Spirit came forward, her slender and sexy figure on the table formed a seductive curve, and because she bowed, her beautiful breasts were fully displayed in front of Long Chen. She lightly licked her sexy lips, and said with a flirtatious look, "Little brother, last time when we helped you, you didn't use your actions to make us happy. Now, while Lingxi is going through the tribulation, no one knows, if you want to do anything, we will not reject you. Come." That "come" made Long Chen's bones go limp. Of course, they were bored every day, and it was rare for them to have a chance to tease Long Chen. If Long Chen really came, they would definitely retreat pathetically. With their arrival, Long Chen didn't feel any pressure. Hopefully, nothing would happen to Mo Xiaolang before Long Chen arrived. The few of them chatted until around noon. There was a commotion outside. The Holy Spirit said, "Supreme Spirit City's experts are here, and the Snow Spirit King is among them. Snow Spirit Clan's expert, Xueqing, is an early-stage 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm, the same as me. He's protecting the Snow Spirit King, and we've already made preparations to hide in the inn. If anyone wants to make a move, we'll be able to save them." "All right." Long Chen was naturally full of confidence in the Holy Spirit King. In the entire Supreme Spirit City, only the Snow Spirit King Xueqing was his match. The power of the goddess's heart was almost on par with the higher-ups of the Supreme Spirit City. This time, the Snow Spirit King didn't come alone, but came with a great commotion. After coming out, Long Chen saw the blizzard Kunpeng right above the Supreme Inn. There was a blizzard around, but the Snow Spirit King's arrival made everyone ignore the blizzard. In an instant, countless fanatical women and the Snow Spirit King's other followers came, and in a short time, there were tens of thousands of people gathered here. The Snow Spirit King's charm was boundless. These days, the Snow Spirit King appeared frequently, and now he came to the Supreme Inn. Obviously, he was here for the friend named Long Chen. Everyone was excited. This kid from the Blood Spirit clan is really influential. The Snow Spirit King actually came to visit him time and time again. It's really enviable. If only the Snow Spirit King said a word to me. Yeah, even if it's just a smile or a look, I'll be satisfied. Such a perfect man is really rare. I must dedicate my life to the Snow Spirit King. I just don't understand why the Snow Spirit King is so nice to Long Chen. It's really enviable. Before the Snow Spirit King came down, there was a commotion below. Long Chen knew that after being scolded by him last night, Qin Wentian actually came here in such a grand manner today. He was definitely going to be ruthless. Luckily, the goddess heart came here in advance. If not, he would have no choice but to obediently surrender. Those fellows below were still envious of him for getting the Snow Spirit King's attention. In fact, Long Chen was having a headache. In his opinion, the Snow Spirit King was a little stubborn and eccentric. Once he set his mind on something, he would do anything to achieve it. I'd like to see how you're going to make me submit today. When Long Chen came to the rooftop, the crowd below started to make a ruckus. To be honest, they didn't particularly like Long Chen, because Long Chen was from the Blood Spirit clan, and the Snow Spirit King in their hearts was the polar opposite. One was dirty, and the other was perfect. At this time, there was movement on the blizzard Kunpeng. The Snow Spirit Monarch was escorted by more than 10 experts, looking majestic and awe-inspiring as he descended from the sky like a god. This scene caused the tens of thousands of women to let out shrill screams. Every single one of them stared at the Snow Spirit Monarch in a frenzy, their eyes filled with love. The wind danced, and his snow-white hair fluttered. The Snow Spirit King's gentle snow-white skin made many women feel ashamed of their inferiority. He was so clean, without a speck of dust. But his eyes were only fixed on Long Chen. He felt the provocation from Long Chen. This provocation made him very annoyed. He gently waved his hand, and the Spirit General of the Six Paths Reincarnation Realm, Bai Zong, took a few steps forward and announced in a clear voice, "Long Chen, today the Snow Spirit King invites you to visit the Blizzard Imperial Palace." Since the Blizzard Imperial Palace came to the Supreme Spiritual City, there has never been anyone who isn't a general of the Holy Snow Spirit Army going up there. You should thank the Snow Spirit King for such an honor. As soon as this sentence was finished, there was a huge ruckus below. Everyone screamed and looked at Long Chen with bloodshot eyes. They were envious and jealous that Long Chen could have such an honor. They wished they could become Long Chen so that they could visit the Holy Land in their hearts. That was the residence of the Snow Spirit King. It was rumored that even spirit generals were not qualified to enter the depths of the Blizzard Imperial Palace. They could only guard the Snow Spirit King on the periphery. It seemed that Long Chen was qualified to enter the Snow Spirit King's private place. Oh my god, this is crazy. What ability does the Blood Spirit clan have to be able to obtain such great benefits? The thing that the Snow Spirit King gave him last time must be quite precious. Could it be that the Snow Spirit King has taken a fancy to the woman beside him? Impossible. When this news spread out, the entire Supreme Spiritual City was almost in an uproar. Long Chen knew why the Snow Spirit King wanted to make such a big scene. He wanted to give Long Chen no room to refuse. If Long Chen refused today, it would undoubtedly put himself in the eye of the storm and be despised by the entire supreme spiritual city. If he did not have the heart of a goddess, this move of the Snow Spirit King would undoubtedly be quite ruthless. He looked straight at Long Chen without flinching, as if to say that Long Chen could not escape from the palm of his hand. In the face of such an honor, everyone wanted to kneel down and thank the Snow Spirit King, but Long Chen did not respond, as if he did not hear it. Bai Zong added, "You don't have to worry about Miss Lingxi. We, spirit generals, will protect her. With our protection, no one can touch her. Our Snow Spirit King is a man of his word and will never go back on it. You can rest assured." Long Chen understood that the Snow Spirit King was rejected by him last night, which was why he made such a ruthless move today. Although he said it was an invitation, he actually wanted to forcibly bring Long Chen to the Blizzard Imperial Palace and put him under house arrest. In this way, he could slowly convince Long Chen. However, Long Chen had a trump card, so he was not afraid of anything. Under the envious eyes of the crowd, Long Chen made an unexpected reaction. He took 3 steps back and said in a clear voice, "Sorry, I don't want to go." Chapter 1922. No one could have imagined such a result. In their eyes, the Snow Spirit King was a supreme master. He was the son of the spirit race's ruler, Ling Huang, and he had the supreme spirit city, which was protected by experts. He was also a peerless genius, and he was given the title of Spirit King at such a young age. His future was boundless. He had invited Long Chen to visit the Blizzard Imperial Palace, which made everyone envious of Long Chen. However, Long Chen had actually said that he didn't want to go. The question was, on what basis did he say that? Was there something wrong with his brain? After a brief silence, tens of thousands of people began to curse. "Blood Spirit Race, who do you think you are? The Snow Spirit King invited you, yet you still put on airs. You're too shameless. This guy has gone crazy. He even rejected King Snowspirit's invitation. Is he so arrogant because he has a bit of cultivation base? What a joke. If it weren't for the fact that King Snowspirit thinks highly of you, a mere member of the Blood Spirit clan would be worse than a pile of shit in our eyes. Hurry up and kneel down and admit defeat to the Snow Spirit King. Maybe he will forgive you." It was especially so for the Snow Spirit King's followers. To them, Long Chen's words were like the king in their hearts had been tarnished. The originally beautiful women all began to curse without regard for their image. The viciousness of their words was beyond the imagination of the people around them. Facing the disdain of so many people, Long Chen sneered in his heart. These ridiculous people worshipped and followed the Snow Spirit King so much, but the Snow Spirit King didn't give them anything. Everything was just their wishful thinking. "Quiet." One of the spirit generals threatened. His voice was filled with deterrence, and the women in the afternoon suffered a huge impact. For a moment, they all shut their mouths, but their faces were still filled with indignation. They wanted nothing more than to eat Long Chen up. He pretended to be indifferent and said, "Today, I came to take you to the Blizzard Imperial Palace. In fact, I didn't give you a chance to resist. If you insist on going the wrong way, you can stay in the Blizzard Imperial Palace for a period of time. I will slowly make you understand. You have to submit to me and work for me. There is no other choice. As for your woman, I will send someone to protect her until she reaches the reincarnation tribulation realm. I will keep my word. Come with me, and don't make me do anything." Previously, he had been trying to negotiate with them, but now, he was being so overbearing. Long Chen's previous good impression of him was gone. Since the Snow Spirit King had revealed his fox's tail and become so arrogant, then Long Chen didn't need to be so polite anymore. The people below also understood that the Snow Spirit King wanted to subdue Long Chen, but Long Chen didn't agree. In any case, Long Chen was still a genius warrior. At least, he had a heaven spiritual pulse. To be able to become a general under the Snow Spirit King is a blessing that you have cultivated for 3 lifetimes. The Snow Spirit King welcomes you so solemnly today, but you still don't give him face. You are so ignorant. Yes, you really don't know how lucky you are. If it were me, I would definitely sacrifice my life and shed my blood to serve the Snow Spirit King. The lowly Blood Spirit clan has such a chance to soar to the sky and become a phoenix, but he still doesn't hurry to kneel down and worship the Snow Spirit King. Is this guy crazy? In an instant, more and more people gathered near the Supreme Inn. After understanding the situation, they started to despise Long Chen for being too shameless. Those sinister words made Long Chen's heart surge with killing intent. His face turned cold as he said word by word, "I'll say it again. I can't stay in the Supreme Spiritual City and become your subordinate. If you don't know what's good for you and continue to force me, I won't be polite to you anymore." He was speaking the truth. With the goddess's heart here, he could leave the Supreme Spiritual City and head to the demon god domain. But in the eyes of others, his words were too self-righteous and laughable. In an instant, the crowd burst into laughter. In their opinion, Long Chen was a brainless fool. He dares to say that he doesn't need to be courteous to the Snow Spirit King? What a joke. Does he think that he can disregard so many experts in the great Supreme Spiritual City just because he fought with the Snow Spirit King? Even he isn't a match for the Snow Spirit King. The Snow Spirit King can easily defeat him with the City of Dawn. If he isn't afraid of death, why would he admit defeat so easily? This is too ridiculous, too ridiculous. In an instant, tens of thousands of people burst into laughter. More and more people gathered to watch Long Chen make a fool of himself. Long Chen didn't give him any face at all. He disobeyed him without any regard for his own life. The Snow Spirit King was already bursting with anger. He suppressed his anger as his body trembled. Ice and snow were released from his body continuously. In an instant, the entire Supreme Spiritual City was covered in ice and snow. You're going to be like this, shedding all pretense of cordiality and going against me. Won't you give me a chance? The Snow Spirit King said while gritting his teeth. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to say more. He communicated with the Sacred Spirit and the others in secret. Long Chen, now isn't the time to fight, the Sacred Spirit suddenly said. Why? Long Chen was already prepared. The Sacred Spirit said, if we fight now, we can definitely defeat them and prevent them from getting closer. But the problem is that Xiaoxi's one origin tribulation will take more than 10 days, or even a month. We've been guarding here for so long. The Snow Spirit King must have a way to find other experts. I can only deal with Xueqing. If the other experts come, we'll probably be defeated. Long Chen just realized this problem. He said, in other words, we can only fight back when Lingxi is about to succeed. You're right. Long Chen frowned and said, then what should I do? The Holy Spirit said, if you trust us, then let us protect Lingxi. With us around, little she will definitely be safe. However, you need to tangle with the Snow Spirit King for a while. It's best if you don't start the battle prematurely. This battle must be fought, but for little she, it needs to be delayed. Long Chen roughly knew what he should do. It was nothing more than stalling for time. He was absolutely assured that Lingxi would be protected by them. As for himself, since the Snow Spirit King wanted him to serve him, he naturally wouldn't kill him. Then he would pretend to be courteous and go to the Blizzard Imperial Palace. In a short period of time, Long Chen made a decision. Being targeted by the Snow Spirit King, and Lingxi coincidentally crossing the One Origin Tribulation, although she had the help of the Goddess Heart, this was the only way. At this time, Lingxi couldn't move easily. Just when the Snow Spirit King thought that Long Chen was going to shed all pretense of cordiality, Long Chen suddenly said, "Isn't it just the Blizzard Imperial Palace? Lead the way." This sentence stunned the Snow Spirit King, and the others were also taken aback. The change in Long Chen's attitude was too great. The spirit generals also looked at each other, not knowing what Long Chen was doing. Long Chen said again, "Let's go, don't waste time. In addition, if anything happens to her, I won't let you rest in peace." He pointed to Lingxi and said. The Snow Spirit King came back to his senses. He was a little absent-minded and quickly assigned 3 spirit generals to protect Lingxi nearby. "If Xiao Shi has news of success, tell me immediately," Long Chen said to the Goddess Heart and the others. They were the ones who truly protected Lingxi. After saying that, the Snow Spirit King led the way, leading Long Chen to the Blizzard Imperial Palace on the Blizzard Rock. What the hell is he doing? He was so arrogant just now, but now he's acting like a grandson. This guy is all bark and no bite. He angered the Snow Spirit King, so he quickly changed his words. He's too spineless. I really don't know what's so good about this guy. The Snow Spirit King actually tolerates him to this extent. If I met such a shameless person, I would definitely cut him into pieces. Until Long Chen and the others entered the Blizzard Imperial Palace, the crowd slowly dispersed, and the storm ended. However, among the people of Supreme Spiritual City, Long Chen's shameless image was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Compared to the Snow Spirit King, he was simply trash. For a time, the topic of Long Chen spread throughout the entire Supreme Spiritual City. You guys don't know, that kid was so arrogant back then, but in the blink of an eye, he gave in. It's really ridiculous. For such a person, I guess the Snow Spirit King just loves talent. But if this guy is too ignorant, he will die a violent death sooner or later. Yeah, the Snow Spirit King is not a fool. Why would he let a fool jump in front of him? There must be a reason why he is so tolerant of the Blood Spirit clan. The Blizzard Imperial Palace was an archaic Dao artifact with more than 300 Dao patterns. It was incomparably heavy, and the Blizzard Rock Dao Spirit was a prehistoric ferocious beast. Its every move was extremely terrifying. The Blizzard Imperial Palace was actually under the control of the 7-star Samsara Realm Warrior. When the Snow Spirit King was strong enough, he would hand it over to the Snow Spirit King. The Blizzard Imperial Palace was also an offensive Dao artifact. Soon, Long Chen followed them to the magnificent entrance of the Blizzard Imperial Palace. The entire Blizzard Imperial Palace, under the cover of the wind and snow, was like a pure white jade. Countless sparkles would make any girl who loved beauty go crazy. This was simply a perfect palace. Countless crystals were inlaid, making the entire Blizzard Imperial Palace exude a dreamy brilliance. Those spirit generals were not qualified to enter the Blizzard Imperial Palace. In the entire Blizzard Imperial Palace, it could be said that there was only the Snow Spirit King, but now there was an additional person, Long Chen. The Snow Spirit King let them all stay outside, and Long Chen followed him in alone. In this crystal-like ice palace, he walked alone in front, not talking to Long Chen, but moving forward quietly. The Blizzard Imperial Palace was very big, but it was extremely quiet. The footsteps were unusually spacious. Chapter 1923. Seeing this mysterious thing again, Long Chen almost suffocated. At first, he thought it was an illusion, but at this moment, he knew that this guy really existed and had been following him. There was a lot of cold sweat on his back, and he stopped in his tracks. He looked at the black and white face warily. The other party actually revealed a strange smile, but his eyes were still empty and cold, like a puppet. Why did you stop? Snow Spirit King looked back at Long Chen, only to find that Long Chen was staring blankly at the back. "Who is this?" Long Chen looked at Snow Spirit King. Since this black and white man appeared in the Blizzard Imperial Palace, he should be related to Snow Spirit King. Snow Spirit King should have sent him to monitor him last night. What? To Long Chen's surprise, Snow Spirit King looked at him in astonishment and asked, "What do you mean? Who is this?" Long Chen pointed to the black and white man who was smiling at him and asked, "You sent this person to monitor me?" Snow Spirit King was stunned for a moment, and then said coldly, "Is there something wrong with your brain? Only me and another expert can enter the Blizzard Imperial Palace. You are the third. Who are you referring to? He is not a human at all. He couldn't see." Long Chen looked back in horror, only to see that there was no one behind him, and the black and white man was nowhere to be seen. Gone. Long Chen was stunned, looking around blankly. Snow Spirit King wondered, "You mean, someone appeared behind us just now?" Long Chen nodded. Snow Spirit King was silent for a moment, then said, "You think too much. I have communicated with Blizzard Kunpeng. There is absolutely no fourth person in the Blizzard Imperial Palace, and the expert guarding me is in the depths of the Blizzard Imperial Palace." He probably thought that Long Chen had an illusion, so he didn't pay much attention to it. They continued to move forward. What the hell is this? In fact, Long Chen also felt that this person didn't seem to be a real person, or even an illusion. He was puzzled. The Snow Spirit King was silent. Long Chen asked straightforwardly, "What do you want? Where are you taking me?" The Snow Spirit King didn't look back. He said, "My cultivation room. Are you coming?" Long Chen couldn't be bothered to care where he was going. As long as he stayed here until Lingxi was about to succeed, he could leave. After following the Snow Spirit King around the Blizzard Imperial Palace for a long time, they finally arrived in front of a golden door. This was a majestic door with beautiful patterns carved on it. The decorations inside the Blizzard Imperial Palace were extremely beautiful. The spirit race pursued visual perfection. Just like the Snow Spirit King, his entire body could be said to be perfect, without a trace of disharmony. He pushed open the door of the training room behind him. Suddenly, a world that could be described as terrifying was revealed in front of Long Chen's eyes. This was a spacious training room that one couldn't even see the end of at a glance. In this training room, colorful lights were blooming. That rich energy could only be described as heaven. In this vast world, with a glance, there were countless Dao weapons and immortal essences. There were even many rare treasures. This was simply a peerless treasure vault. For a moment, Long Chen thought that he had arrived at an immortal realm. He finally understood where the gap between him and a genius like the Snow Spirit King was. The Snow Spirit King had been cultivating in such an environment since young, while Lin Fan had been fighting in the dragon sacrificial continent. For him to be able to obtain such power at this age, it could only be said that the ancestral dragon's inheritance was too terrifying. It was countless times more terrifying than this supreme spirit vein. Walking in this training room, he could absorb a large amount of energy with a casual breath. We used the spirit race's secret technique to assist the Blizzard Kunpeng to absorb all the Nirvana spiritual chi within a radius of 100,000 miles into this training room for my cultivation. If you cultivate here, you will be able to achieve hundreds of times the effect of the outside world. Besides me, no one else has ever entered this training room, Long Chen. In this terrifying cultivation world, one could easily obtain a Dao weapon with dozens of Dao patterns. The ground was filled with immortal essences, and there were quite a number of primordial immortal essences with hundreds of Dao patterns. The Snow Spirit King could pick them as he pleased. Take a look at this cultivation world. This is something my father personally created for me after he found out that I have a sovereign spirit vein. I only need 1,000 years to reach the 7-star reincarnation realm, or even higher. My father has a secret technique that can delay the reincarnation tribulation, so he has been stuck at the last reincarnation realm for tens of thousands of years. He is waiting for an opportunity to become a god, and I can do the same. With this cultivation room and even more resources he has given me, I can live a carefree life. In 5,000 years, I will definitely reach the 9-palace reincarnation realm, and in 10,000 years, I will definitely become a new god. The Snow Spirit King's burning gaze fell on Long Chen. You are the son of the eternal Dragon Emperor. You should have enjoyed the same treatment as me, but your father died mysteriously. Now, you have nothing. Without the nurturing of outsiders, you will never achieve great things in life. I am stronger than you now, and I will far surpass you in the future. Having a Ling Huang as your father is the most perfect thing in the world. You could not have had this before, but because of your choice today, I have decided to share this cultivation room with you. In the future, I can share anything I have with you, and you can also become a god of the human race. You have this talent. My father once said that the dragon martial artist is the most terrifying warrior. The only condition for you to be able to do what I have is that you submit to me. At this point, the Snow Spirit King went a little crazy. He continued, my current foundation was built by my imperial father. Even those spiritual generals were sent by him. Even Xueqing obeyed my mother's orders to protect me. I don't have my own forces, but you're my hope. I dare say that you're a peerless genius, even stronger than my sovereign spiritual vein. However, you're too lacking in background and resources. You'll thank me. 10 years later, 100 years later, you'll understand. Long Chen looked around. To be honest, the Snow Spirit King's words were indeed tempting. The Snow Spirit King had enough capital to make any young martial artist submit to him and work for him. However, it was a pity that he had met Long Chen. Long Chen had always lived for himself. He would never live for others. To enjoy everything that the Snow Spirit King had bestowed upon him was akin to selling one's life to him. Although the temptation was great, everything that the Snow Spirit King could offer was incomparable to what Long Qinlan could offer him. Just as the Snow Spirit King was getting excited, Long Chen said, "You're overthinking it. At least for now, I have no intention of following you. I've already said that I have something important to do." The Snow Spirit King was stunned. He couldn't understand how someone could resist the temptation of becoming a deity. He asked, "What exactly do you want to do?" Long Chen said, "I want to go to the demon immortal region to save a brother of mine." "Brother?" The Snow Spirit King asked doubtfully, "What brother? Why is it so important, more important than everything I can give you?" Long Chen didn't answer. The Snow Spirit King continued, "If I let you go to the demon immortal region and save him, will you come back to the Supreme Spiritual City? I can wait for you to fight with me." There was no point in lying. Long Chen shook his head. "Impossible." Hearing such a resolute answer, the Snow Spirit King clenched his teeth. He was furious again because he didn't understand Long Chen at all. Long Chen had arrived at his Blizzard Imperial Palace. He knew that it was useless to be anxious. Thinking of this, he suppressed his anger and said, "I'll leave first. You can walk around the Blizzard Imperial Palace and take whatever you want in this training room. I have a few Samsara hearts here. You haven't reached the rebirth realm yet, so you should be able to use them. Your strength is very strange, close to the rebirth realm, but not yet. Anyway, I can't figure it out." Then, he left angrily. Long Chen couldn't be bothered with him. In terms of combat strength, he seemed to be inferior to the Snow Spirit King. After the Snow Spirit King left, Long Chen walked around this world. The spectacular scene was really an eye-opener for him. Walking around, he found many treasures. Cultivating in this place will yield twice the result with half the effort. Of course, Long Chen wouldn't take away the Snow Spirit King's things. No matter how good something was, it was not as important as dignity and freedom. He still had this bit of backbone. Anyway, I still have so much time. Put me under house arrest here, and I'll cultivate in peace. When Little Sheik completes her tribulation, I'll leave. After communicating with the sacred spirit and learning that Lingxi was in good condition, Long Chen sat down with peace of mind. Just as he closed his eyes and prepared to cultivate, a black and white face suddenly crashed into his mind. This smiling face was almost stuck to his face, so close that it almost suffocated Long Chen. At this moment, he hurriedly retreated and climbed up awkwardly. Looking around, he found that the surrounding scenery was changing rapidly, turning into only two colors, black and white. All the treasures in this training room had disappeared. Where is this? Long Chen looked around vigilantly. Black and white, these two colors reminded Long Chen of the mysterious guy who was dressed like an opera singer. Since the Supreme Inn, he had been following him, and even the Snow Spirit King couldn't see him. Just as Long Chen was thinking about him, the black and white colors suddenly changed, forming a figure. It was the guy with the black and white face. He smiled, but his eyes were extremely cold, like a puppet. Who are you? Long Chen already held the god-slaying sword, looking at the other party warily. As expected, the other party made a move. He gave Long Chen a strange feeling. He wasn't strong, and the type of strength he had never heard of, but he was terrifying. Chapter 1924. Blizzard Imperial Palace. The Snow Spirit King walked on the long road, on both sides of which were covered with precious crystals, looking extremely gorgeous. The Snow Spirit King's eyes were gloomy. He took out a star talisman and activated it. An image of a spirit general appeared on the star talisman. It was Bai Zong. Bai Zong quickly asked, "Spirit King, what can I do for you?" The Snow Spirit King was silent for a moment and said, "Pay attention to that woman's movements at all times. Once she succeeds, inform me immediately and prepare to kill her. I will give you an order at that time. Do you remember what I said?" Bai Zong looked excited and said, "Spirit King, I will remember." He knew that Bai Tai was killed by Long Chen because he coveted Lingxi's beauty. Whether it was Long Chen or Lingxi, they were the ones who killed Bai Tai. Of course, Bai Tai only had himself to blame. The Snow Spirit King had ordered him not to pursue the matter, but he would always have hatred in his heart. After giving the order, the Snow Spirit King walked forward in silence. "Child, why are you doing this?" Vaguely, a slender elder in a blue robe floated beside him and followed him forward. The Snow Spirit King said, "The person I want to subdue can never escape from my palm. No matter what means I use, I will make him have nowhere to escape and obey my orders sincerely." The old man went silent for a moment before he said, "I feel that your actions will only make him hate you more and more. Especially when you want to kill the woman he loves. If that really happens, I'm afraid he'll never forgive you. Subduing him doesn't necessarily mean killing his woman. Perhaps there are other emotions behind your actions." The Snow Spirit King panicked and said, "Xueqing, don't think too much. I just love talent. I feel that I'm too lonely. I should have someone to accompany me. He's a good opponent, an excellent assassin, and a perfect subordinate." After walking for a while, he continued, "In fact, you are really lonely. You have not been valued since you were a child, and now you live alone in the Blizzard Imperial Palace. Most of the time, you live in silence. If there is one more person here, it will indeed be of great benefit to you. However, this person is rebellious and loves freedom. The more you force him, the more he will resist you and the more he will hate you. You will eventually turn him into your enemy." The Snow Spirit King shook his head and said confidently, "Not at all. I believe that I can give him what he wants." The reason why he's resisting now is because he's not familiar with it yet. Everyone has their own desires. I believe that through my hard work, I can make him forget everything and make him willingly serve me. The old man then said, I'm only serving you. The Snow Spirit King asked, is there anything else? Then why did you kill his woman? Xueqing asked. The Snow Spirit King suddenly became anxious. He became ferocious and roared angrily, Xueqing, I'm warning you, you'd better not interfere with my private affairs. I have my own preferences and it has nothing to do with you. Xueqing smiled bitterly and said, my young master, how could I dare to interfere with you? I'm just curious. In your eyes, are women really so disgusting that you don't even want to try them? You're even jealous and hate to get close to them. I know that your pursuit of cleanliness has reached a crazy level, but women are not necessarily dirty. For example, your mother. Don't you love her very much? The Snow Spirit King squatted on the ground. His pure white eyes were a little bloodshot. He couldn't answer this question. After a long time, he stood up and said, I respect my mother. She's different from other women. I hate anything dirty. My Blizzard Imperial Palace must be spotless. These are my private affairs. Don't worry about me. Go away. After saying that, he turned around and turned into a snowflake phantom, quickly leaving the place. Looking at his back, the old man in the green robe narrowed his eyes. His old face looked a little lonely. Princess, I really don't have the ability to correct the young master. His views have been formed for hundreds of years. It's not something I can change. The appearance of that person has made him crazy and made him lose the ability to think. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? Speaking of which, what's so special about the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor? The young master can't tolerate a speck of dust, but that young man is full of blood and killing, full of dust. This was what he couldn't figure out. At the same time, Long Chen raised the god-slaying sword and looked at the black and white man with a determined gaze. So, this is the god of Tai Chi. He had been there for a long time, and had finally launched an attack against Long Chen in the training room. After knowing that he was the god of Tai Chi, Long Chen wasn't so worried. After all, if even Su Mukin could pass it, he might not be able to. It was just that he had forgotten to let Su Mukin tell him some of his experiences. As a result, Long Chen didn't know how to deal with this guy, whether it was his movements or his tone, which was similar to an opera singer. In the beginning, he was illusory. But now, in this black and white world, he was real. Long Chen felt that there was a strange power in his body. It was very weak, so weak that it was like a candle flame that could be extinguished at any time. But it was this weak power that made Long Chen not dare to move, because the nature of this power was too strong. It was very similar to the divine energy, and vaguely, it seemed more terrifying than the divine energy. If his power was compared to a thumb-sized piece of iron, then Long Chen's power was a huge piece of cotton. How can this guy have such a high nature of power? Long Chen squinted his eyes. The opponent circled around Long Chen and said domineeringly, "Thief, come quickly and receive my blade and sword." He took out a completely black blade out of nowhere and held it in his left hand. He took out a completely white sword out of nowhere and held it in his right hand. Holding the weapon, he gathered his power into the blade and sword. His movements seemed slow, as if he was performing, but in reality, he was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the blade and sword were in front of Long Chen. Long Chen didn't move, but when he did, he was like lightning. The god-slaying sword used the strongest massacre sword art and attacked aggressively. His sword became stronger and stronger, bombarding the opponent's blade and sword. Long Chen was extremely fast, while the opponent was extremely slow. But just like that, the opponent was able to completely block Long Chen's attacks. So strong. Every time they clashed, Long Chen exhausted all his power, but he still felt like he was being shaken. It wasn't that the opponent was very strong, but that he was being suppressed. Eternal Moment. While running, Long Chen used Eternal Moment to freeze the opponent. The god-slaying sword in his hand stabbed towards the opponent. His movements were extremely fast. Before the sword arrived, the sword chi had already pierced through the opponent's body and blasted a hole in his chest. The god of Tai Chi didn't have any flesh or blood. The god of Tai Chi was actually a ball of gas. The wound quickly healed. Ignorant mortal, how dare you injure me? I am angry. Quickly, take your head and let me kill you. The god of Tai Chi chanted and attacked at the same time. His movements were just like an opera singer. The few black flags behind him trembled and buzzed as he moved. Boom! The blade and sword attacked. The extremely weak power was used on the blade and sword, but it had the power of a god. In front of the opponent, Long Chen was indeed like an ant. But the opponent was incomparably huge, covering the sky and turning the world around. Under the opponent's attack, the massacring sword incantation was interrupted, and Long Chen was sent flying. The shock in his heart made Long Chen want to go all out. This stimulated his frenzied fighting spirit. He soared into the sky and spread his arms. Dense scarlet dragon scales appeared on his body. Every scale flickered with light, and the images of many small dragons flickered on them. 300,000 blood-weeping dragon souls! Shouted Long Chen. Following his orders, 300,000 terrifying blood-weeping dragon souls let out earth-shattering roars. In an instant, they filled the entire world. Under Long Chen's control, the countless blood-weeping dragon souls surrounded the god of Tai Chi with their bloody fangs and claws. Kill! Long Chen commanded the dragons. The blood-weeping dragon souls charged forth, instantly devouring the god of Tai Chi. Compared to the massacring sword incantation, the blood-weeping dragon souls were more suitable. After the blood-weeping dragon souls charged forth, the god of Tai Chi was torn to shreds. Even the blade and sword in its hand were reduced to dust. All the power was devoured by the blood-weeping dragon souls. Aside from Long Chen and the blood-weeping dragon souls, there wasn't even a speck of dust left. That's it. Long Chen was startled. Wasn't this too simple? This was also known as the tribulation after the gate of life and death. In the end, it was because he was too strong. Even Su Muken, who hadn't reached the reincarnation tribulation realm, was far inferior to the Tai Chi deity. But back then, the Tai Chi deity was definitely weaker than Long Chen. After all, Long Chen was still stronger than him. Under Long Chen's orders, the 300,000 blood-weeping dragon souls returned to the dragon scale and devoured the Tai Chi deity. Logically speaking, Long Chen should be able to enjoy that power. But what left him shocked was that the blood-weeping dragon souls didn't seem to be able to bring back anything after devouring the Tai Chi deity. What's going on? Did I not win? Long Chen cautiously looked around. Humph, that mortal actually dared to kill me. I am the Tai Chi deity, and I will never die. Today, only you will die, not me. A roar suddenly rang out. Long Chen turned around and saw the Tai Chi deity floating over with the black flag on his back. He wasn't injured in the slightest. He had clearly disappeared, but he had been reborn. If what he said was true, then how was he going to win? How was he going to get through this? How was he going to become stronger? Long Chen deeply knitted his brows. It looked like this battle wouldn't be easy. Chapter 1925. Next, Long Chen and the Tai Chi deity engaged in an even more intense battle. The blood-sobbing dragon soul was a very effective way to kill an opponent. Every time he used it, he would quickly defeat his opponent and successfully kill them. Every time, Long Chen would use the blood-sobbing dragon soul to completely devour his opponent, leaving nothing behind. However, every time his opponent died, an identical Tai Chi god would immediately appear from the black and white world. This thing can't be killed no matter how I kill it, and it's so powerful. Long Chen clenched his teeth and killed his opponent 10-odd times. He initially thought that he could kill it 9 times, but he soon found out that he was wrong. It was impossible to kill his opponent using normal methods. In fact, he didn't even give Long Chen any time to think. That bastard dares to challenge our divine might? He deserves to die 1,000 times over. This time, Long Chen used the slaughtering sword art to kill his opponent. But what made him collapse was that the Tai Chi deity was reborn in the black and white world, roaring as it attacked. It didn't even give Long Chen any time to rest. The reason why Long Chen could kill him so many times wasn't because the Tai Chi deity was weak, but because Long Chen was more ferocious and desperate than him. After 10-odd times, Long Chen was already gasping for breath. He had to admit that this was the most unfathomable calamity he had ever encountered. If this goes on, I'll die of exhaustion before I can kill him. Long Chen coldly stared at his opponent for a period of time. His opponent's strength wasn't great, but his nature was heaven-defying. A casual attack from him was enough to suppress Long Chen. Kill. Kill without stop. The more they fought, the crazier Long Chen became. His opponent's life seemed to be limitless. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't kill his opponent. He was drowning in exhaustion. However, every time he killed his opponent, the Taiji deity would be as lively as a dragon or as lively as a tiger. It would roar and attack. There must be a special way to kill him. If only I had asked Su Mu Chen back then. Long Chen regretted it. Long Chen wasn't sure how much time had passed, but he had killed his opponent nearly 100 times. Eventually, he realized that his opponent couldn't die, and in the end, he gave up on attacking. Instead, he began to flee from the Taiji godly, taking this time to rest and calm down. Just what do I have to do to survive this tribulation? After fighting for such a long time, Long Chen had already grasped the method to kill his opponent. Now, he only needed to use the god-slaying sword to quickly kill his opponent once while paying the smallest price. The god of Tai Chi had trained his killing techniques to a very high level, and his massacre sword technique had also improved significantly. Long Chen could use more and more sword techniques at once. A weak ant dares to challenge the might of a god? You deserve to die. The Tai Chi deity repeated the same words. His face was expressionless. He attacked with his sword and blade. No matter how he killed him, he wouldn't die. Long Chen kept running. But he soon became anxious. Who knew how much time had passed? If Lingxi succeeded in passing the first origin calamity and he hadn't, it would be troublesome. The Holy Spirit and the others wouldn't have any news of him. They would be worried about him. They might bring Lingxi to attack the Blizzard Palace. So, he had to solve this quickly. Do I have to destroy this world? He keeps regenerating in this world. Long Chen suddenly thought of something. He started to look for the end of this black and white world. His speed was almost the same as the Tai Chi deities. Long Chen was running and his opponent was chasing. Long Chen was full of excitement. If his guess was right, he might succeed. I have to break this black and white world. Su Mu Chen wasn't that smart. He must have thought of this method. He kept running. However, Long Chen didn't know how much time had passed. He had completely given up hope. After such a long time, he still hadn't found the boundary of this world. It was very likely that this world was endless, there was no end to it. If that was the case, then he had to break this world. He had to break the world. Long Chen had already tried, but it didn't work. Even as he panicked, the Taiji god laughed and attacked. Long Chen was disappointed. He couldn't block his opponent's sword technique, and the sword stabbed into his shoulder. The white sword pierced through him, bringing him a sense of deadly crisis. Long Chen's heart trembled as he looked at the Taiji god in shock. The intense pain caused Long Chen to suck in a breath of cold air. The force of the other party's sword was like a nail that pierced into his body, wantonly destroying it. For a moment, Long Chen's power was like cotton. He couldn't block such a powerful force at all. Die. He used the god-slaying sword to break his opponent's white sword. He activated the slaughter sword art. Sword Chi soared into the sky and tore the Tai Chi deity apart again. Dream of the origin. Using the heaven-defying time flow divine ability, the wounds on his body gradually healed. The power that had rushed into Long Chen's body was also forced out by him. The power of time had reversed everything, and Long Chen's condition had also recovered to its peak. However, after fighting so many times, he had consumed a lot of nirvana energy. Whether or not he could continue was indeed a problem. On the other side, the Tai Chi deity was reborn. He shouted that he deserved to die and attacked. Long Chen stared at him, dumbfounded. You deserve to die. This seemed to have made him discover something. Just now, when the other party's power entered his body, Long Chen accidentally discovered that there was actually a similar power in his body. The other party's power was very small, but it was very strong, and this power was even smaller. When it merged with Long Chen's ocean-like nirvana energy, it was impossible for him to discover it. If his opponent's power hadn't entered his body, he wouldn't have discovered it. The power in his body that had fused with nirvana energy was only about 1% of his opponent's power, but it was very similar. In the past, I definitely didn't have this kind of power. It must have been absorbed from the other party. I've already killed him 100 times, and I have 1% of his power in my body. He's still shouting that he deserves to die 1,000 times. Don't tell me I have to kill him 10,000 times to obtain all of his power and survive this tribulation? Thinking of this, Long Chen was shocked. 10,000 times. This was a terrifying number. This was only his guess. He couldn't be sure if it was true or not. In order to kill the other party 10,000 times, the price he had to pay was terrifying. First, he had to be in a state of endless slaughter. His body and mind would be exhausted, he would become numb, and he would doubt whether his persistence was right or wrong. It was very likely that his way of thinking was wrong. Even if he killed the other party 10,000 times, he would still be unable to successfully transcend the tribulation. Moreover, he would be exhausted and on the verge of death. That would be even worse. Long Chen understood how terrifying the Tai Chi deity was. His thoughts became clear, because he had always believed in himself. For the time being, I'll treat all of these tribulations as tests. In that case, there will always be a way out. And this test doesn't just concern strength, it also concerns willpower and wisdom, and even more so, confidence and perseverance. In the face of 10,000 massacres where the outcome is unknown, if you want to persevere, you must have great perseverance and perseverance. Ordinary people can't do that, and these tribulations eliminate ordinary people. Thinking of this, Long Chen clenched his fists tightly. He chose to believe in himself. I'll use the smallest price and the longest method to kill my opponent. At the same time, I'll train my killing techniques and the massacre sword art. Killing two birds with one stone. He had a feeling that the 10,000 killings today would benefit him as much as the primordial spirit going through 100 reincarnations during the One Origin tribulation. Come on. He held the god-slaying sword in his hand. Countless blood-colored dragon scales lit up on his body. Hundreds of thousands of weeping blood dragon souls surrounded him. Countless small bloody dragons swam around ferociously, letting out terrifying roars. Long Chen's body was ignited with the spiritual refinement flame. He had to make the necessary preparations for the 10,000 killings. I'll use the smallest price and the most exquisite techniques to kill my opponent. Most importantly, no matter what the result is, no matter whether I'm right or wrong, I only need to believe in myself. The process is the most important. If I fail in the end, I'll have no regrets. It was this indomitable spirit that made him especially terrifying. Kill. In this black and white world, Long Chen completely entered a state of selflessness. This was the real tribulation. He used all the cultivation methods of the two ancestral dragons flexibly and dug out everything. From the countless killings, he familiarized himself with the heavenly Tao he had once comprehended. These memories brought him great benefits. In the endless killings, even the most primitive massacre dragon seal could kill the Tai Chi deity with a single strike after he became extremely familiar with it. The massacre dragon seal. Unreal illusion. Eternal moment. And so on and so forth. At this moment, they completely fused with Long Chen. Long Chen's nirvana force didn't increase, but in terms of combat techniques, he was developing in a direction that no one had before or since would ever be able to match. If killing was a kind of art, then Long Chen, who had gone through countless slaughters, possessed this kind of art. He didn't care about anything else. He only persisted in his beliefs. He was extremely tired. The more tired he was, the more he racked his brains to think of a more effective way to kill his opponent. He forgot how many times he had killed, forgot how many words he had to say. At the beginning, he had needed to kill the Tai Chi deity with great difficulty, but at some point, it had become a toy in his hands. He could play with it as he pleased, kill it, and the Tai Chi deity could only shout that it deserved to die. It was like a puppet. This thing was no longer as terrifying as it had been at the beginning. Finally, at some point, Long Chen realized that his nirvana force had merged with an incomparably surging power. His disadvantage in terms of strength had been greatly compensated. The Tai Chi deity's power was only half of what it had been before. Chapter 1926. His persistence, his faith, had undoubtedly succeeded. Anyone who faced the terrifying number of 10,000 would hesitate, waver, and wonder what they would do if they guessed wrong. He was no exception, but he could analyze, compare, and then firmly believe in himself. He was already extremely tired. He could even collapse at any moment. However, at this moment, if he wanted to kill the god of Tai Chi, he didn't need to waste any energy at all. He had honed his killing techniques to perfection. He had already mastered all the things he had learned. He had reached an unprecedented level. The slaughter Tao and even the time Tao. Long Chen had advanced by leaps and bounds in these two heavenly Taos. In the future, he would probably awaken even more terrifying mystiques. There would definitely be more powerful mystiques than the blood-sobbing dragon soul. As Long Chen slaughtered, he studied the power in his body. After fusing with the Tai Chi god's nirvana power, it became especially powerful. Its nature had undergone a huge transformation, and many unknown things had been added. For the time being, Long Chen called this new power the Tai Chi nirvana power. The Tai Chi nirvana power was no weaker than the reincarnation power. After passing this tribulation, Long Chen was actually similar to a reincarnation realm warrior. But he still needed to pass 2 more tribulations to reach the true reincarnation realm. As for the remaining 5,000 kills, Long Chen didn't waste this opportunity. He was someone who pursued perfection. He trained and improved over and over again. The Tai Chi nirvana power became more and more powerful. In the end, he could casually kill the Tai Chi god. In the blink of an eye, it was the last time. The Tai Chi god suddenly stopped. He revealed a strange smile and said, "Very good. You are a promising talent. The Tai Su god is waiting for you in the next battle." For the last time, he destroyed himself. The last trace of the Tai Chi god's power merged into Long Chen's body. Tai Su. The so-called Tai Chi referred to the state of the universe where yin and yang were separated. The so-called Tai Su referred to the origin of the world, the state of the universe where the original matter appeared. The Tai Su god was before the Tai Chi god, and before that, there was an even more chaotic state. The Tai Chi god and the Tai Su god were actually related to the chaotic state when the universe was born. While Longchen felt puzzled, the black and white Taiji world around him gradually vanished. The world in front of him once again turned into the luxurious cultivation room of the Snow Spirit King. The surroundings were resplendent and filled with dense immortal chi, as if it was a fairyland. The Snow Spirit King was clad in the holy snow divine armor. Her back was facing Long Chen as she stood before him. Her perfect figure would make countless women jealous. Long Chen stood up and stretched his muscles and bones. This time, when he transcended the tribulation, there was not the slightest change in the quantity of his strength, but its nature had transformed into the Tai Chi Nirvana force. Even Long Chen himself found it difficult to detect this slight change, let alone others. In the black and white world, the slaughter techniques that I had honed through over 10,000 slaughters, as well as the divine abilities and Tao arts that I had comprehended, were deeply engraved into my instincts. Furthermore, the Tai Chi Nirvana energy had also transformed. Most importantly, I have a second life, just like Su Myukan. Long Chen vaguely understood the concept of a divine cycle. Right now, I have 2 lives. If I die, the heavens and earth will create an identical version of me. After I die once, it will take roughly a year for my second life to return. At that time, I will have 2 lives, and that's the divine cycle. This was all the information that Long Chen knew. He vaguely felt that this was related to the key to becoming a god. Gods are said to be immortal, and it's not just a rumor. If their god cycle can be shortened to the point of an instant, doesn't that mean that they have infinite life? That state should be eternal life, right? This was just a small guess of Long Chen's. Now wasn't the time to think too much about deities. After all, there was still the reincarnation tribulation stage in between. The 18 major tribulations of the dragon martial artist were getting more and more terrifying. Without the divine blessed spiritual liquid, Long Chen didn't have much confidence in himself. The Snow Spirit King turned around. His perfect figure, fair skin, and perfect face radiated brilliance. This was the only person that could be compared to Lingxi in terms of purity. It was a pity that he was a man. His gaze swept across Long Chen's body as he moved his cold red lips. It seems that you've been training hard. I believe that you've already experienced the benefits of this cultivation room. He had tried all sorts of methods to make Long Chen stay here. Seeing that Long Chen was training in the cultivation room, he thought that Long Chen had submitted to him. After all, he was confident that he could give Long Chen endless benefits. Long Chen looked around and asked, "It's been a few days since I started training." The Snow Spirit King didn't understand why he asked this question. Even if he cultivated, he would know that a few days had passed. However, he immediately replied, "It's been 5 days." Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that only 5 days had passed after carrying out tens of thousands of killings. These 5 days were really unbearable memories. At this time, the Snow Spirit King said, "I've prepared a good show. Follow me. I hope you like it." After saying that, he walked ahead. Long Chen followed. Anyway, he just needed to wait for Lingxi to succeed. During this period of time, he would let the Snow Spirit King do whatever he wanted. What he didn't expect was that the Snow Spirit King actually took him away from the Blizzard Imperial Palace. This time, he moved secretly and didn't make any noise. Soon, the two came to the Holy Snow City below. The Holy Snow City was the place where the spirit generals worked. It was very large and spacious. There were rows of buildings that were like ice palaces. All of them were strengthened by spirit array masters and were incomparably strong. There were some secret places that even most reincarnation tribulation realm warriors couldn't break. Following the Snow Spirit King, Long Chen walked into a palace secretly. After passing through a long corridor, he finally reached his destination. During this period, the Snow Spirit King didn't say a word. "What do you want me to see?" asked Long Chen. "My determination." The Snow Spirit King gave a brief reply. "Inexplicable." Soon, the Snow Spirit King pushed open a door inlaid with gold and stone. Shining light reflected in his eyes. At the same time, there was a rich fragrance. Long Chen looked carefully. It turned out that there was a large hall behind the door. It was very spacious and could accommodate tens of thousands of people. At this time, there were tens of thousands of people in the square. These tens of thousands of people were all beautiful women of the Spirit Clan. They came from various races of the Spirit Clan. They were all enchanting. There were plump women, charming young women, and young girls. There were tens of thousands of women of all types. Long Chen had seen these fanatical women more than once. They were all the most fanatical pursuers of the Snow Spirit King. For the Snow Spirit King, they were willing to give everything. They regarded the Snow Spirit King as their faith, the most perfect man in the world, and as a god. When the Snow Spirit King got so close to them, everyone went crazy. When they were brought here, they were told that the Snow Spirit King would meet them personally. However, they had been skeptical until now. Only now did they believe it. Snow Spirit King. What greeted them were the screams of countless infatuated women. These women didn't even care about their lives. They were originally beautiful, but they screamed in such a manner that no one could bear to look at. Heavens, I'm actually seeing the Snow Spirit King again. This perfect man. If he's willing to pamper me for a night, I'm even willing to die. The Snow Spirit King didn't bat an eyelid. He led Long Chen up a high platform. He stretched out his slender, fair hands and pressed down gently, signaling for everyone to quiet down. The door closed. In this huge palace, only Long Chen, the Snow Spirit King, and the tens of thousands of pursuers were left. The Snow Spirit King was very powerful. With a single movement, he could make these women shut their mouths. Long Chen was puzzled. Why did this guy bring me here? To show off his harem? I only have Lingxi. Compared to the Snow Spirit King, I'm far from it. Of course, the more women, the better. Especially those brainlessly excited women below the platform. Long Chen couldn't handle them. After arriving, the Snow Spirit King took a step forward and stood in front of the women. Countless beauties swallowed a mouthful of saliva when they saw the Snow Spirit King's perfect face. Their faces were flushed red, and their minds were filled with endless fantasies. His looks were perfect, number one in the world. His father was the current Ling Huang, who wielded immense power. His potential was limitless, and he was strong. In the eyes of the women, the Snow Spirit King was synonymous with perfection. Therefore, they almost couldn't control themselves anymore. At this moment, the Snow Spirit King's eyes lit up. Beauties, are you willing to follow me? In an instant, the scene was heated. Countless people were madly calling out to him. Are you willing to sacrifice your lives for me? The Snow Spirit King asked again. The Spirit Tribe women who were in the midst of their excitement once again rejoiced. Compared to their lives, the Snow Spirit King was much more precious. Of course they were willing. We're willing. We don't care about our lives. We only want you. The Spirit Tribe women said boldly. That's good, the Snow Spirit King said softly with a smile, as though he was talking to himself. Faced with so many fanatical women, he suddenly raised a hand and waved it down. In an instant, a few spirit generals appeared in the sky. To Long Chen's horror, the eyes of these spirit generals were filled with murderous intent. As the Snow Spirit King's hand descended, the spirit generals suddenly attacked. 1,000 extreme ice formation. In an instant, the entire world was shrouded in ice. Long Chen was sent flying 10 meters away by the terrifying chill. Shocked, he quickly looked up and saw the Snow Spirit King standing in front of him with his hands behind his back. In front of him, tens of thousands of women were shrouded by the terrifying chill. The sudden screams actually stopped. When the chill disappeared, tens of thousands of beautiful women were standing in front of Long Chen. They were lifelike and exquisite. They were the most beautiful works of art. However, they had all lost their lives. Chapter 1927. After completing the mission, the spirit general left. They didn't even frown when they killed tens of thousands of people. Long Chen was dumbfounded. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. These women were the Snow Spirit King's fanatical pursuers. They came from all over the spirit race to the Supreme Spirit City just to get close to this godlike man. When they heard that they could come here and meet the Snow Spirit King, they were extremely excited. But who would have thought that a single order from the Snow Spirit King would send them all to hell? You killed them all. The surrounding spirit generals were much stronger than Long Chen. Even if Long Chen had known about it in advance, he wouldn't have been able to stop this tragedy. He was extremely shocked and looked at the Snow Spirit King in disbelief. His heart gradually burned with anger. Although he didn't know these women, he knew that they treated the Snow Spirit King as someone close to them. But the Snow Spirit King had killed them without mercy. The Snow Spirit King turned around, his back facing the beautiful ice sculptures and the women's terrified and desperate expressions. He smiled and said to Long Chen, "This is the determination I want to show you. These women are too annoying and disgusting. I have long wanted to end them. Do you understand what I mean? I don't care what others think of me. In order to subdue you, I can give up anyone important to me. If you are willing, you can become the person with the highest status besides me." Long Chen fell silent. He was thinking about the Snow Spirit King's words in his anger. In that case, the Snow Spirit King had killed these women for him to see. It was because these women looked down on him and kept clamoring. In the eyes of others, they were the Snow Spirit King's loyal pursuers and must be very important to the Snow Spirit King. But the Snow Spirit King wanted to prove that he didn't care about these things at all. He only cared about Long Chen. He was a stubborn and strange person. He thought that by doing this, he could subdue Long Chen. Little did he know that Long Chen was currently filled with nothing but rage. If not for the fact that Ling Shi had yet to pass the rebirth tribulation realm, he would have given the Snow Spirit King a good beating no matter what. Even though those women were a little too passionate and annoying, they didn't deserve to die. He could only endure it. The Snow Spirit King took a few steps forward and said sincerely, "Long Chen, you will never know how sincere I am. As long as you are willing to work for me, I can do anything for you, such as helping you kill these annoying women. I know what you want to do the most, it's about your father." At this point, the Snow Spirit King was very emotional. He said, "I have also heard of your father's legend. To the spirit race, he was a modest gentleman, a peerless emperor. But in the dragon god domain, in the human race, he bore the infamy of betraying his ancestors. He was spurned by the entire human race, and his infamy lasted for thousands of years. I believe that he was wronged. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that the eternal dragon emperor is smarter than anyone else. It's just that the human race is too stupid. And you, I know very well what you want to do." The Snow Spirit King's cold gaze was fixed on Long Chen's eyes, making it impossible for Long Chen to avoid it. He said loudly and emotionally, "You want to clear your father's name, you want to shut those people's mouths. I know that this is your goal, but it's a very difficult thing to do. If you want to prove your father's innocence, then you must directly confront the 5 great dragon cities. Do you know how powerful the 5 great dragon cities are? This is something that you will never be able to do in your entire life, but... At this point, he pointed at himself and said, I have the resources and strength to make you a peerless expert. As long as you follow me, you will replace Du and become the next deity of the human race. Even if you can't become a deity, as long as you reach the level of the eternal Dragon Emperor, no one in the world will be able to stop you. At that time, you will be able to do whatever you say, and the human race will not dare to disobey you. Only I can give you this opportunity to stand above the entire human race. I have abundant resources that can help you achieve this. You have peerless talent, but the human race will not be able to nurture you, let alone the demon race. Only in my Supreme Spirit City can you show your value. Only then can you live up to your father's expectations and fulfill his dying wish. The Snow Spirit King's words were vivid and stirring. He believed that if Long Chen wanted to fulfill his father's dying wish, he would definitely consider himself. This was the method he would use to deal with Long Chen today. He did not believe that Long Chen would not submit to such a huge stunt. You have to think this through. Ever since you killed Du and came to the Spirit Tribe, you have been spurned by the entire human race and are considered a traitor of the Spirit Tribe. Without absolute power, you will never have the right to return to the human race. Our Spirit Tribe is your only chance to wash away this humiliation. Follow me, I can give you everything. I can make you the most honorable person in the Spirit Tribe apart from me. In Long Chen's ears, these bold and visionary words were actually just farts. It was true that the Snow Spirit King was indeed a good person and could provide him with a lot of resources, allowing him to achieve twice the result with half the effort. However, this did not mean that Long Chen could not achieve this by himself. He did not know that Long Chen had the inheritance of the ancestral dragon. Moreover, he would not sell his freedom for his father's dying wish. He believed that he could accomplish everything that the Snow Spirit King had said on his own. The Snow Spirit King's heart pounded as he waited for Long Chen's answer. He seemed to see the dawn of victory and his brows were filled with anticipation. Long Chen's eyes were cold as he finally gave an answer. He said, Today, in front of me, you killed tens of thousands of innocent people with the excuse of proving yourself to me. One day, I will teach you a lesson for them. The most despairing thing in the world is to be killed by the people you think are closest to you. They trusted you, but you treated their lives like grass. Facing the somewhat crazy Snow Spirit Monarch, he didn't want to say another word. He turned around and left. Lingxi hadn't succeeded yet, so he could continue to stay in the Blizzard Imperial Palace. However, it was impossible for him to submit to the Snow Spirit Monarch. The ancestral dragon would not submit to anyone. Looking at Long Chen's departing figure, the Snow Spirit King stood rooted to the spot as if he had been struck by lightning. His eyes were wide open as he watched Long Chen leave with trembling eyes. He was dumbfounded as he slowly clenched his fists. With a sudden wave of his hand, the tens of thousands of ice sculptures behind him all turned into powder and piled up in the palace. Announce to the outside that they have become my concubines and are living in the Blizzard Imperial Palace. The Snow Spirit King gritted his teeth and said this. His footsteps were heavy as he flew up to the Blizzard Imperial Palace after Long Chen. Looking at the unruly figure in front of Long Chen, he burst into tears. It seems that he doesn't like what I did today. What should I do? At the thought of Long Chen's order to leave here, the Snow Spirit King felt as though his heart was being cut by a knife. He swore that he would definitely make Long Chen stay here. No, if I don't kill that woman, his heart will never stay with me. After returning to the Blizzard Imperial Palace, Long Chen contacted the Sacred Spirit. Little Shi's condition is very good. Her foundation is good to begin with, and with the reincarnation heart, she should be able to succeed in another 7 or 8 days. With our protection, you can deal with the Snow Spirit King without worry. Hearing this news, Long Chen was relieved. Now that Xiao Lang was living in seclusion in the demon immortal region, nothing would happen for the time being. He also hoped that trouble wouldn't find them. Long Chen had contacted him. Sui Yan had already absorbed the inheritance blood essence of the Fu Shi ancient dragon and was slowly transforming. However, the Fu Shi ancient dragon now displayed the characteristics of the Fu Shi ancient snake. It was very likely that Sui Yan would become a rare snake martial artist, equivalent to the ultimate divine dragon inheritance dragon martial artist. In essence, there was no difference from the dragon martial artist. Thank you, sisters. I have nothing to do in the Blizzard Imperial Palace. Once little she succeeds, I will escape from here. There are only 3 people in the Blizzard Imperial Palace. As long as you attract Xueqing here, the Snow Spirit King won't be able to stop me. The Sacred Spirit raised an eyebrow. You have fought with the Snow Spirit King. You are not his opponent. Long Chen smiled mysteriously and said, it's not certain now. The Snow Spirit King was said to be about to step into the 3 talents reincarnation tribulations realm, but Long Chen was one step faster. After ending the communication with the Sacred Spirit, Long Chen was idle. Wandering around the endless Blizzard Imperial Palace, he suddenly thought of a person. After coming to the Spirit God region, he had been in a hurry and began to worry about Xiao Lang, forgetting about her. Long Chen took out the Black Star Talisman, hesitated, and activated it. The silhouette of that quiet woman was very familiar. She immediately appeared in the Star Talisman. There was only one possibility for her to respond so quickly. That was, she had been holding the Star Talisman in her hand, waiting for Long Chen's call. She didn't want to disturb him, but she had been waiting. Looking at the tears in her eyes, Long Chen felt sorry for her and said, I'm sorry, I'm late. I've made you wait for a long time. Li Xuanji had tears in her eyes, but she smiled and said, fortunately, I just came back to the Dark Divine City not long ago. The storm has already passed and didn't affect me. I have been secretly studying the ancient god's corpse, and no one knows about it. She explained her situation in short words, which made Long Chen feel at ease. Long Chen asked a few more questions. Now, Li Xuanji had a distinguished status in the Dark Divine City. The city lord of the Dark Divine City valued Li Xuanji very much because of the attention of the god. Under the cultivation of the Dark Divine City and her god master, her cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, and she was almost close to the reincarnation tribulations realm. The ancient god's corpse had also brought about a transformation to her body. What about you? Did something difficult happen? Li Xuanji asked with concern. Long Chen told Li Xuanji everything that had happened recently. Li Xuanji was silent for a moment and suddenly said, Long Chen, according to what you said, I roughly understand that the Snow Spirit King might like you. Chapter 1928. I didn't expect you to joke too. Long Chen laughed dryly. Li Xuanji smiled and said, maybe. This man is very strange. He has something similar to me. You can't understand that feeling. If that was the case, then he had to be wary of the Snow Spirit King. Of course, there were indeed same-sex couples in this world. Although Long Chen didn't understand it, he didn't object. However, if this happened to him, he would definitely be horrified. Let's not talk anymore. I have to cultivate. Otherwise, I won't be able to catch up with you. Li Xuanji said goodbye and cut off the Star Talisman. Long Chen felt a sense of loss. The Snow Spirit King's gaze appeared in his mind, and he immediately felt a chill down his spine. Blizzard Imperial Palace. This was a luxurious bath with no end in sight. Rising steam and mist permeated this space. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there were all kinds of precious medicines soaking in the bath. They were all precious immortal essences, and there were also many rare treasures. When Mo Xiaolang came to the desolate imperial domain, he had bathed in hundreds of immortal essences to improve his physique. However, compared to this medicinal bath that contained immemorial immortal essences, it was a far cry. The difference was like heaven and earth. In the entire spirit god realm, there were only a few people who could use such luxurious treasures for a medicinal bath. In the Supreme Spirit City, the only one who had this qualification was the Snow Spirit King. Once every 10 days. After 4 more Holy Spirit water baths, I will be able to reach the 3 reincarnation tribulations realm. In the steaming mist, there was a fair and smooth silhouette. That perfect skin, slender figure, and well-proportioned muscles would make anyone go crazy. Her snow-white hair hung down to her waist like a snowy waterfall. This was simply a work of art created by the heavens. The Snow Spirit King narrowed his eyes. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen had already been in the Blizzard Imperial Palace for more than 10 days. Xueqing, go kill that woman. In the medicinal bath, the Snow Spirit King suddenly said. Outside the door, the old man sighed and said, "Little master, do you still not understand? It doesn't matter if you kill your own people or others, with that child's unyielding nature, he will absolutely not listen to you. If you really want him to submit to you, you can only force him. I can refine him into a puppet loyal to you, but I won't harm his talent." The Snow Spirit King bit his lips, his eyes cold. "Let's think about it later. Let's keep him in the Blizzard Imperial Palace first. From today on, no matter what, we can't let him out. I will make one last effort later. If it doesn't work, I will kill that woman and imprison him forever until he gives in." Outside the door, the old man said no more. "That's right, I want to possess him. There's something about him that attracts me, something I've never experienced before. I know that I, Xueqi, am a strange person, a monster. I actually feel that all women are disgusting. I thought that I would never have love in my life, but I met him. From then on, I swore that even if the entire world went against me, even if the entire world despised me, even if they abandoned me, I would still be loyal to myself. Even if everyone thought that I was sick, even if I was spurned by the entire spirit race, I would never cower." Vaguely, the sound of his heavy breathing could be heard. The old man outside gritted his teeth. After a long time, he said, "Little master, as long as you're happy, it's fine. As long as your strength is the best in the world, you can have everything. No one will dare to doubt you." Snow Spirit King said, "Xueqing, I'm ready. I'll give him one last chance. I'll give him the primal chaos green lotus as a condition for him to stay here. This is the most precious thing I have. I think he can feel my sincerity this time." "Primal chaos green lotus," Xueqing exclaimed, his expression anxious. "Little master, that's the most precious thing that Ling Huang gave you after he knew that you had opened the Paragon Spirit Meridian. A primordial immortal essence with a total of 400 Tao patterns that has lived for millions of years. Even a 7-star reincarnation realm expert might not have such a precious treasure. This is your safeguard for the future. Didn't you say that you would refine it once you reached the 3 talents reincarnation realm? How can you give it away?" At this moment, the door opened. Snow Spirit King had changed into a snow-white brocade robe. His pure white eyes looked at Xueqing. "Xueqing, this is my last condition. I don't want a puppet. I want a living person." After saying that, he strode in Long Chen's direction. Xueqing stood rooted to the ground in shock. He wanted to stop Long Chen but decided against it. He knew better than the Snow Spirit King that even if the Snow Spirit King took out something precious, Long Chen would never submit to him. In the blink of an eye, the Snow Spirit King was in front of Long Chen. Long Chen was cultivating peacefully. Lingxi was about to succeed in the next few days. He used this opportunity to consolidate his strength and circulate the nirvana force of Tai Chi. Seeing the Snow Spirit King and recalling Li Xuanji's words, Long Chen took a few steps back and looked at this guy warily. When he was in Baiyang town, he had seen many nobles who liked men, so he was not unfamiliar with them. He thought that his appearance was not the kind of delicate young man that those nobles liked, but he never thought that one day, he would be fancied by them. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was the Snow Spirit King's last fight. His pure white eyes stared at Long Chen. "How have you been these days?" Long Chen said, "Do you think it's good to be imprisoned here?" His bad attitude was within the Snow Spirit King's expectations. The Snow Spirit King said, "There is not a second cultivation room like this in the entire Spirit clan. This is the second most precious gift my father gave me. I am sharing it with you, but you are not moved at all." Of course, Long Chen was moved. However, this cultivation room wasn't his, so he didn't covet it. Unless he had the strength to fight against Ling Huang and snatch this cultivation room. But the problem was, if he reached that level, would he still need this cultivation room? Therefore, he shook his head. The Snow Spirit King gritted his teeth. "Today, I am giving you one last chance. If you still don't listen to my arrangements, I can only let Xueqing deal with you ruthlessly. Perhaps she will turn you into a puppet. From now on, you will be a walking corpse under my control." Long Chen smiled. This should be considered a threat. The Snow Spirit King looked at him silently. That kind of gaze was like that of a woman, and a resentful woman at that. The smile on Long Chen's face froze. If the Snow Spirit King was really a woman, he would probably be moved, but, after a while, the Snow Spirit King said, "That is not the result I want, so I have arranged a way out for both of us. As long as you nod your head, it will be fine. Just like I said, the Blizzard Palace with 300 Dao patterns and this cultivation room are the second precious gift my father gave me. As for the first precious gift, I can show it to you." He stretched out his pure white arm. In his hand, there was a flash of green light. Suddenly, a green lotus seed appeared in it. The lotus seed flashed in the gray mist. It was only the size of a thumb, but when Long Chen focused his attention on the lotus seed, he seemed to see a boundless, huge planet. His eyes couldn't bear such a shocking size. On that huge green planet, there were ravines, abysses, and immortal patterns. At least 400 abysses formed 400 immortal patterns that erupted with energy. They gathered in this small chaos green lotus. After the Snow Spirit King put away the chaos green lotus, the surroundings were restored to peace. Long Chen felt his eyes were a little dry and even a little painful. It's called the Primal Chaos Green Lotus, with a total of 431 immortal runes. It's an ancient immortal essence, priceless and powerful. If you refine it, you'll be able to form a green lotus doppelganger. This doppelganger contains the heavenly Tao, and its strength is equal to yours. If you die in battle, you can use this doppelganger to live on. The doppelganger can at least grow to the 7-star reincarnation realm. In other words, if you refine it, before you reach the 8 trigrams reincarnation realm, you'll have a helper equivalent to yourself, an extra life. This introduction reminded Long Chen of the ancient god's corpse. The ancient god's corpse was one of the 3 great treasures, and its importance was self-evident. Compared to the Chaos Green Lotus, the ancient god's corpse was even more terrifying. Not only did it have 5 types of origin energy, but it could also become a god. It was equivalent to 5 lives. Although the Chaos Green Lotus was slightly inferior, with the limit being the 7-star reincarnation realm, it was still an amazing treasure. If he hadn't encountered the ancient god's corpse, Long Chen would indeed feel that the Chaos Green Lotus was simply heaven-defying. He was actually giving such a precious treasure to him. Although he didn't need it, the Snow Spirit King's sincerity and persistence still moved Long Chen. The Snow Spirit King looked at him seriously and said, as long as you agree, as long as you stay in the supreme spiritual city and are willing to accompany me to conquer the world, this Chaos Green Lotus is yours. In the future, I will give you more things. However, if Long Chen still didn't agree, the Snow Spirit King could only be ruthless. He had given himself a path of no return. Long Chen pondered for a moment. Since he couldn't agree to the Snow Spirit King's request, he had to reject it decisively. He wouldn't give either party a chance. Hence, he said, Snow Spirit King, to be honest, I thank you for your sincerity. You have indeed made an irresistible offer, but please forgive me for not accepting it. It's not that your offer isn't attractive enough, but I can't stay here. So, you should use the Chaos Green Lotus for yourself. The Snow Spirit King's face stiffened. He drew in a breath of cold air. He still heard the news that he didn't want to hear the most. Chapter 1929. He had already taken out his most precious thing. He thought that Long Chen would at least consider it a little. However, what he faced was a firm refusal from Long Chen. When he asked again, Long Chen said directly, absolutely not. I will not be bound by anyone. Snow Spirit King, although you are talented and have Ling Huang as your father, to be honest, you are still far from being able to control me. Although I lost to you once, I can tell you clearly that I don't lack anything. Even if you have the Blizzard Imperial Palace and many resources, you may not be my opponent in 10 years or 100 years. I have a boundless future. Why should I be controlled by you here? Do you have the qualifications to control me? I, Long Chen, hate being manipulated by others the most in my life. He said these words loudly, completely cutting off the Snow Spirit King's thoughts. Of course, he knew that the Snow Spirit King wanted to keep him here not just to subdue him. Although Long Chen didn't discriminate against this guy, it was better for him to keep it to himself. I think there's no need to continue this conversation. Long Chen looked at him calmly. The Snow Spirit King's eyes were dull, but in the blink of an eye, his eyes were bloodshot. He stared at Long Chen as if he had suffered a great humiliation. He was extremely angry and said, Long Chen, you will regret this. You will definitely regret this. Long Chen said, I'm sorry. I will never regret what I do, even if I have to break my head and bleed. I will take responsibility for what I said today. If you don't believe me, try again in 10 years or 100 years. Let's see if I, Long Chen, will be defeated by you again. The Snow Spirit King laughed maniacally. You? You lost your father. Do you think your father is still the all-powerful Eternal Dragon Emperor? Without him, you are just dog shit. What right do you have to say all this in front of me? You are a loser. You are no match for me now. In 10 years or 100 years, it will be the critical time for my cultivation to soar. What right do you have to fight me then? Long Chen didn't want to argue with him, but he mentioned his father. This made Long Chen's pity for him disappear instantly. A pitiful person must have a hateful side. He coldly said, It's not your place to say anything about my father. There's no need to say anything else. Please get out of my sight, how about that? Because of a few words, their relationship had clearly broken off. The Snow Spirit King left with grief and indignation. Long Chen's words had made him make a decision in his heart. I've said all sorts of nice things to you, and I've even taken out the chaotic green lotus, but you still think so highly of yourself. You really deserve to die. Not only will I kill your woman, I will also imprison you for life, so that you will never be able to escape from my control. One day, you will regret it. He had never thought that he would be so agitated. Right at this moment, there was a commotion in the Star Talisman. A subordinate came to report, Your Highness, that woman is moving. It seems like she has already crossed the threshold and is about to enter the rebirth tribulation realm. This news happened to be the tip of the spear. The Snow Spirit King's face turned cold. He lowered his voice and said, "Kill her. Remember to smile a little. Kill her." The subordinate didn't understand. The Snow Spirit King roared, "Did you hear me? I want you to kill her." "Yes, yes, Your Highness." The subordinate nodded. When the Snow Spirit King cut off the star talisman, the other party had already made his move. Holding the star talisman tightly, the Snow Spirit King took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, they had become incomparably cold. He muttered to himself, "Xiaofan is right. There are very few people in this world who can understand me, only a few. He will never become someone who walks the same path as me. This is my wishful thinking. From today onwards, I will sever all my thoughts and be a good Snow Spirit King. As for you, you humiliated me and angered me like this. I will let you be a puppet with peerless talent and be controlled by me. Let me, Xiaofan, complete my 1,000-year hegemony. Those who don't listen to me, those who don't want face when I give them, and those who can't understand me, all have to die. No matter how tempting you are to me, when you become a puppet, will I still have such impossible thoughts?" He was just a timid person who made a small attempt in order to persevere. What he encountered was a merciless blow. He was like a tortoise who was so scared that he shrank his head back. He would never try to stretch out his head again for the rest of his life. When he raised his head again, his eyes had become cruel and cold. At the same time, Long Chen also received a notice from the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit said, "In less than an hour, little Xi will wake up. She has already formed her own reincarnation and has become very powerful. Just now, the 2 spirit generals guarding her tried to kill her and were captured by us. The rest of the spirit generals are here and are fighting with the fire spirits and the others. I am now surrounding little Xi. It's time to counterattack. Now that the commotion has become big, find the right opportunity and come back. When you come back and little Xi wakes up, I will take you to the demon god region." The Holy Spirit explained everything in a few words. "They want to kill little Xi." Long Chen's tone became cold. This should be an order from the Snow Spirit King. Sure enough, Long Chen originally thought that the Snow Spirit King would be a good friend. But since the Snow Spirit King wanted to kill Lingxi and seemed to have planned it, they could only be enemies from now on. For Long Chen, anyone who attacked Lingxi was unforgivable. The Snow Spirit King was sincere, but he was too arrogant, controlling, and vengeful. Since he wanted to take revenge, Long Chen wouldn't be polite to him. All the grudges should be settled now. Long Chen walked towards the entrance of the Blizzard Imperial Palace. At this time, the Snow Spirit King's star talisman received another message. "Your Highness, the people of the goddess's heart actually appeared in the supreme spiritual city. Bai Zong and the others were captured by the Holy Spirit. Now, the 10 of them are protecting that woman and even threatened to kill Bai Zong. The Holy Spirit is powerful, and we are not her match. She is about to make her move. You and Lady Xiaofan should come quickly." "What?" The Snow Spirit King was stunned. The goddess's heart suddenly appeared. This was far beyond his expectation. He only knew that the goddess's heart brought Long Chen to the spiritual god domain, but he didn't expect that they had such a deep relationship. For Long Chen, the goddess's heart even hid in the supreme spiritual city and secretly protected Lingxi. In the eyes of the Snow Spirit King, the goddess's heart was a group of mysterious women. They were arrogant, so how could they take care of Long Chen? No wonder Long Chen had been so calm from the beginning to the end. No wonder. The Snow Spirit King was furious when he thought that he was in the other party's trap. He thought that he had complete control over Long Chen, but he didn't expect that the other party already had a way to deal with him. Now, they even wanted to kill his spiritual generals. With the Holy Spirit present, if Xiaofan didn't make a move, he couldn't deal with them at all. This was failure, this was humiliation. The Snow Spirit King had never encountered such a setback, especially when he was teased by Long Chen. He couldn't stand it anymore. At this moment, he had already lost his mind. He roared at the Blizzard Imperial Palace, Xueqing, quickly go over and unite the spiritual generals to kill the people of the goddess's heart and that woman. In the blink of an eye, Xueqing appeared beside him. Little master, this is not good. The goddess's heart has just made a great contribution to our spirit clan. Their reputation is like the sun in the sky. How can we kill them? The Snow Spirit King said angrily, breaking into my supreme spiritual city and holding my holy Snow Spirit Army's spiritual generals hostage, they deserve to die. The old man frowned and said, I will go and rescue Bai Zong and the others. As for killing them, with the Holy Spirit's help, I'm afraid I can't do it. Her strength is outstanding, and I may not be her opponent. Go quickly, the Snow Spirit King shouted hysterically. Xueqing didn't say much. The Snow Spirit King had lost his mind, so it was not suitable for him to say more. After Xueqing left, the Snow Spirit King was about to rush over there. He suddenly remembered that Long Chen was still in the Blizzard Imperial Palace, so he stopped. Holding my spiritual generals hostage, forcing me and Xueqing to go and rescue them so that he can escape from the Blizzard Imperial Palace. Is this his plan? Long Chen, you really have a good plan, but I saw through it. He was very familiar with the Blizzard Imperial Palace, so he quickly changed his direction and rushed out of the Blizzard Imperial Palace. Sure enough, Long Chen was already standing outside, preparing to leave the Blizzard Imperial Palace. Long Chen only left after seeing Xueqing leave. The Snow Spirit King chasing after him was also within his expectation. He turned back and said, Thank you for your hospitality these days. Time is up, and I should go and do my own things. See you later. After saying that, he jumped out of the Blizzard Imperial Palace and rushed in the direction of the Supreme Inn. Want to run? Impossible. The Snow Spirit King sneered and chased after him. Long Chen had been defeated by him, so he didn't put Long Chen in his eyes. The Supreme Spirit City was instantly in chaos. Long Chen's speed was very fast, but the Snow Spirit King was faster. Wherever he went, snow and ice covered everything. Large snowflakes fell, rushing towards Long Chen. Long Chen just wanted to gather with the sacred spirit and the others first. He had no intention of fighting with this guy, but the Snow Spirit King wouldn't let him go. Time roaming dragon. He escaped into the river of time, and the Snow Spirit King instantly lost his figure. He stopped, almost going crazy, but soon he continued to chase. Although he didn't know where Long Chen went, his goal now was the Supreme Inn. As long as he went to the Supreme Inn, Long Chen must be there. After running for a long time, the Snow Spirit King was actually still behind him. Using the time-roaming dragon, Long Chen couldn't display his peak speed, and the Snow Spirit King was like a maggot attached to the bone. He couldn't get rid of him no matter what. Ahead was the Supreme Inn. The goddess's heart and the Snow Spirit King were fighting fiercely, and the winner couldn't be decided in a short time. Chapter 1930. The High Spirit City was in a complete mess. The reason was that there were two groups of super experts fighting near the Supreme Inn. Initially, the famous goddess Heart appeared and defeated the two spirit generals stationed at the Supreme Inn. Then, the other spirit generals appeared and surrounded the goddess Heart. The leader of the goddess Heart, Xingling, didn't make a move, but the others restrained the group of spirit generals until the most famous expert of the Supreme Spirit City, Lord Xueqing, arrived. Xueqing was a famous expert from 10,000 years ago. He was much older than Xingling. He came from the Snow Spirit Clan and was sent by the Snow Spirit Clan to protect the Snow Spirit King. However, compared to Xueqing, the reputation of the number one person with the goddess heart, the Holy Spirit, was even greater. This was especially true after she brought the goddess heart to the dragon god domain and killed the human race's exceptional genius, Du. Her reputation was currently at its peak. The group of women stood on the roof of the Supreme Inn and people quickly recognized them. There were many people chasing after the Snow Spirit King, but there were even more people chasing after the goddess heart. In the entire Supreme Spirit City, there were many pursuers of these 10 stunning women. After discovering their arrival, the entire Supreme Spirit City became heated. But what puzzled everyone was why the people of the goddess heart would fight with the commanders of the Holy Snow Spirit Army. The battle this time was like the battle between Long Chen and the Snow Spirit King. It attracted almost everyone in the Supreme Spirit City. The Supreme Spirit City was under the strict management of the Holy Snow Spirit Army, so it was difficult for conflicts to occur. But today's battle was obviously much bigger. The 2 strongest combatants were actually 2 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm super experts. But when these 2 fought, all the other battles were overshadowed. The other 9 people of the goddess heart also stopped fighting and surrounded Lingxi. They were proficient in spirit arts and had set up a defensive array diagram. The entire Supreme Inn was under their protection. As for those spiritual generals, after trying to attack a few times to no avail, they could only give up helplessly and hoot loudly outside. Goddess Heart, this is the territory of Ling Huang, not the territory of your pure goddess palace. This place belongs to the Snow Spirit King and the Holy Snow Spirit Army. If you guys cause trouble in the Supreme Spirit City, you will definitely be punished by Ling Huang. You will also be hunted down by the entire spirit race. I advise you to release our spirit generals and give up on the battle. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences yourself. Hurry up and release him. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. The spirit generals threatened him with harsh words. A large number of the Holy Snow Spirit Army rushed over and surrounded the Supreme Spirit City. A large number of experts were maintaining order. In the sky, the battle between the Holy Spirit and Xueqing had just begun. The battle between the 2 spirit realm experts had instantly triggered a huge energy wave that swept over, causing the entire Supreme Spirit City to tremble. Boom! Everyone raised their heads and saw that the sky had been completely sealed. They couldn't see the battle between the 2 experts clearly at all. Don't worry, we won't do anything to these 2 useless fellows. As long as you don't do anything, we won't do anything. But if you do, we'll kill them. Don't use the name of the Spirit Emperor to scare us. We just made a great contribution, and the Spirit Emperor should be thanking us. How could he be cruel to us? The Spirit Generals looked at each other. If they attacked and the other party killed by Zhang and the others, it would be a great loss. Goddess Heart and this bunch of crazy women dared to do anything, just like how they dared to barge into the human race. These 2 stinky guys actually want to kill our new sister. Aren't they courting death? My sister is going through 100 reincarnation tribulations. No one is allowed to touch her. Otherwise, we will die. Hearing this, the crowd finally understood. Why would the Goddess Heart attack in Supreme Spirit City? So it was the Holy Snow Spirit Army who wanted to attack their sister who was going through the first origin tribulation. They recalled that Lingxi, who was with Long Chen, seemed to be there. The weakest member of the Goddess Heart was the 4 symbols reincarnation tribulation realm. In other words, Lingxi was the 11th member of the Goddess Heart. Then, Long Chen must be related to the Goddess Heart. However, Long Chen was currently disguised as a member of the Blood Spirit clan. Other than the core members of the Holy Snow Spirit Army, not many people knew his true identity. However, the nearly 100,000 people who had rushed over all knew that the source of this disturbance was not the Heart of Goddess causing trouble, but the Holy Snow Spirit Army. They were just defending themselves. The scales in everyone's hearts were already tilting towards the Goddess Heart. The person from the goddess heart said again, as long as you don't attack and let our sister go through the first origin tribulation, we definitely won't do anything to these two guys. It seemed that the goddess heart was the one being persecuted. Everyone started discussing. How can the Holy Snow Spirit Army threaten a bunch of weak girls? This is too much. Yeah, even I can't stand it. Even Lord Xueqing is fighting with the Holy Spirit Lady. The goddess heart is a hero of our spirit clan. The Holy Snow Spirit Army actually attacked while their sister is going through the tribulation. This is too despicable. Under the power of public opinion, the core members of the Holy Snow Spirit Army felt ashamed. They didn't know if they should attack or not. As for the lower-ranked warriors, they also felt that this operation was inconceivable. The spirit generals of the Holy Snow Spirit Army were actually attacking a weak girl who was undergoing tribulation. This was too outrageous. Even Lord Xueqing had made a move. Don't move for now. Wait for the Snow Spirit King to arrive. The spirit generals retreated and surrounded the Supreme Inn. Everyone was paying attention to the super battle in the sky. The scene was too grand. They were like ants in front of this storm. The 7 stars reincarnation tribulation realm warriors are really strong. Yeah, they are the top existences in this world. They are the most outstanding group of people. They are the core strength of our spirit clan. While everyone was watching the battle, another battle was raging in another direction. On the left, a snowstorm swept through, drowning a large area in snow. On the right, a bloody light soared into the sky. This battle was very close to the Supreme Inn, and it attracted everyone's attention. The scene of this battle was very familiar. It was clearly the Snow Spirit King and the Blood Spirit Clan. Why are they fighting again? For a moment, this battle attracted even more attention. One of them was the noble Snow Spirit King, the master of Supreme Spirit City. The people of the goddess heart also saw this battle. Long Chen is over there. That kid finally rushed over. Sisters, let's go protect him and bring him in. They had just finished their preparations when suddenly, there was a huge commotion in the sky. There was a huge explosion, and everyone was knocked to the ground, including Long Chen and the Snow Spirit King. In the sky, a huge ice mountain smashed into the ground. Instantly, the earth shook and the buildings within 1,000 meters collapsed despite the support of the spirit formation. The ice mountain smashed into the ground and turned into an old man. It was Xueqing. He was panting slightly, his eyes were solemn, and his aura was a bit chaotic. In his line of sight, a dignified woman in white descended from the sky. Her beautiful appearance and noble temperament immediately attracted everyone's gazes. In the battle just now, the Holy Spirit had the upper hand. Although Xueqing was not defeated, he was very old. If this continued, he would definitely not be the Holy Spirit's match. Therefore, he looked helpless. The Snow Spirit King had asked him to defeat the Holy Spirit, save Bai Zong and the others, and then kill Lingxi. Now, it seemed that it was impossible. Xueqing and the Holy Spirit saw the arrival of Long Chen and the Snow Spirit King. Therefore, as soon as they descended, the Holy Spirit appeared behind Long Chen. Xueqing also appeared behind the Snow Spirit King. Long Chen and the Snow Spirit King had just started fighting, but were interrupted by the two powerhouses. "Young master, I'm sorry, I can't do anything," Xueqing said guiltily behind the Snow Spirit King. The Snow Spirit King's face was gloomy. He looked around, and with his intelligence, he quickly figured out the situation. Nonsense. Regardless of Bai Zhang's life, the Holy Snow Spirit Army has so many people and spirit generals. As long as you restrain the Holy Spirit, we will definitely win. He was very unwilling. But the current situation was very disadvantageous to him. Xueqing said helplessly, "Young master, the problem is that such a battle will definitely cause great casualties. The goddess's heart is not the enemy of the spirit clan. They are heroes in the eyes of the people. If you eliminate them, it will definitely have a huge impact on your reputation and reputation. For the sake of the people, I hope young master will reconsider. He saw the situation much more clearly than the Snow Spirit King. Hearing this, the Snow Spirit King was dumbfounded. He stared at Long Chen, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Was he going to let him go just like that? No, absolutely not. He had done almost everything for him, but this was the result. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Holy Spirit had already grasped everything. She revealed a knowing smile. Although she was not young, that smile that could captivate all living things still mesmerized them. She was undoubtedly a woman that could drive all men crazy. Mature, voluptuous, dignified, and difficult to conquer. "Let's go," she said to Long Chen. She had already concluded that after she gained the upper hand in the battle with Xueqing, the Snow Spirit King and the Holy Snow Spirit Army could do nothing to Long Chen. Wait. Chapter 1931. The overall strength of the Holy Snow Spirit Army wasn't much stronger than the goddess heart. Therefore, there was no point in fighting to the death. Although the Snow Spirit King was in a frenzy, he knew that he couldn't do anything to the goddess heart in front of the public. Moreover, he was in the wrong this time. He thought that he wouldn't have a chance to interact with Long Chen again. But now, Long Chen had given him such an opportunity. They had fought a battle more than 10 days ago. 10 days was just the blink of an eye. If one didn't undergo a tribulation within these 10 days, basically no cultivator could become much stronger. In the eyes of the Snow Spirit King, Long Chen's action was tantamount to courting death. In that case, I won't show any mercy, the Snow Spirit King said in a deep voice. Everyone loved a lively scene. Now that there was another battle to watch, everyone was very excited. They stepped back and left the battlefield to the Snow Spirit King. Be careful. The Sacred Spirit knew that Long Chen wasn't a match for the Snow Spirit King, so she reminded him. No problem. Long Chen turned around and smiled confidently. The Sacred Spirit was very relieved to hear this. She returned to the Supreme Inn and stood guard beside Lingxi. Xueqing also stepped back after receiving the Snow Spirit King's order, leaving the battlefield to them. The Sacred Spirit threw Bai Zong and the other two out of the Supreme Inn. They were no longer of any value. Since Long Chen was here, the other party could do nothing to them. Once Lingxi woke up, everyone could leave and didn't have to worry about other experts coming. When Long Chen and the Snow Spirit King came face to face, the flames of battle were quietly ignited. Many people who had watched their battle more than 10 days ago were puzzled by Long Chen's actions. The story was confusing, and no one knew what had happened. However, it was a fact that Long Chen had been defeated by the Snow Spirit King more than 10 days ago. This fellow, could it be that he thinks that he can turn defeat into victory in a little over 10 days? That's simply too laughable. Yeah, it's just a blood spirit clan. How can it be compared to the Snow Spirit King? The Snow Spirit King is the #1 genius of our spirit clan. He should be younger than the Snow Spirit King. If he wins, doesn't it mean that he is the #1 genius? How can such a genius appear in the Blood Spirit clan? I really don't understand. Why does he still want to hit a rock with an egg? It's really incomprehensible. Didn't the Snow Spirit King want to subdue this guy? How is this guy related to the goddess heart? I get it. That Holy Spirit girl is a new member of the goddess heart, and this guy from the Blood Spirit clan is a couple with that girl. That's why the goddess heart came to help take them away. What a joke. He didn't cherish the chance to escape and wanted to turn the tables on the Snow Spirit King. What a joke. Doesn't he know that the Snow Spirit King is about to enter the 3 reincarnation tribulations realm? The crowd was discussing loudly. They supported the battle between the Goddess Heart and the Holy Snow Spirit Army. However, the battle between the Blood Spirit Clan and the Snow Spirit King was more inclined towards the Snow Spirit King. After all, the Snow Spirit King was a peerless genius in their hearts. He was the son of Ling Huang and had outstanding talent. There was no one else in the world of Long Chen and the Snow Spirit King. With the god-slaying sword, Long Chen mobilized the nirvana power of Tai Chi in his body and integrated it with the power of the god of Tai Chi. The power in his body changed from a torrential river to a heavy molten iron. His strength was several times stronger. Just a casual move would have the strength of millions of kilograms. Blizzard Hell. The Snow Spirit King used the same trick again. He turned the surroundings into a world of ice and snow, which was more suitable for his battle. Everywhere that Long Chen could see, except for the Supreme Inn, had become a world of ice and snow. Large amounts of snowflakes danced in the air, forming a blizzard that howled fiercely. Who? The Snow Spirit King pulled out the primordial Tao treasure, the Snow Seal. That slender ice spear pointed at Long Chen, sending out a sharp light. The primordial Tao treasure, the Holy Snow Divine Armor, appeared on his body. In an instant, the Snow Spirit King had turned into an ice god of war, looking down on the world. His perfect appearance amazed everyone. It was too perfect. In comparison, Long Chen was like a killing machine. The Snow Spirit King did not stand on ceremony. He shouted loudly, "Don't talk about 10 years. You won't have a chance to surpass me in this lifetime. Wake up." Under the Snow Seal, the blizzard danced. The Snow Spirit King's graceful dance swept through the air. The same move came again. Suddenly, all the snowflakes in the world became the Snow Spirit King's weapon. The wind howled and the earth shook. Each snowflake was like an ancient Tao treasure, possessing terrifying power. Go. The snow feast came again. This time, the Snow Spirit King did not stand on ceremony. Long Chen took a few steps back, his eyes cold. The same move did not pose any threat to him. Blood-sobbing dragon souls. This time, Long Chen used the limit of his normal state, summoning 500,000 blood-sobbing dragon souls. But the blood-sobbing dragon souls were different from before. They all had the power of nirvana of Taiji. Their tiny bodies were greatly strengthened. The blood-sobbing dragon souls grew again, becoming even more terrifying than before. At such a close distance, almost everyone felt their scalps go numb when they saw the 500,000 blood-sobbing dragon souls. It was only now that they realized how terrifying the blood-sobbing dragon souls were. 500,000 blood-sobbing dragon souls fought against the snow matrix again. Previously, Long Chen had to use the eternal moment to succeed. This time, the blood-sobbing dragon souls crushed the opponent's attack. With less than 50,000 blood-sobbing dragon souls lost, they devoured all the snowflakes in the world. The entire world of ice and snow disappeared under the devouring of the blood-sobbing dragon souls. Compared to the previous 2 times, it was a qualitative change. The Snow Spirit King's expression changed drastically. Long Chen's sudden improvement was beyond his expectations. He was facing more than 400,000 blood-sobbing dragon souls. Those thumb-sized dragons could let out terrifying roars that surpassed giant beasts. In an instant, the Snow Spirit King was surrounded by the endless blood-sobbing dragon souls and fell into the roars of giant beasts. It's not that easy to turn defeat into victory. I, the Snow Spirit King, do not lack talent. The Snow Spirit King roared. Spiritual Venerable Spear. He used the mystique of the sacred spirit tribe. In an instant, a shining spear appeared between heaven and earth. The Snow Spirit King's execution was much stronger than Bai Tai's. The spiritual venerable spear flew out and killed a path of blood in the encirclement of the blood-sobbing dragon souls. Long Chen did not hold back. The spiritual venerable spear could only kill a limited number of enemies. In an instant, Long Chen commanded the hundreds of thousands of blood-sobbing dragon souls to swarm over. In an instant, the violent killing dragons engulfed the Snow Spirit King. "You can't hurt me." The Snow Spirit King laughed loudly. His primordial Tao treasure, the Holy Snow Divine Armor, produced a snow-white barrier that enveloped his entire body. The blood-sobbing dragon souls had indeed improved a lot, but they could not break the defense of the primordial Tao treasure. Countless blood-sobbing dragon souls collided with the Holy Snow Divine Armor, turning into bloody flowers. The Snow Spirit King sneered. He held the snow seal and harvested the lives of the blood-sobbing dragon souls. "Let me tell you, Long Chen. As long as I have the Holy Snow Divine Armor, you can't hurt me at all." This Tao treasure definitely had more Tao patterns than the snow seal. This was something Ling Huang used to protect his son. Seeing the Snow Spirit King massacre the blood-sobbing dragon souls, Long Chen did not panic. He used the time-roaming dragon and disappeared from the Snow Spirit King's vision. Where did the Blood Spirit tribe go? Everyone was puzzled. The Snow Spirit King was in high spirits and did not care about where Long Chen had gone. At this moment, the hundreds of thousands of blood-sobbing dragon souls dissipated, causing the Snow Spirit King to miss his target. Long Chen's blood-colored figure suddenly appeared behind the Snow Spirit King. He activated the massacring sword art. In a short instant, the god-slaying sword tore at the Holy Snow Divine Armor dozens of times. For the last time, Long Chen slashed at the white light barrier. The light barrier exploded instantly, and a violent explosion swept out. Long Chen's eyes were cold as he slashed down again. The Snow Spirit King was shocked and hurriedly used the snow seal to defend. However, he was still struck down from the sky by Long Chen's terrifying sword. The huge force sent the Snow Spirit King crashing into the ground, creating a huge pit that was more than 10 meters deep. Instantly, soil flew everywhere. Just like the previous battle, Long Chen had the upper hand at the beginning. This time, his advantage was even more obvious. Even though the Snow Spirit King had 2 primordial Tao treasures, he was still suppressed by Long Chen. Everyone said uneasily, "The Snow Spirit King won't lose to this kid this time, right? How is that possible? The Snow Spirit King is the #1 genius of our spirit tribe. It is said that he has a sovereign spiritual meridian. How can the sovereign spiritual meridian lose to someone of the same generation? It is impossible for the Blood Spirit tribe to have a sovereign spiritual meridian. Just watch. The Snow Spirit King's ultimate move is the City of Dawn. Didn't Long Chen admit defeat before the City of Dawn? Rumble. The Snow Spirit King rushed out from the ground, panting. He had shaken off the soil on his body and was completely clean. However, his head was a mess at this moment, and it was really damaging to his usual image. Long Chen hovered above him and said, "It seems that you are no match for me." The Snow Spirit King's eyes were gloomy, and he had suffered a huge blow. He gritted his teeth and said, "In just 10 days, you have improved so much. You must have achieved a breakthrough in my training room. Even so, do you think that you have the power to fight me? The City of Dawn from the previous time. Come." Long Chen held the god-slaying sword in his hand and was ready. The power of the City of Dawn had surpassed the Snow Spirit King's capabilities. Previously, Long Chen had been defeated by the City of Dawn. This time, he would not be defeated again. Within the god-slaying sword, Little Skeleton had already awakened. His pair of green eyes looked at the Snow Spirit King curiously. "Should I kill him, Daddy?" Little Skeleton asked naively. "Screw you. Chapter 1932. In any case, the enraged Snow Spirit King showed no mercy this time. He summoned the City of Dawn again. The City of Dawn was a sealing city that used the power of light to seal demons. If Long Chen couldn't withstand it, he might be sealed in the Supreme Spiritual City. Even the sacred spirits might not be able to save him. Last time, Long Chen chose to admit defeat. This time, he couldn't admit defeat. If he couldn't withstand it, the outcome would be tragic. He gripped the god-slaying sword in his hand and recalled his battle with the god of Tai Chi, endless killings, undefeatable faith, and the tempering of every move. Only when he believed that he would win would he be able to defeat his opponent. Therefore, when the City of Dawn was shaken again, Long Chen was full of faith in himself. Without a doubt, the Snow Spirit King was a terrifying opponent. He possessed a sovereign spiritual pulse. However, Long Chen was even more terrifying than the Snow Spirit King. The god-slaying sword vibrated. Hundreds of Tao patterns flashed on it. As a doctrine weapon that could devour, it was thirsty. The little skeleton was also starving. This time, their target was the Holy Snow Divine Armor on the Snow Spirit King. Rumble. As everyone cried out in alarm, the clouds began to move, and the glowing city began to descend. Countless sealing formations revolved around the city, sealing everything within 5 miles. Even if Long Chen wanted to escape, it wouldn't be easy. The Snow Spirit King was right beside the City of Dawn. He turned into a deity and said in a loud voice, "The City of Dawn has descended. All demons bow their heads." Rumble. Rumble. Long Chen raised his head. It was as if a golden mountain was pressing down on him. Everyone in the Supreme Spiritual City raised their heads and looked at the City of Dawn that only the higher-ups of the Sacred Spirit Tribe could cast. It was a super spiritual skill that surpassed the spiritual spear of the Sacred Spirit Tribe. It was also a demon sealing skill that Ling Huang had specially created for the Snow Spirit King. Then the Blood Spirit race is definitely finished. It seems like the Snow Spirit King is furious. The City of Dawn that he cast this time is much more powerful than the last time. That kid is about to be sealed. Even those with the goddess heart couldn't help but worry for Long Chen. "Big sister, what should we do? Can Long Chen bear it? He's too eager to fight against the Snow Spirit King. He's several levels stronger than Du." The sisters of Goddess Heart had worried looks on their faces. The Holy Spirit gently moved her lips, revealing her hesitation. To be honest, she also believed that Long Chen could not make it through. But she suddenly saw Long Chen's gaze. He was strong, determined, courageous, and full of faith. The vast City of Dawn was like prey in his eyes. After seeing Long Chen's gaze, the Sacred Spirit waved his hand and said, "Don't attack. I believe that he will succeed." As soon as he finished speaking, the Snow Spirit King brought the huge City of Dawn down with a loud crash. His eyes were filled with pleasure. What I can't have, no one else can have. Destroy it for me." The City of Dawn was dazzling. Everyone was dazzled by the dazzling light. Long Chen was fearless. In front of the City of Dawn, he seemed very small. But he did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. He was like an ant charging towards the palace that was descending from the sky. It was like an ant trying to shake a tree. One man with one sword charged towards the heavens. When the light engulfed him, Long Chen suddenly activated the massacre sword art. He was immersed in a state where he forgot himself. It was as if he was fighting against the god of Tai Chi in front of him. There was only a dazzling enemy. Break. In everyone's eyes, Long Chen had completely engulfed the City of Dawn. The City of Dawn continued to descend according to its original trajectory. First strike. But Long Chen's massacre sword art did not stop. Starting from the first strike, the the god-slaying sword charged forward again and again, bursting with terrifying sword chi of death. Long Chen was suppressed to the point of retreating, but his expression did not change. He continued to slash with the massacre sword art. He's going to lose. Everyone could see Long Chen struggling in front of the City of Dawn. He was like an ant that was slowly being suppressed from the sky to the ground. When he was only 10 meters away from the ground, everyone knew that the outcome was determined. Long Chen could no longer turn the tables. In the Supreme Inn, the goddess hearts clenched their fists tightly. They watched nervously. The saint spirit closed her eyes. She was prepared to attack. High up in the sky, the Snow Spirit King's eyes were bloodshot. He was venting his anger. He unleashed all his power without a care for his life. Go to hell. Love could also transform into hatred. This kind of hatred was even more terrifying. However, to Long Chen, all of this was merely a process. Even until the last moment, he did not give up. At this moment, he had persisted for more than 100 strikes. 101 strikes. From this strike onwards, the terrifying sword energy started to shake the City of Dawn. Rumble. Long Chen's eyes were cold. He had an unyielding belief, and the god-slaying sword in his hands suddenly accelerated. Break. This angry roar woke everyone up. They widened their eyes as they witnessed this unexpected scene. Long Chen suddenly unleashed more than 100 streaks of sword energy. The huge City of Dawn was crushed into powder by the powerful sword energy. The dazzling Dawn City instantly exploded and turned into an endless rain of light. The rain fell on the entire Supreme Spiritual City and even outside of the city. The rain that was formed by the light droplets poured down. It was a beautiful sight. No, countless people sucked in a cold breath. The City of Dawn had been destroyed. This was the Snow Spirit King's painstaking effort. Everyone was shocked. Even the Holy Spirits didn't expect this at all. For a moment, everyone's expressions were very interesting. No, the City of Dawn was destroyed. The Snow Spirit King spat out a mouthful of blood and took a few steps back. It shouldn't be like this, right? When the light dissipated, his face was pale, and his hair was disheveled. He had lost his previous suaveness. He had become despondent. I've lost. He had lost to Long Chen in the setup of the goddess heart. Now, he had lost to Long Chen in the final battle. This was a joke. It was definitely not real. The Snow Spirit King's eyes were cold. He clenched the snow seal in his hand. He knew that he had not lost. He could still fight. As long as he wore the Holy Snow Divine Armor, Long Chen would never be able to hurt him. Don't be too happy. The Snow Spirit King turned around in a daze, looking for Long Chen. Long Chen was right behind him, staring at the Snow Spirit King with a pair of calm eyes. Come on. You may have destroyed the City of Dawn, but our battle has just begun. You've lost, Long Chen said. Bullshit. The Snow Spirit King attacked with the Snow Seal. The Tao Spirit Snow Demon roared. Below, Xue Qing was a little worried. Everyone was looking forward to the final result. Would Long Chen win, or would the Snow Spirit King turn the tables? Long Chen gripped the god-slaying sword tightly in front of his chest. One was crazy, the other calm. Their mental states were completely different. At this moment, the Snow Spirit King attacked. He had not lost. At the end of the day, Long Chen had only broken his strongest move. What followed was likely to be a battle of attrition. Facing his opponent, Long Chen did not say much. He immediately used an even stronger killing move. Eye of Hell. Wang. The Snow Spirit King stopped in his tracks and looked behind Long Chen in fear. The clouds parted, revealing a pair of green eyes. They were bloodthirsty, mysterious, and terrifying. They were the eyes of a devil. Each eyeball was the size of a city. The Snow Spirit King fell into extreme fear when the green eyes looked at him. He lost the strength and courage to attack. He could not even hold the primordial Tao treasure in his hand. What's wrong with the Snow Spirit King? The crowd broke into an uproar. Hearing the uproar, Long Chen finally understood that other than his opponent, the Eye of Hell could not be seen by others. Only the Snow Spirit King could experience such fear. Therefore, the crowd did not understand the Snow Spirit King's actions. Long Chen hesitated no more. Every time he used the Eye of Hell, it took a lot of energy. He pressed on, the god-slaying sword already drooling over the holy snow divine armor. The massacring sword art was activated again. Inheriting the close to 200 swords from before, Long Chen used an even stronger sword move. The Snow Spirit King was completely defenseless in front of him. Long Chen's god-slaying sword slashed 10 times consecutively on the Snow Spirit King's body. Rumble. Under everyone's incredulous gazes, the holy snow divine armor, which had more than 140 Tao patterns, actually let out a crisp sound. Then, cracks appeared. In the next moment, the Tao artifact shattered before everyone's eyes, turning into dust and dissipating into the air. The god-slaying sword devoured everything excitedly. 5 new Tao patterns were born where Long Chen's hand grasped it. The god-slaying sword successfully had 105 Tao patterns. After the holy snow divine armor was destroyed, no one thought that the Snow Spirit King had not been defeated. Under the impact of the power, the Snow Spirit King floated down. Xueqing could not save him in time, so he caught the Snow Spirit King in midair. At this moment, in order to prevent Xueqing from attacking Long Chen, the Sacred Spirit also protected Long Chen. "Are you all right?" the Sacred Spirit asked concernedly. "I'm fine." Long Chen chuckled softly. He kept the god-slaying sword and looked at the Snow Spirit King. The Snow Spirit King had suffered a huge blow. At this moment, the Snow Spirit King's eyes were like a dead man's. In fact, Long Chen had only destroyed the holy snow divine armor and did not hurt him at all. If he wanted to kill the Snow Spirit King, he could have just added another sword. Xueqing was also aware of this, so she did not kill Long Chen out of anger. Long Chen followed the Sacred Spirit to the Supreme Inn. All the Holy Snow Spirit Army's upper echelons protected the Snow Spirit King. After knowing that the Snow Spirit King was not injured, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, they still looked at Long Chen and the rest with unfriendly expressions. After a short period of silence, everyone finally accepted this fact. They all looked at Long Chen with shock in their eyes. WeChat official account, Feng Qingyang. Chapter 1933. With Xueqing's support, the Snow Spirit King landed on the ground before the Holy Snow Spirit Army. The cultivators from the Supreme Spiritual City silently retreated. Perhaps they had realized that there was a possibility of conflict between the two parties. After all, Long Chen had destroyed the Holy Snow Divine Armor of the other party. Those few strikes could only be described as breathtaking. The Holy Snow Divine Armor that everyone thought could not be broken had exploded. Amongst the Yin-Yang Reincarnation Realm cultivators, the Snow Spirit King was the cream of the crop. It was likely that even those who had passed the great trial of heaven, earth, and man would not be his match. But he had lost to Long Chen. Evidently, from today onwards, Long Chen would be the undefeatable king below the Yin-Yang Reincarnation Realm. The clash between the two was spectacular. However, the crowd still hadn't recovered from their shock. The young prodigy they thought to be the #1 genius of the spirit race had actually lost to Long Chen, who was even younger than him. Didn't that mean that Long Chen was the #1 genius of the spirit race? The blood spirit tribe could really produce such a character. They looked at the youth in awe. No matter how unwilling they were to admit it, the truth was laid out before them. Hundreds of thousands of people had seen it clearly. Until now, many did not even know that Long Chen was alive. Long Chen turned back. The light on Ling Xi's body had already dissipated. She had undergone a huge transformation. Or rather, the pure goddess's blood and immortal Lord Realm technique were about to undergo a huge transformation from the moment she reached the rebirth realm. When she truly awakened, she would be comparable to Emperor Rain or even surpass him. She was about to display her astonishing talent. From her, Long Chen saw the rise of a genius. Of course, most of this girl's talent had been given to her by him, including the immortal Lord Realm technique. That was a gift from Long Chen. Logically, the ancestral dragon's legacy should be superior to Ling Xi's. Long Chen had absorbed large amounts of resources, but Ling Xi could still catch up to him. This could only mean that the heavenly Tao was too good to Ling Xi, a descendant of an immortal spirit. But it was too harsh to the dragon warriors. There must be many secrets that they could not access. But no matter what, as long as Ling Xi became stronger, Long Chen would be happy for her. The strength of the ancestral dragon had never been reflected in the aspect of rapid growth. Long Chen was advancing step by step from a child to an adult. If he were to reach the heavens in a single bound, what would appear in the end would not be the ancestral dragon, but a deformed dragon. After a while, Ling Xi was done. Long Chen stood on the rooftop of the Supreme Inn, looking at the Snow Spirit King opposite him. The gazes of the two young geniuses met once again. In the past, the Snow Spirit King dominated the world, and Long Chen was under his control. But now, it was the complete opposite. The Snow Spirit King's eyes were blank and filled with fear, while Long Chen's eyes were filled with strength. The Snow Spirit King was shocked by the eye of hell, and his primordial spirit was still in chaos. Long Chen said, "To be able to meet here, and have the fortune to fight twice, we can be considered to be fated. I hope that today's battle is only the beginning of our friendship, and not the end. You are not a malicious person, and I hope that we will meet again in the future. At that time, we can fight again. If you are not satisfied with the result of today's battle, you can cultivate hard in the future, and when the time comes, you can defeat me." His words brought new hope to the Snow Spirit King. The look in his eyes gradually stabilized, and he said blankly, "Will you come back to the Supreme Spiritual City?" "Maybe. I will." Long Chen hesitated for a while, but still told the truth. He definitely had to return to the Supreme Spiritual City, or else he wouldn't be able to directly go to the Dragon God domain from the Demon God domain. The Snow Spirit King took a deep breath, and said, "The next time you come back, will be the next time we fight. You have to be careful. From today onwards, I only live for battle. When I step into the Three Talents Reincarnation Tribulations realm, let's see if you can still block my battle spear." The desire to fight was reignited in the Snow Spirit King's heart. Today's humiliation would definitely be washed away with blood in the future. Seeing the Snow Spirit King like this, Long Chen felt gratified. Perhaps by turning their relationship into an enemy, into a competitor, the Snow Spirit King would find something else to be passionate about, such as fighting. The way he looked at Long Chen had already quietly changed. From an object that he strongly desired to possess, Long Chen had now become a predestined opponent. Long Chen suddenly smiled, and said, "The taste of women is truly amazing. You haven't tried it, so how would you know it's not good?" His words made everyone confused, and only the Snow Spirit King's face suddenly turned red. He knew that Long Chen had already seen through him, and was trying to change his strange emotions. But was it really as he said, the taste of women really that good? Why did he feel so disgusted in his heart? Perhaps he hadn't met the right person. Since he was young, the women he met were either his family, or those who were willing to give up everything for him. In the Snow Spirit King's eyes, such women were undoubtedly tasteless. I will try. The Snow Spirit King also said something inexplicable. Just let this inexplicable feeling rot in his stomach. Raising his head again, the Snow Spirit King realized that he hadn't lost too badly today. At least there was still hope of defeating his opponent in the future. This was a very important matter to him. From this moment on, the first half of his cultivation was only to become a divine spirit. That was an empty goal. In the second half, he finally found the meaning of life. That was, to defeat him. To fight to defeat him. Let's go. The Snow Spirit King was almost roaring. At this moment, he had lost his elegance and became like a proud lion. He turned his mighty body, and after taking off the holy snow divine armor, he became even more majestic. Today's battle was undoubtedly a transformation for him. Even Xueqing didn't know what kind of changes he had gone through. Although the spirit generals of the Holy Snow Spirit Army were puzzled, they still followed the domineering Snow Spirit Monarch back to the Blizzard Imperial Palace. Although the Snow Spirit Monarch was defeated today, no one despised him, because he was still strong. No matter what, the Snow Spirit King was still the ruler of the supreme spiritual city. When approaching the Blizzard Imperial Palace, the Snow Spirit King suddenly stopped. He turned back to look in the direction of the Supreme Inn, where a white light flickered. His woman should have succeeded. The Snow Spirit King clenched his teeth, looking a little hesitant. But in the end, he had defeated himself. He roared at Xueqing, "Listen, send me 10 of the most beautiful women in the supreme spiritual city. Ask them if they are willing to serve me. If they are willing, immediately bring them to the Blizzard Imperial Palace." I want to have a taste of what he said. After speaking, he turned into a snow arrow and rushed into the Blizzard Imperial Palace. Xueqing was stunned for a moment. After a long time, he laughed. The gloominess and melancholy that had been on his face for years finally vanished. As for the other spirit generals, they vaguely knew a little about it. After the Holy Snow Spirit Army left, the warriors of the Supreme Spiritual City didn't leave. Of course, the beauties of the goddess heart that they yearned for were all in the Supreme Inn. They didn't dare to go up and only dared to admire the beauties from the side. This is the Holy Spirit. She is so beautiful. I grew up listening to her legend. I didn't expect her to be so charming even now. Huling and Dark Spirit's figures are so good. I wonder who will be their husband. They are so lucky. I think Lady Wind Spirit is the most attractive. Her thin wings fluttered in the wind. She is so beautiful. I have never seen such a lively girl. I think Hua Ling is the cutest. She blinks her big eyes. She's so charming. Thousands of men's eyes were filled with peach blossoms. They praised the 10 beauties of the goddess heart, making the goddess heart's hearts burst with joy. They didn't expect their fame to be so great. Women like to be praised, and they were no exception. As for Long Chen, all his attention was on Lingxi. At this moment, an intense light erupted from Lingxi's body. The purple-colored moonlight in the center of her brows flashed before disappearing once again. Following that, the intense light gradually weakened as the cocoon of light dissipated. That soul-stirring beauty that could even overshadow the elegance of the other women in the heart of the goddess gradually revealed her peerless countenance. The men below once again let out exclamations of admiration. Reincarnation. In the blink of an eye, Lingxi was already in the reincarnation calamity realm. Standing before her, Long Chen was extremely satisfied. He could feel the surging power in Lingxi. In terms of strength, Lingxi was no weaker than him. This meant that if Long Chen dual cultivated with her, they would definitely reach a higher level of dual activation. Besides, Lingxi also had the Immortal Lord Realm technique and the Ethereal Immortal Sect legacy. In terms of battle power, she was probably close to his. The woman who was bathed in the light gradually opened her eyes. A pair of snow-white eyes shone with a dazzling brilliance. Under this pure gaze, all the men who were boiling with lust shut their mouths. There was only admiration for this pure beauty left in their eyes. And the most beautiful pair of eyes naturally fell on Long Chen. If one looked closely, one would see many beautiful purple runes. These were from the Immortal Lord Realm technique, and they made her eyes even more mesmerizing. Little she. Long Chen stretched out his arms and let her into his embrace. Lingxi was immersed in 100 reincarnations and naturally did not know what had happened. She also did not know how much time had passed. She also did not know why the lower levels were in a mess, or why the sisters of the goddess heart were here. She leaned lightly against Long Chen's ear and told Long Chen what she wanted to say the most. "Chen, do you know what the happiest thing for me is?" Long Chen felt at peace. He caressed her long, silky hair and smiled warmly. "Then tell me, what is it?" Chapter 1934. When he heard this, Long Chen felt like he had been struck by lightning. It wasn't pain, but happiness. Every martial artist who reached the samsara tribulation realm had to experience the cruel 100 reincarnation cycles. Those who escaped from the 100 reincarnation cycles would look at the 100 reincarnation cycles from the perspective of a bystander. However, those who were immersed in it would think that they were living in that fake world. The 100 samsara lives were a journey of the mind. It was a world without power. There were all sorts of magical things, such as technology. The laws of that world were strict, and the people had profound knowledge. They created a series of strange things, but everything made people feel despair. In that world, everyone would forget everything. They would forget that they were going through the first origin tribulation. They would grow old and die of sickness. Basically, it was impossible for them to live past 100 years old. They would also die from all sorts of disasters. Life in that world was so fragile, but one could experience the true meaning of the word fate. Every warrior who encountered the first origin tribulation had to enter that world without power. They would grow old and die again and again. They would reincarnate again and again until they died in the last life. Only then would they remember everything. Lingxi had experienced this world. In this world of reincarnation, she had all kinds of fates. She had experienced a long life that would make people feel fear when they thought back to it. She had experienced the despair of survival. However, after she woke up from reincarnation, her eyes instantly brimmed with hot tears. She had lived through 100 lives with the same man. That man was Long Chen. As for the world of reincarnation, when the origin tribulation ended, the memories of the 100 lives quickly faded from Lingxi's mind. She forgot about those long stories, forgot about the strange and novel things she had experienced, the strange theories and knowledge. She only remembered that in the 100 lives of reincarnation, that warm embrace had come from Long Chen. It was this embrace that allowed her to no longer experience fear in that strange world. This was what she meant by the happiest thing to her. "Every time, you will accompany me to old age. If I die in an accident, you will follow my footsteps. I finally believe that you will be my man for all eternity." Lingxi wiped away her tears. She had almost forgotten everything about the world of reincarnation. In that world of reincarnation, it was so real that it was terrifying. No one would think that it was fake. Only after one origin tribulation came back and looked at that world as an outsider would they understand. Seeing them hug, Goddess Heart and the other women couldn't help but cry. 100 lifetimes for a single person. This kind of affinity is truly hard to come by. The Holy Spirit shook her head helplessly. Even someone like her was moved. The one origin tribulation seems simple, but in reality, I think it's more terrifying than any other tribulation. I'm not afraid of the 2 rights tribulation, the 3 talents tribulation, and the 4 symbols tribulation, but I'm afraid of another samsara tribulation. Longchen didn't know what to say. Half a day passed, and I maintained the same posture. It's time to go, Longchen said. Lingxi no longer had tears. Longchen looked at her and realized that she had changed a lot. If she was a little girl before, the current her was mature, gentle, and considerate. She had become a radiant woman. It was time to go to the demon god region and help Xiao Lang to get rid of the demon in his heart. Goddess Heart and the others brought them towards the north gate. When you go to the demon race, you will have to rely on yourselves. That place isn't the Supreme Spirit City, we won't be able to do anything for you. Just remember my warning. When you travel, it's best not to take the route where the demon race gathers. The demon race is more against the human race. They have a demon spirit agreement with our spirit race. Both sides can't go against the demon race or spirit race of their respective divine domain. Under their warning, everyone arrived at the north gate of the Supreme Spirit City. The Snow Spirit King didn't appear again. Longchen took one last look at the north gate before he held Lingxi's hand and passed through the gate. A fiery tunnel appeared before him. Other than the energy bridge on the ground, the surroundings were filled with endless flames from the heaven fire abyss. The energy bridge itself was tens of thousands of meters long. On the other side of the energy bridge, there was the Supreme Demon City. From there onwards, it would be the Demon God region. For Xiao Lang, Longchen had to go there. He bid farewell to Goddess Heart and followed the spirit race to the Demon God region, stepping onto the energy bridge. Goddess Heart bid farewell to them under the escort of countless followers. At this moment, a pair of huge white eyes appeared in the sky. Each eye was half the size of the Supreme Spirit City. The Holy Spirit smiled as she looked in the direction Longchen disappeared. She suddenly felt something and lifted her head, only to see white clouds floating in the sky. The sun was shining brightly, but there was nothing. Could it be an illusion? In the boundless void, the entire world was submerged in white light. This was a pure white world that stretched out into countless territories. There was no end to it. And in the deepest part of this world, a pair of snow-white eyes were hidden. They couldn't be seen clearly, and the pair of eyes were wandering about. In the deepest part of the white light, there was a mysterious sky palace. The sky palace was surrounded by millions of spirit designs, and glowed with a strange light. Few in the entire spirit race knew of this place. The sky palace, which was usually quiet, was now shaking. The master of the sky palace had awoken. He was a little agitated, and the millions of spirit designs were vibrating. His whispers could be heard. That's an Immortal Lord Realm technique. Oh, so this girl received the legacy of ancestor god Su Nu's immortal blood, and also the Immortal Lord Realm technique. Once the inheritor of the Immortal Lord Realm technique is chosen, no one can change it. The inheritor can only choose the next, or the Immortal Lord Realm technique will collapse. In that case, I have to think of a way to get this girl to pass the Immortal Lord Realm technique to me. Immortal Lord Realm technique, Immortal Lord Realm technique. Once I get it, I will finally have hope of becoming an immortal. As the sky palace shook, the entire spirit god region was shaking as well. Everyone could feel this huge earthquake. Everyone thought this was a normal phenomenon, but they did not know that the millions of spirit designs outside the mysterious sky palace affected the entire spirit god region. And all of this had nothing to do with Longchen for now. The demon race and the spirit race had signed the demon spirit agreement. There were no wars between the two races. Therefore, the Supreme Spirit City and the Supreme Demon City had a wide range of interactions. Every day, there would be many spirit race cultivators going to the demon race, and many demon race cultivators going to the demon race. The spirit race cultivators going to the demon race, and the demon race cultivators going to the demon race, basically only moved around the two cities, doing some trades between the two races. There weren't many like Long Chen who wanted to go deep into the demon god domain. This was because the further they were from the spirit god region, the less secure they were. At least in the vicinity of the sovereign demon city, no demon would dare to openly kill spirit race members. It was the same for the spirit race, and there were many demons in the sovereign spirit city. Holding Lingxi's hand, Long Chen felt blessed. Lingxi's mesmerizing eyes made Long Chen's heart itch. The spirit race, who had gone to the demon race at the same time as them, had also watched Long Chen's battle. They were full of praise for Long Chen. Of course, before Long Chen had defeated the Snow Spirit King, they had also looked down on him. Now they were sincerely apologizing to Long Chen. "Everyone, when we reach the demon race, I hope that you will not treat me differently. Just a little special would attract the attention of the demon race." The spirit race loved beauty, while the demon race loved killing. The two were fundamentally different. Once they reached the demon race, killing was a common sight. The demon race was generally savage, and it was best to be obedient there. The area around the energy bridge was filled with raging flames. The dozen or so people in the surroundings were all from the spirit race who frequently went to the demon race to trade with the demon race. They were very familiar with the process. Long Chen took this opportunity to ask them questions. As for Ling Shi, she just silently looked at her man, her eyes filled with sweetness. "Chen, I've learned many Immortal Lord Realm techniques. From today onwards, they will come in handy," she whispered into Long Chen's ear. "Awesome." Long Chen pinched her little cheeks, his face full of smiles. A new journey was about to begin. "When we reach the sovereign demon city, just don't talk to the demon race. We'll go to the sovereign demon city to trade. There are fixed merchants there. What about you?" "I'm going to the demon immortal region to find someone," Long Chen said. "Brother, you have to be careful. You're alone outside the supreme demon city. It's hard to avoid some demon clans disregarding the demon spirit agreement and secretly making a move on you." The demon race was indeed dangerous, but for Xiao Lang, Long Chen was not afraid. Of course, he had the heavenly fox token, that nine-tailed celestial fox, on him. But this time, Long Chen would not be able to contact Ruo Shi. Nine-tailed celestial fox would love nothing more than to take Mo Xiaolang's life. Very quickly, Long Chen and the others arrived at the southern gate of the sovereign demon city. The other side was also heavily guarded. Although it was a time of peace, they could not afford to be complacent. Without a pass, it was forbidden to pass. In fact, this was the true use of the pass. They were about to reach the demon immortal region. Looking up, there were many ferocious-looking demons on the walls of the sovereign demon city, glaring at the spirit race. "Brother, do you know of the God Kingdom sealing curse in the demon immortal region?" Long Chen was stunned. They had come in a hurry, and he had not heard of it. If it was something important, then the sacred spirit and the others must have forgotten to tell him. Chapter 1935. At this time, the person in front was checking the pass. Long Chen approached the spirit clan uncle and asked, "Can you tell me in detail what this God Nation sealing curse is?" As they approached the supreme demon city, the spirit clan uncle did not dare to speak loudly. He leaned close to Long Chen and whispered, "The cultivation system of the demon clan before the nirvana realm is different from ours. The cultivation system of our spirit clan is similar to that of the human clan. We both have the God martial realm and can form a God nation in our body. The God nation can store living things, but the demon clan is different. This is the disadvantage of the demon clan. Usually, a spirit tribe warrior can lead an army into the demon immortal realm with his God nation. However, the demon tribe does not have this ability. Therefore, countless years ago, the 4 great demon lords from the 4 great demon ancestral cities of the demon clan, who are close to the immortal realm, joined forces and gathered all the divine items in the world. After 1,000 years, they cast a god-nation seal over the entire demon immortal realm. Their purpose was to prevent other races from sneaking into the demon immortal realm. The great demon lord was someone on the same level as the first dragon emperor or the spirit emperor. The god nation was formed at the 8th level of the god martial realm. It was very mysterious. The demon clan did not have the god martial realm. Mo Xiaolang also did not have a god nation. The so-called god nation sealing curse means that the god nation cannot be opened within the demon immortal realm. Long Chen was not very worried. After all, even if the god nation could not be opened, he still had the great void realm. If the danger was too great, he could let Lingxi enter the great void realm. Unexpectedly, the other party shook his head. Of course not. Look at us merchants, we store our goods in the god nation. The effect of the god nation sealing curse is that if you want to transfer any living thing, as long as it shows signs of life, from the outside world to the god nation or out of the god nation sealing curse will affect the living thing, causing it to be gravely injured, cursed, or even killed. Therefore, in the demon immortal region, no one can hide in the god nation sealing curse. We are already at the border of the demon immortal region. The curse that the 4 grand demon lords spent 1,000 years laying down is extremely strong. Even here, we might be affected. After hearing this, Long Chen frowned deeply. This divine kingdom sealing curse was much more troublesome than he had imagined. Looking at it this way, letting Lingxi enter the divine kingdom was simply killing her. The great void realm was probably based on the same logic as the god nation. After all, there were still many Dao treasures that allowed people to enter. Once such a phenomenon occurred, the god nation's sealing curse would be able to find them. Chen. Lingxi tugged at his arm lightly and said with a smile, "I'm not the same person as before. Trust me." After coming out of the battlefield of the immortals, she had become very independent. It was especially so now that she had mastered many immortal lord realm techniques. It was incredible. I should have had full confidence in you. Long Chen had let go of all his reservations. The more one doted on and protected one, it would only hinder their growth. Therefore, Long Chen was willing to give her a chance to soar. They set off. Very soon, it was their turn to inspect the pass. Looking up, the majority of the guards of the Supreme Demon City were from a demon race called the Rock Beast race. This demon race was fat and muscular. Their skin was black and their demonic chi soared to the heavens. From their appearance, these so-called rock beasts should be related to pigs. The demons were indeed ugly. They had green faces and sharp fangs. They were not on the same level as the spiritual tribe. Even from afar, one could smell the foul stench on them. One by one, you spiritual tribe fools. Pay attention to your father. Don't cause trouble in the territory of the demon race. Otherwise, we will skin you alive. Hurry, hurry. Once you enter, the doors will close today. Your father wants to go to the spring fragrance brothel to have some fun. I heard that there are a few new girls from the fox tribe there. The flirtatiousness of the girls from the fox tribe really tickles one's heart. Long Chen and Ling Shi walked side by side. When they arrived at the entrance of the Supreme Demon City, the hundreds of demon race soldiers guarding the city immediately stared at Ling Shi. Their eyes were wide open, and saliva dripped from the corners of their mouths. Gulp, gulp. They swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva, their expressions blank. This. Damn it. The women from the spiritual tribe are 10,000 times stronger than those from the fox tribe at the spring fragrance brothel. This girl, even in the spiritual tribe, she must be an absolute beauty. How do the girls of the spiritual tribe look like? Why are they all so beautiful? The rock beasts could not remain calm. Of course, due to the restrictions of the demon spirit agreement, they did not dare to cause trouble in this place. Otherwise, if they were to be punished by the higher-ups, they would lose their heads. The demon race and the spiritual tribe could coexist peacefully mostly because of the restrictions of the higher-ups. Although no one made a move, the gazes of those beast-like people were still very terrifying. The entire Supreme Demon City was filled with a rotten and murderous aura. The heavy breathing of the demon race could be heard everywhere. Compared to the Supreme Spirit City, this place was simply hell. After passing through the city gates, Long Chen arrived at the Supreme Demon City. Looking up, Chen Feng saw that this was a deathly gray city. The eyes of the cultivators on the streets were even more ferocious. Quite a number of them even wielded battle axes and other Dao artifacts. Yao beasts from various races roamed the streets. Although they were in human form, they displayed the bestial nature of the Yao race. For example, the rock beasts. Although they were in human form, their heads were not much different from that of a pig. They had thick fangs, short and thick noses, and their ball-like eyes were filled with blood vessels. They were extremely ugly. This kind of demon race was everywhere in the Supreme Demon City. Look less at people, talk less, and don't cause trouble. The seniors of the spirit race kept reminding Long Chen and Yun Ruoyan about what to do. They knew that Long Chen was very good at fighting, but in the territory of the demon race, even a dragon would have to lie down. Stop! The roar of a giant beast came from the sovereign demon city's walls. With a loud rumble, a 3-meter-tall giant rock beast in human form descended from the sky. When it landed on the ground, it caused the ground to tremble. This demon race was wearing beast skin shorts. His upper body was covered with bulging muscles. He was terrifyingly strong, and contained a terrifying strength. The physical body of the demon race was a huge advantage. Get out of my way. That huge rock beast should be a general. He told the spiritual tribe to scram and strode in front of Long Chen. However, his bell-sized eyes were staring at Lingxi. His mouth was filled with filthy saliva. He shouted in a loud voice, "Beauty, follow me. I am strong enough and have a high status. The southern gate of the Supreme Demon City is under my control today." As he spoke, his huge, black, and rough palm reached for Lingxi's delicate face. Long Chen's arm was really too small compared to the other party. He moved very quickly and grabbed the other party's wrist. The other party's arm was thicker than his waist, but Long Chen directly used his physical strength to twist the other party to the ground. The other party howled miserably, and one of his arms was almost twisted off by Long Chen. This kid is so strong. The rock beasts at the side took out their Dao weapons and prepared to fight. At this time, the spiritual tribe did not disperse. They said, "Brothers of the demon race, are you trying to cause trouble? Do you believe that I will inform the spiritual tribe now? Are you trying to publicly tear up the demon spirit agreement? If the two races go to war and countless people die, you will be the sinners of history. I advise you not to cause trouble." The demon spirit agreement had a great deterrent effect on the soldiers guarding the city. Hearing this, although the demons were unwilling, they still put away the Dao weapons in their hands. Long Chen let go of the other party, and both sides separated. The rock beasts were unwilling, but at least for now, they could not leave their posts. And Long Chen followed the other spiritual tribe and soon left their sight. How beautiful and the most noble Holy Spirit tribe! The rock beasts could only swallow their saliva. Little friend Long Chen, we will split up here. We will trade with the demons nearby. The spiritual tribe member who helped Long Chen said. Thank you, everyone. Next, Long Chen was going to leave the Supreme Demon City with Lingxi. This is a simple map of the Demon Divine region. It has a general direction. I will give it to you. Long Chen took the map and expressed his gratitude again. This thing was very important to them. After they separated, Long Chen and Ling Shi traversed through the Supreme Demon City, heading in the direction of the northern city gate. Along the way, they attracted the attention of many demons. Although the spirit race was not rare, such a beautiful spirit race woman was really rare. Of course, no one found trouble with Long Chen along the way. The killing intent in the demon race's territory is too strong. It is completely different from the spiritual tribe. Lingxi said softly. The spiritual tribe also has killing intent, but it is not as obvious as here, Long Chen said. There are more than 10 demons following us. They probably have evil intentions, but they are not strong. Lingxi reminded him. Long Chen knew in his heart that small troubles would not stop. It would be fine as long as they did not take it seriously. They quickened their pace and left the Supreme Demon City. Generally speaking, the spiritual tribe members who dared to venture deep into the demon divine region were stronger. Seeing that the two dared to venture deep into the demon territory, the demons guarding the city shook their heads. They knew that Long Chen and Lingxi's lives would not last long in the bloody world of the demon race. After leaving the Supreme Demon City, Long Chen walked deep into the mountains. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. In this deepest valley, more than a dozen demons were chasing after him. They came from different races, and among them was the general of the rock beast race. Wait for me. After I finish them, I will contact Xiao Lang. Long Chen had a relaxed expression on his face. Instead of running away, he walked towards the dozen or so demons. Originally, the dozen or so demons were afraid of each other. What surprised them was that Long Chen was the first to step forward and die. Let's get rid of this spiritual tribe brat first. They swarmed over. Chapter 1936. The demons that followed were basically below the yin-yang reincarnation realm. In their opinion, the strongest of Long Chen's duo, Lingxi, was only at the one origin reincarnation realm. They were completely capable of dealing with her. The Sword Tiger tribe, the Moon Bear tribe, and the Boulder Beast tribe had come in a menacing manner, but before they could even take their beast forms, they were killed by Long Chen's swift blade. Long Chen's speed could only be described as terrifying. With the help of his massacring sword art, he slashed again and again, and each slash killed a soul. Swoosh! Swoosh! More than a dozen demons fell to the ground before they could display their strength. They had no ability to deal with Long Chen at all. Finally, Long Chen's god-slaying sword stopped in front of the Rock Beast clan warrior. The demon warrior looked at Long Chen with incomparable horror. The panic in his heart made him anxious to transform into his beast form. Seeing that a huge beast was about to appear, Long Chen quickly slashed out and cleaved the other party into two. Under the god-slaying sword's death energy, the other party lost all signs of life and turned into ashes that scattered with the wind. It was over in just a short while. The demons that chased after them probably never expected this outcome. Because of the demon spirit agreement, they couldn't attack Long Chen openly. However, they still dared to chase after them and secretly take advantage of them. Let's go. Long Chen turned back and floated into the deep forest with Lingxi. The mountains and rivers of the demon race were very vast and incomparably huge. Long Chen looked down from the mountain peak and saw a sea of dusky yellow clouds everywhere. Demonic aura surged into the sky. The vast mountains were endless, and countless beast roars soared into the sky. This demon race world was even more terrifying than the dragon god domain. In a mountain stream, Long Chen used a star talisman to contact Mo Xiaolang. Inside the star talisman, Mo Xiaolang looked dispirited. Long Chen said excitedly, "Xiaolang, we have finally entered the demon divine realm. We will immediately go to the heaven-devouring divine residence in the northwest to find you. Wait for us." Mo Xiaolang hesitated for a moment and said, "Big brother, do you really want to come? I feel that it's meaningless. Even if you come, what can you do? I can't solve this matter myself." "Actually, you don't have to worry too much. At least for now, I don't have any problems." Long Chen did not expect such an answer. After a moment of silence, he said seriously, "No matter what the result is, no matter whether I can do it or not, these are not things that I need to consider. I only want to work hard for you. You are my brother, so I can't leave you alone. Just wait for me, I will try my best to get there as soon as possible." Big brother, Mo Xiaolang's eyes were blurry. On one hand, there was despair. On the other hand, there was Long Chen's hard work. Mo Xiaolang knew that Long Chen had encountered great trouble in Supreme Spirit City these days, but he still barged into the demon divine realm and informed him the moment he entered. The other party's hard work had also moved the dispirited him. His eyes became resolute and said, "All right, we will meet in the forest of the heaven-devouring divine residence. When you reach the heaven-devouring divine residence, we will meet up in pairs." Long Chen was finally relieved. He said, "Remember, wait for me. Before I arrive, be careful." To be honest, Long Chen knew that he might not be a match for Mo Xiaolang after he became a demon. However, Mo Xiaolang's power was unstable and he might lose his mind. Therefore, if there was a battle or danger, he might still have to rely on himself. After deactivating the star talisman, Long Chen held Lingxi's hand and looked at the vast land. "Let's go." Lingxi smiled gently. Her beauty was changing along with her strength. Perhaps one day, she would be able to make all the men in the world fall in love with her. Long Chen's wish was actually very simple. He wanted to accompany the people he cared about, travel around, and live a peaceful life that she liked. She would accompany him in her 100 lives of reincarnation. "Wait until I help little wolf recover, wait until I become strong enough to have the capital to return to the Dragon God domain, wait until I let the people of the Dragon God domain know that my father and I were never traitors, wait until I wash away the grievances and humiliation my father suffered, then I can accompany you under the heavens, without any worries or worries. Little she, I owe you too much." Hurrying along. Facing the strong wind, Long Chen's blood boiled as he said to the woman beside him, "Actually, it's not like that." Lingxi's long dress fluttered in the wind along with her long hair. She was hidden in the wind. Whether it was her expression or her actions, they had undergone a huge transformation. Perhaps it was because she had grown up. She said, "In the past, I did indeed blame you for carrying too many things on your shoulders. I wanted to live a peaceful life and spend the prosperity of the world with you. But now, I understand that the best companion is to accompany you and help you realize your wishes and dreams. Men are great because they have obsessions and goals. I want you to become a great person, just like how you saved the 3 great imperial regions. At that time, I felt the greatest happiness." She closed her eyes and enjoyed the baptism of the strong wind. She said, "I am a lucky person. Fate has bestowed me upon you." Long Chen was a little flustered. Although Lingxi had grown a little, she was still herself. She was still such a heartwarming experience. "In your world, you should also have your own pursuits. Otherwise, you will become my follower." Long Chen laughed. Lingxi smiled and said in satisfaction, "You don't understand. My pursuit is to accompany you for life. I am not afraid of suffering, I am not afraid of sorrow. I am only afraid that this world doesn't have you." As he spoke, the rims of Long Chen's eyes turned red. She was so perfect. This made Long Chen feel even more remorseful in his heart. But at the same time, he felt even more satisfied. If her pursuit was like this, then he should protect her even more. "Don't worry. Even if I die, my soul will accompany you for life." Long Chen tried his best to make himself laugh. "You're so annoying. Don't talk about death. Lingxi's expression darkened. She returned to her original cute appearance. Long Chen teased, "You little brat, you still dare to act mature in front of me. Watch me beat you up." Long Chen hugged her in his arms and moved his hands all over her body. Her smooth and tender body, exquisite curves, and her snow-white breasts were filled with endless charm. Long Chen would never get tired of it. Along the way, even though the road ahead was uncertain, it was still full of laughter. When late summer appeared, they had already traveled a very long distance. After a short rest, Long Chen stood on the peak of an endless mountain. According to the map, the east was the direction of the dragon god domain. There were the 5 great dragon cities and the ancient cities of the 72 divine descendants. Back then, Long Chen had escaped from the battlefield of the gods. More than a month had passed, and his name had spread throughout the entire dragon god domain. This was all because of 2 things. Firstly, he was the son of the eternal dragon emperor, the sinner of all time. His name was Long Chen, and he had grown up in the dragon sacrificial continent. Secondly, he had killed the future god of the human race, Deity, in front of the experts of the human race in the battlefield of gods. He had defected to the spirit race and betrayed them. These 2 things were enough to make Long Chen bear the same crime as Long Qinglan. Long Chen could imagine how much the people there despised him. Dragon God Domain, the 5 great dragon cities. That is my true hometown. Long Chen clenched his fists, his eyes fixed on the east. The east, where the sun rose. He had been forced to come here, subjected to all kinds of curses, homeless. He carried too much anger and humiliation on his shoulders. When he had left the battlefield of the gods, he had clearly remembered the curses those people had hurled at him and replayed them in his mind. If he returned to the dragon god domain, he would definitely be hated by everyone. To him, the dragon god domain was even more dangerous than the demon god domain. In reality, it would be best for Long Chen not to set foot there for the rest of his life. Otherwise, he might very well lose his life. But he had to go back, even in his dreams, because that was where he belonged. He was a dragon, and he was the son of the eternal dragon emperor. That was his home, and that was where he belonged. One day, I will go back. Long Chen said these words softly. The faces of those people flashed in his mind. Finally, they fixed on Diyu's face. An unparalleled genius, a future god, the hope of the human race. He was dead, but Long Chen could replace him and become the new hope. He didn't want to work for these people, but he wanted to reclaim glory, and take back what belonged to him and his son. If he wasn't so unwilling, why would Long Qinglan struggle at death's door? If he wasn't so unwilling, why would he appear in Long Chen's lifetime and time again? He didn't want to give his son too much pressure, but the mystery he wanted to explore was still a mystery. None of the humans behind him supported him, and some even despised him. He was the lonely dragon emperor, the emperor of solitude. What he wanted to know was what Long Chen wanted to know as well. What secrets does this world have? How did the mystical dragons disappear? Who killed my father in order to explore this secret? Is he dead or not? The main reason Long Chen pursued this tirelessly was because he wanted to know the truth. The truth that cost his father his life. If this truth wasn't resolved, there would be a day when the dragon-sacrificial dragon continent would completely collapse. The dragon-shaped continent would disappear completely, lost in the long river of history. Thinking of this, Long Chen, this young life, was burning with raging flames. Lingxi hugged his strong waist with her fair arms from behind. Her beautiful face was pressed against his back as she said softly, "It's time to set off, husband." This was the first time she called Long Chen like this. Long Chen woke up from his unresigned emotions. He took another look at the east, then shook his head and stopped paying attention. He knew that the most important thing now was to let his brother, Mo Xiaolang, return to his original self. One day, you will go back. The world doesn't trust you, the world misunderstands you, but you still have a group of people who believe in you. Me, Sister Xuanji, Xiaolang, Kitten, Yen Er, the Sisters of Goddess Heart, our friends who are still waiting for us in the sacrificial dragon continent, and your father, yes, Long Chen suddenly understood. Chapter 1937. In the vast demon divine domain, Long Chen only chose places with fewer people to advance. He chose to pass through any place where the demon race gathered. During this period, he kept in touch with Mo Xiaolang. Mo Xiaolang was in low spirits, so Long Chen tried to console him. He was not willing to let him walk further down this path, because it might lead to irreversible consequences. Demons were ultimately not good things. The 3 emperor domains were almost annihilated by the city lord of the wronged. That was the most stressful battle for Long Chen. We have reached Jiang Lan's spiritual abode. Wait for us, Xiaolang. After passing through another spiritual abode, the time for their reunion was getting closer. Long Chen's heart was also gradually relaxing. Thank you, big brother, Mo Xiaolang said with a choked voice. Long Chen was already satisfied with such a response. He was most worried that Mo Xiaolang would reject him. Yener is also very little. Her cultivation has been rising rapidly recently, and she is already undergoing consecutive tribulations. Her foundation is also very good. Unknowingly, the cute girl who accompanied him had become a very important person in his life. And Long Chen gave Soiyan the Fuxi ancient dragon's inheritance blood essence, which made Mo Xiaolang feel even more grateful to Long Chen. That was the inheritance blood essence of an ultimate divine dragon. It was priceless. Even someone like Diyu felt that it was very precious. The 5 great dragon cities rarely had this kind of inheritance blood essence. After cutting off the connection with the star talisman, Mo Xiaolang looked at the tall and dark forest with tears in his eyes. Big brother Xiaolang, you are actually crying. Shame. Soiyan giggled. I have let my big brother down, Mo Xiaolang said with a choked voice. No, you haven't said anything discouraging recently. Big brother Long Chen won't be angry. Soiyan coiled around a branch, her long tail constantly changing colors. It was very beautiful, and the originally uneven snake scales were now all regular dragon scales. The mixed aura of a dragon and a snake did not seem strange. Soyan's appearance had also undergone some small changes. Her lips and eyes could change into 9 different colors, and she had become much more charming and feminine. Coming down from the branch, she swam to Mo Xiaolang's side and said, Big brother Xiaolang, I think a big tail is really ugly. Do you really think it looks good like this? Mo Xiaolang said, You've almost asked this question 10,000 times. Are there so many? Soiyan tilted her head and said with a smile. Mo Xiaolang couldn't help but laugh. Wow, you're finally willing to laugh. That's great. Soiyan was so happy that she danced. Her dance was very beautiful. Long Chen would never have imagined that a drop of ultimate mystical dragon's blood could cause such a huge change in this little girl. However, there is always a group of children from the Tongtian Mouse clan playing on the west side of this forest. Recently, they even ran into this forest. They seem to be looking for something. If we hide here, will we be affected by them? Su Yan said with a vexed expression as she thought of another matter. Mo Xiaolang thought for a moment, then said, They're just kids. Don't be afraid of them. At most, we'll just go deeper. Running between the mountains, crossing the river, and avoiding the demons, this was the longest distance Long Chen had ever traveled. In the demon immortal region, there were many powerful demons deep in the mountains. Sometimes, they were hard to find. In front of them was a bottomless abyss. It was at least 1,000 meters wide, and they couldn't see the other side. It was filled with green clouds, and there were golden flames in the depths. It looked a little sinister. Cross over. Long Chen held Lingxi's hand and advanced at high speed. This abyss was too long, and they could only cross it. After getting ready, they soared into the sky and forced their way through. Generally speaking, the higher one flew, the easier it was to be discovered. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Long Chen walked on the ground. Although Mo Xiaolang wasn't in any danger recently, it wasn't good to delay. The abyss below was very calm. Such abyss could be seen everywhere in the demon immortal region, so it wasn't strange. Long Chen's entire mind and body were focused on the heaven-devouring divine residence. The heaven-devouring divine residence was the descendant of the heaven-devouring rat divine beast in the primordial age. Of course, there were no more heaven-devouring rats now. In the heaven-devouring divine residence, there were many mouse tribes. Among them, the heaven-reaching mouse tribe was one of the descendants of the heaven-devouring rat. They were extremely talented, not inferior to nine-tailed celestial fox. As he was pondering these things, Lingxi suddenly warned, "There's movement below." Just as he was alerted, the mist below changed. Suddenly, a terrifying gust of wind swept over. Long Chen hurriedly pulled Lingxi and pulled out the divine war sword. At this instant, a huge black shadow comparable to a mountain rushed out from the endless abyss. The first thing Long Chen felt was a 1,000-meter-long, blood-colored tongue covered in thorns and barbs. Incomparably disgusting. The speed of the demon race wasn't very fast, but the speed of the scarlet tongue was extremely fast. It was simply unstoppable. In the blink of an eye, the tongue emitted a strong stench of blood and entangled towards Long Chen and Lingxi. At this instant, Long Chen finally saw the appearance of the owner of the tongue. It was a golden toad, covered in warts, and every wart was burning with golden flames. There were 3 green eyes on its head, and each eye was dozens of meters in diameter. To Long Chen, it was like a lake. Needless to say, its huge mouth was like a blood-red abyss. It was incomparably huge. The cultivation of the demon race was profound. It was obvious that it had cultivated for tens of thousands of years and had passed many samsara tribulations. Such a body was as majestic as a huge mountain. The slightest movement caused the earth to shake. Ha! That fellow's deafening laughter rang in Long Chen's ears. His tongue entangled rapidly. Just as Long Chen slashed out with a sword aura, the thick tongue directly swept over. It ignored Long Chen's god-slaying sword and slammed over with terrifying force, sending Long Chen and Lingxi flying. This demon race's single chakra physical strength was undoubtedly rather terrifying. His cultivation was at least above the 3 talents reincarnation tribulation realm, or even above the 4 symbols reincarnation tribulation realm. It could only be said that they were too lucky to meet such a demon race. The other party's tongue whipped Long Chen and Lingxi towards its mouth. At the same time, it had already rushed out of the abyss. Its huge mouth opened, revealing a bottomless pit. It wanted to swallow Long Chen and Lingxi into its stomach. It's actually 2 delicate spirits. My luck is really too good. The demon laughed loudly. Are you going to eat us? Although it was very disgusting, the other party had underestimated him. Long Chen could survive in the belly of the dragon-swallowing beast, and even more so for this toad. This toad was originally very powerful and could kill him in an instant, but if it swallowed him into its belly, then things would be different. It should be known that the insides of any living creature were almost always fragile. Although the demons' physical bodies were strong, they were not invincible. Long Chen held Lingxi's hand. The other party was very fast. Without giving Long Chen and Lingxi a chance to resist, it could swallow them into its stomach. After closing its mouth, the huge creature that was tens of thousands of meters wide landed on the ground. Heaven and earth trembled instantly. Before them was a thick stench of blood and darkness. Long Chen and Lingxi had probably entered the other party's esophagus. Long Chen felt a little guilty for letting a pure and holy girl like Lingxi come here. But there was no other way. Although this demon was ugly, it was an adult demon that had cultivated for 10,000 years. Its strength was terrifying. Chen, let me. Lingxi's hand gestures changed. Suddenly, the two of them were enveloped by a transparent ball of light. They were completely isolated from the outside world. This transparent ball of light was surprisingly stable. Lingxi said, "Don't worry. This is a guardian domain. As long as I don't use up all my energy, it won't break. It comes from an immortal Lord Realm technique, and it's a basic usage of world spirit techniques. These demons can't eat us." As expected, regardless of whether it was the bodily fluids, digestive fluids, or some strange parasitic beasts, none of them were able to break through Lingxi's protective barrier. This kind of protective barrier was very different from a barrier of light that was directly opened with power. Long Chen touched the barrier. The so-called barrier was to isolate the world they occupied from the outside world, forming a new world that would not be disturbed. The power from the outside world had to be several times that of Lingxi to break this barrier. If they were outside, the huge toad might be able to do it. But inside his body, this guardian barrier could not be broken. Long Chen had already realized that with an immortal Lord Realm technique, Lingxi was gradually changing. In the future, she would definitely be of greater help to him. Under the protection of the guardian barrier, the two headed towards the bottomless abyss. They were probably heading towards the toad's stomach. It was too disgusting. Long Chen said, "I'll transform into a mystical dragon and tear its body apart from the inside." Although it's a little disgusting, hiding is not a solution. In truth, if they were outside, it would be difficult for Long Chen to defeat this demon. The other party was clearly of a higher level, and the only chance to kill him was if he was eaten by the demon. Let's go to his stomach. It's a little wider there, and it's easier to use. It's also easier to resist the demon's power. His four emblems reincarnation power could also be used within his body. If Long Chen wanted to kill him inside, it would be a challenge. This path was destined to not be smooth sailing in the first place. Luckily, there was a guardian barrier. In the outside world, the giant toad crushed the earth to the point of collapse. He was extremely satisfied and released a carefree cry. Then, his giant body turned into a tiny human form and stood on top of a large tree. He turned into an extremely handsome youth with 3 green eyes. This delicate and pretty appearance was worlds apart from his malevolent appearance. Eating Ling tribe snacks early in the morning. How refreshing. Chapter 1938. Long Chen could hear what the other party was saying. Blue-eyed golden flame toad? He was already prepared. Once he reached his tail, he would start a thunderous slaughter. There was no one nearby, so he could safely transform into a mystical dragon and tear the other party apart. Of course, the other party was strong and might use the power of the 4 symbols reincarnation to fight him. But he had no choice. He could only take the risk. Otherwise, when Lingxi's power was exhausted, the two of them would be eaten by this ugly thing. How could he be eaten before he even saw Mo Xiaolang? Tilting his head, he saw that Lingxi was very peaceful. She did not frown because of the disgusting surroundings. In front of them was an endless abyss. The disgusting liquid pushed the guardian boundary deeper. With a rumble, Long Chen arrived in a huge space. After the guardian boundary stabilized, it floated above the green liquid. If not for the guardian boundary, Long Chen would have been disgusted to death by the liquid and the overwhelming stench. Actually, there is no need to rush. We can wait for that guy to relax. He must still be on guard now, Lingxi said softly. She was right. Long Chen asked suspiciously, don't you think this place is disgusting? You don't want to stay here for even a minute. However, Lingxi shook her head with a gentle smile. She had already transformed into a very charming little woman. She said, as long as you are here, I actually feel that everything is beautiful. One day in the future, I might be very, very old, but I can also recall that we once stayed in the stomach of a toad. Long Chen stroked her long hair. He was already satisfied and did not say much. They waited quietly. And at this time, the blue-eyed golden flame toad, who had transformed into a handsome youth, muttered to himself, Tian Song Zi, this guy actually has the guts to invite me to Cloud-Piercing Peak. And I heard that he invited many people. Isn't it just an archaic Dao treasure? Is it worth so many people? He started his journey towards the northwest, which was the direction Long Chen was heading. He was faster than Long Chen and Yi Futian. This was even better. He did not have to rush himself, and the blue-eyed golden flame toad could be used as a means of transportation. Of course, it would be even better if his stomach did not feel so disgusted. While moving at high speed, the blue-eyed golden flame toad laughed from time to time. He said, Tian Song Zi, oh Tian Song Zi, don't tell me you've gone crazy. You're holding onto a destroyed primordial Dao artifact that has been reduced to an ancient Dao artifact. It only has 99 Dao patterns, and you want to exchange it with us for an primordial Dao artifact with more than 200 Dao patterns? You must be out of your mind. Since he invited a lot of people, I'll go and join in the fun. I haven't seen my old friends in a long time. It's been hundreds of years. Half of them died under the 5 elements tribulation. Come to think of it, I'm probably the strongest in this group. It seemed to be a trading party for old friends. The destroyed primordial Dao artifact only had 99 Dao patterns left. It was reduced to an ancient Dao artifact. Long Chen did not pay much attention to it. In his opinion, the god-slaying sword was the most powerful Dao artifact. One day, it would become the king of all Dao artifacts. The potential of the god-slaying sword was like Long Chen. The toad suddenly said, has Tian Song Zi lost his mind? Oh, right. This guy is faster than me. He is about to go through the 5 elements calamity. He probably knows that he doesn't have much hope and wants to trade for a Dao treasure with more than 200 Dao patterns to save his life. But who would be so stupid to give him a Dao treasure with more than 200 Dao patterns? The green-eyed golden flame toad laughed and said, before the sword was destroyed, it had a total of 700 Dao patterns. It was a divine weapon of a Star Lord in the chaotic galaxy. After the Star Lord died, his Taoist artifact was also destroyed. In the end, he was lucky enough to get the remains of the primordial Taoist artifact. Even if the Taoist artifact originally had 700 horrifying Dao patterns, the remains are still remains. They only have the value of collecting it, not using it. I guess he has hidden the remains for so many years. If he gives it to those big shots, of course, they can take out a Taoist artifact with 200 Dao patterns. However, the possibility of them killing and robbing him is higher. It seems that he is frightened by the 5 elements tribulation and can only ask for help from his old friends like us. The green jade-eyed golden flame toad was used to living alone. Lonely people like to talk to themselves. He was enjoying himself as he mocked Tian Song Zi. Chaos Star Region, Star Lord, remains of 700 Dao pattern Dao artifacts. Long Chen and Lingxi looked at each other in shock. The strongest Dao treasures Long Chen had ever seen were the Tai City Lord's Tai Royal Bell and the Holy Spirit's Cloudy Sky Silk. Of course, there was also the 90,000-story Thunder Spirit Pagoda. Those were things used by 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm experts, and they all had more than 500 Dao patterns. If there really was a Dao treasure with 700 Dao patterns, then the user would be at the top of the eternal sacred realm, close to the level of Ling Huang. The Starfield of Chaos was located in the north of the Monster God Domain, at the edge of the Eternal God Domain. It was a part of the starry sky, where the Eternal God Domain had cut off many pieces of land to form planets. The Starfield of Chaos had countless planets of varying sizes, and that was where Mo Xiaolang wanted to go. The Eternal Life God Domain was dominated by the 5 great races, making it difficult for the other races to establish a foothold there. There were thousands upon thousands of races in the Eternal Life God Domain, and in addition to the 5 great races, there were also thousands upon thousands of unique races, such as the Spirit Life Force. As the name suggested, the Chaos Planetary System was a place of chaos. There was no absolute ruler, and the smaller races fought each other for territory. Those who occupied the largest planets were known as Star-Lords. Star-Lords were very important people who had once dominated the Chaos Planetary System, and left their mark on the history of the Eternal Life God Domain. If it really was the remains of an immemorial Tao treasure of a Star-Lord, then it would be worth a lot. Lingxi said, there are many wondrous techniques recorded in the Immortal Lord Realm technique. As far as I know, for a destroyed Tao treasure, as long as the traces of Tao markings remain, even if it is just a remnant of a Tao treasure, it can still recover its original power. These demons were able to determine that this immemorial Tao treasure had 700 Tao markings, which means that the Tao markings are dead, and the power has dissipated. But if I can find many rare materials, and I can use the Immortal Lord Realm technique to strengthen it, it might be possible to recover it. Long Chen was overjoyed to hear this. He said, you mean, if we can get this Tao treasure, and with the help of many rare materials, you might be able to restore it? Lingxi shook her head slightly and said, I don't have much hope. First, I have to learn this Immortal Lord Realm technique. Besides, the materials recorded on it are all heavenly treasures, and they are extremely difficult to find. It is basically impossible to restore it to 700 Tao markings. That would require too many materials. But if it can become an immemorial Tao treasure again, or recover 200 Tao markings, or even 300 Tao markings, it is still possible. Long Chen roughly understood. He decided, let's not do anything to this stinky toad first. Let's go to Cloud-Piercing Peak and see what's going on. If the green-eyed golden flame toad can obtain the immemorial Tao treasure, it will be ours. Of course, if it can't, and the person who obtains it isn't strong enough, we can give it a try. If it's too strong, then there's nothing we can do. After all, the main purpose of this trip was to find Mo Xiaolang. They could not delay too much because of this matter. At least for now, they were not wasting time. The demon tribe of the Demon Immortal region, as long as it was a big demon, would definitely occupy tens of thousands of li of mountains and rivers. This was because their bodies were too huge. The green jade-eyed golden flame toad took an entire day to reach the cloud-piercing peak. Long Chen and Li Wuyo also spent an entire day in its stomach. If it wasn't for the protective formation, the two of them wouldn't have been able to last that long. It would probably take Long Chen and Luo Pin 2 days to reach this place. Long Chen could not see the situation outside. But from the green-eyed golden flame toad's muttering, he knew that they were almost at cloud-piercing peak. He also knew that those attending this gathering were basically demons from the Trifecta Reincarnation Realm to the Trifecta Reincarnation Realm. There were more than 10 of them, and they had once adventured together. Now that they were older, they each occupied their own territory. A towering mountain peak appeared in front of them, piercing through the clouds. This mountain peak was as straight as a sword. Tian Song Zi, that guy, always likes to live in high places. That's great. The 5 affinities calamity will definitely kill you. This is the power from the origin of heaven and earth. How many brothers have died on this hurdle? Rumble. The green-eyed golden flame toad rushed upwards. Who are you? Oh, it's green-eyed. You're here too. Seems like you're also interested in the 700 Dao pattern Dao artifact. Someone mocked from outside. The green-eyed golden flame toad laughed and said, "Bullshit. I'm here to see if that Tian Song Z fellow is dead. As for the 700 Dao pattern Dao artifact, bullshit. I don't have the leisure to exchange a 200 Dao pattern Dao artifact for a collectible. 99 Dao patterns is not enough to kill a chicken." Someone else said, "Almost everyone is here. You can come up." In the blink of an eye, the green-eyed golden flame toad arrived at another place. It should be the peak of Cloud-Piercing Peak. In front of it was a snow-white immortal palace, shrouded in mist. Tian Song Z is so coquettish and stingy. I asked him for a few crane beauties previously, but he refused. I'm here to see him make a fool of himself. The green-eyed golden flame toad said generously. I'm very interested in that Dao artifact. Let's see if it can recover. If it can, I'll be rich. The blue-eyed golden flame toad mocked, "Go back to your lava cave and sleep. Treasures belong to those with strength. Those without strength can get lost. Even if you're lucky, you'll still lose your life. Old toad, you dare to say that I'm not strong enough? Fight me before everyone is here. Fuck you. I'm afraid of you." In the blink of an eye, there seemed to be a third party. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.